onwards to 120.
Yo. What is up, everybody? Yeah. You wanna get high?
You wanna get high with me today? Oh, yeah! Ooh, who wants to get high with me?
That's right. What's up, everybody? How we doing today? Hope we're doing well. Thank you, Javi. Wow, look at all these ones. Jeez. We got a bunch of BRBs. Goodness gracious, you guys went crazy. Holy moly, there's a lot. Oh, there's some good ones here. I hope Kate's still here. Kate, you got to see some of these the audience created here. Hold on, I'm getting them downloaded and put in. But I hope you're still here to see this, because they are fantastic. Okay. Almost there. Okay. Let's see here. Yep, get rid of those. Okay, and I'll add these guys. And one more. There you are. Okay. I present to you the High on Life BRBs created by Cosmic Blip and Javi and Gorilla Burrito. Look, I'm playing Life with Willie Nelson. There's a good one. There you go. I like the bending around the bubble mask there. That's good. Good stuff. Me as Hulk and Egghead as Knifey and I can't remember the Gat's name, the first Gat. And of course, we had to have some high ones where I'm actually getting high. Good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. All right. What is up, everybody? How we doing? Son of a biscuit. There we go. What's up, everybody? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, all around the world. My name is Ezekiel III, and today we're going to play High on Life 2. Yes, indeed. High on Life 2. We dropped it for a little bit, and I've been telling you guys that I might come back to this. Here I am coming back to it. It's a perfect excuse. I'm doing a little sponsor stream for it. And now, I think we might just play through it. What do you think? No green screen shirt. Oh, right. My green screen shirt. I forgot. Oh, that High on Life shirt that I got from the swag. I totally forgot. I should go get it. Yep. I still have this, though, on my desk. I still have the tech deck, the High on Life 2 tech deck that I play with. It's one of my fidget toys on my desk there. And do the kickflip. Oh, yeah. Woo. Yeah, they sent me a cool swag bag because I like the original so much that they sent me a swag bag. Am I a skater boy? I am a skater boy. Hold on, let me go get my high shirt. My shirt, my High on Life shirt. Okay. I got the shirt now. Yep. I got the shirt. This is the swag shirt they got me. You can see that little logo there. And then you can see, maybe you can see some stuff on the back. Oh, there you go. You can sort of see High on Life too. There you go. I love that the swag shirt they got me was the one that's just totally keyed out by the green screen. We're squanching here. I squanched this shirt. This shirt is squanchtastic. You ever get so high your torso disappears? I'm Mimir. Yeah, exactly. There you go. Real quick, let me thank some people. Who do I got to thank? Superbot right away with 13 months. Kiskaloo with 101.
4.
That's right. I am Grrr with 13 months. Igmus with 42. The question of life, the universe, and everything is Zeke. No, it's this. Yes, 42. Thank you so much. Paylor Zam with a 420. Does that have a thing?
Thank you for your money, though.
No.
I do appreciate your money.
420 does not have its own
2.
Its own set alert or whatever, because I don't smoke the marijuana. I actually get high on life. Crazy. Varanim, thank you for the 4 years as well. I appreciate you. Yeah, so we're gonna get started here in about 8 minutes. We'll get into the game as soon as the ad break gets there and gets done. Gonna do a little sponsor stream and then we're gonna continue on. Gonna keep playing it. Is that what they say there, by the way? Do they say I? Yes, I am starting a fresh save. Yes, I am. And to answer your question, I am promoting the Switch 2 release, but I am not playing it on Switch 2. I am playing it on Steam. But yes, it is now being released on Switch 2, and that's why the push. Yeah, they're saying yeah, okay. Zeke, I recently kicked my addiction to the hokey pokey. Thankfully, I managed to turn myself around. Yeah, nice. Very good. Real quick, just as a reminder, I will be streaming today, tomorrow, and Thursday, and then I'm out. Thursday's going to be a half stream. Going to do 4 hours. I got a sponsored thing to do on Thursday as well. But then I'm leaving. I'm leaving for a week. I'm going to go to Washington State and hang out with Katie's parents and her sister. It's our biannual folks visit. So we're going to go there. Also, God, so much shit is happening on Thursday. I've got to get up early to drop the dogs off at the daycare. I come back here, I do 4 hours of streaming, and then, we pack up and we go to the airport. But also, not only that, but that's when my house closes. I signed the papers, man. The papers are signed, y'all. We had a notary over to our house on Monday. We signed the papers. And we're all but done. All but done. The 16th is closing. So after that day, we are finally done and have sold our house. So fingers crossed, like nothing else really weird happens. But we are 99% done. Yeah. Will you be doing reruns that week? I think Scott will be doing them. I hope he will. He has more than enough with the Persona fucking streams. Because I'm sure, God, there was a lot of those. 200 and something hours of them. Yeah. I bet it's going to be a Persona-thon. if I had to make a guess. Vincent, thank you for giving a sub to Fuck This Shit, I'm Out. I love that that's an actual legal name. Thank you, Baral. Thank you for the grats. Thank you, everybody, for the congratulations. I may have bitten off more than I cared to chew on the Persona thing. What do you mean? Like you shouldn't have said you were gonna do that? Is it gonna take years to get done with it? Well, you'll have a whole week of nothing but that if you want. And then when I'm at Burning Man, you got a couple more weeks to get through it. So I think you'll get through it. I think you'll be fine. I think we may be a third of the way through. I think you'll be fine because I've got this vacation. Then at the end of August is the burn. So I think you'll be all right. Did you see the new Burning Man doc on HBO? No, I didn't. I did not even know that was a thing. Oops. Burning Man documentary, HBO. Oh, The Man Will Burn. 4-part docuseries. Oh, wow. That just came out this year. Well, shit, I'll have to watch that. Katie and I will have to watch that. That'll be great. I'd love to see, like... Okay, hold on. Directed by... Wow. Jahan Noheim and Vikram Gandhi. This series features unprecedented 5-year access to the Burning Man project's leadership, tracing the event's evolution from its countercultural roots to a massive cultural monolith. Okay. So 5 years they did. Okay. So I've been there. Oh, the documentary covers the mud crisis. Okay. I hope they don't overstate it, like how bad it was. It just made Burning Man really boring. It wasn't like, nobody was panicking. I mean, nobody that I knew was panicking. But it was just like, we can't go anywhere. This is boring. Documenting dumb people hanging out in the dusty desert with no food. I know. It sounds bad on paper, doesn't it? Burning Man sounds like bullshit on paper. Like, what do? You go out into the desert and you camp there. Is there running water? Nope. Showers? Uh-uh. Can you buy anything? Nope. So you can't go get groceries? No, you got to truck it in. How long does it take to get in the gate? Oh, it depends. It's like 7 hours. How long does it take to get out? Probably around the same. Probably longer to get out if you leave at weird times. Why do you do it? You gotta go. You gotta be there, I guess. I can't tell you. But it's great. I mean, this will be my 7th time. How much can they show of the event unless they include nudity? Oh yeah, they're including nudity. It's on HBO, Delicia. So I'm sure nudity is fine. They show nudity in documentaries all the time on HBO. Your recap streams of Burning Man are my favorites. I'm glad there's people out there who actually do like that shit because it's fun sharing it with people for sure. Oh, the episodes are still currently being released. Okay, so they're not fully out yet. All right. Well, that's good. I'll check it out. I'll definitely check it out. That sounds awesome.
I'm gonna punch you.
Don't. What are you?
420. 420 now has
This is
a
test bed alert
has its
form.
own thing. Nice, Scott. Cool. Very cool. Do you dig holes and poop in them? No. They have porta potties that get pretty nasty at times, but they do clean them out regularly. I think they clean out the porta potties like every other day. So they get nasty real fast, but they do clean them. And they do have human toilets there. People who are willing to take your feces. I'm just kidding. Hi, sponsors. I'm doing a sponsored stream. Not yet though. After this ad break that's coming up, then we'll be in the money zone. One of the core things is to leave the place how you found it. Yes, leave no trace is a very big tenet of Burning Man. And if your camp, like, cause you get like zoned out camps where that area of zoned outness, and they flag it off. So they know exactly what's in your zone. And if you leave that camp badly, you are disinvited back to Burning Man. Like they have your name, they have all your information and stuff. They will say this person, because you have to have a burner account to get tickets, unless you get like scavenge tickets or whatever. If you go to the site and pay for the tickets, they have your Burning Man account and stuff. So like they will disinvite you from the next or many other Burning Mans if you leave your camp shitty. And there have been camps that have been like blackballed for a few years, like big camps. That is like, you left your camp so shitty, your entire camp is disinvited for the next couple of years. So they do take that shit seriously, which is nice. Vincent, thank you for giving a sub to Classy Katie. Oh, what did Classy Katie let her sub drop? What the fuck? Yeah, I'm going to do, after this ad break is done, I'll do an hour of sponsored streaming of this game, and then I'm planning on just continuing it from there, because I've been meaning to come back to this game, and I hadn't, but this is a good excuse to do it. And also, I didn't have anything else to play. I didn't have anything else I wanted to play with you guys. So this is perfect. This ended up being very serendipitous. Time to light our darkest hour. All right, which one is that? That is there.
Light our darkest hour.
Damn it!
Z-Croc.
Carracker's Dragon ruined it for you. Here you go. Let's try it again.
Now, light our darkest hour.
Thank you, Carracker's, for 68 months. I appreciate that. Your camp's too shitty. Your camp's too shitty for Burning Man. Yeah, and we got a long ass drive this time. Holy shit. We are, oh goodness gracious. We are taking 2 of our friends. They're coming down to Austin, and we are driving with them. So it's going to be 4 people in a car for 26 hours. Probably more. Yeah. Austin to Black Rock is a long ways. Yep. It's going to be a hell of a trip, man. We're going to see if we can do it. See if it's something that can, cuz Katie's driving. She is full bore, like, I am driving my Jeep. I love driving my Jeep. We're going to see how much she loves driving it. Yeah, I don't know if you can hear that. I love my Jeep. Y'all bringing a trailer? Yes, we're gonna find a tow behind trailer that we can bring to put a lot of our shit in, because obviously we're gonna have less room than normal, and we're gonna really consolidate our shit. We're gonna consolidate the stuff we have and the stuff we need, and we're gonna might be a little bit rougher than the other trips, because we don't have the back seats to fill up with supplies and stuff. So we'll see, man. We'll see. No, an Airstream would be great. It would be. I think my favorite part about Zeke being at Burning Man is the only time I don't have to hear about Burning Man. Shut the fuck up, dude. I know you're jealous. I know you want to go out there. Well, if you don't, I know your wife does. All right, there we go. Okay. The ads have done. The ads have played. And we're ready to go. We're going to fire it up a little bit first, and then the actual sponsored portion of the stream will start in about 25 minutes, because that was part of the stipulation was that I stream for an hour before doing the sponsored portion. But since I'm playing it all day, I mean, I can kind of put it in anywhere, I'd imagine. So, and I don't think I need to alert the mutes. Because, I mean, it's High on Life. It's got all that, the swearing, the weirdness, the disgustingness. I think we're fine. I think the mutes don't have to be alerted. But we'll see. We'll see. I don't think so. I think we're okay. All right, shall we take a look at it? Let's open it up. Yep, got it on Steam, but it is available now on Switch. You can look at the top of the chat box there. It is available on Switch too. If you want to get it, it's right there. Just became available, $40 on Switch. Oh, yes, okay. You got it, Scott. All right, remind me to unalert them after the sponsored. Oh, come on, dude. Why are you doing this to me? Oh, man, it is not responding. There we go. Okay. Okay, there we go. All right, the alerts have been paused. But yes, it's available on all platforms. Xbox, PlayStation, Steam. But this particular promotion is to spread the good word that it is available on Switch too, if that is your preferred platform to play games on. So the snooze ad button, sometimes I open the stream and it's 0 out of 3 snoozes, and sometimes I open it, it's 3 out of 3. So I don't know what's going on, Pete. Sometimes it's fine, sometimes it's not. But today it's fine. So I can snooze them now. But no idea. Yeah, my head is floating because I'm not doing this for any other reason than I'm wearing the official High on Life shirt that they got me in the swag bag along with my High on Life 2 tech deck that I'm playing with. Yeah, it's the auto mute based on activity thing. I turned that off, Crimson Cage. And it still was like giving me 0 out of 3 for some reason. I don't know why. Stop having hype trains so it stops pinging my phone. Thank you. What? It pings your phone when it has a hype train? That's awesome. Forced marketing. It's like, hey, the guy you're watching's having a hype train. Bing! Ga-bing! That's great. All right. Now, which one has the... One of these has, like, aliens in it. There we go. That talk on a couch. This is my favorite part.
Yeah, humans are barely sentient. Scientists have done studies, and their brains are like half the size of ours.
Yo, Vince giving a sub to hype. These nuts! Coming this winter, huh? I think it's coming now. Just like me. I mean, playing. I'm playing now. I'm not coming now. I'm playing now. I'm playing the game now. All right, let's fire it up. High on Life 2. You know, might as well just do the spiel. I'll just start now and then end at, what, 1 p.m. my time? Okay, we'll just do the spiel right now. Here we go. Ready? The sponsor stream begins now. What is up, everybody? Thank you guys for being here. My name is Ezekiel III. I'm going to be playing High on Life 2 again for the first time. No, again for the second time. And I am wearing the official High on Life shirt. Thank you to Squanch Games for sponsoring today's stream. I do appreciate it. The reason why we're doing this is because it's coming out to Switch 2. The Switch 2 is getting High on Life 2, so if that is your platform of choice, you can get it now. Check the links. There is a link at the top of the chat box that is pinned there. You can put hashtag HOL2 in chat as well, or you can click the link in the panel section. Click the picture of the game in the panel section below the stream, and it'll take you right to the places you want to be. I have alerted the mutes, so we will be having no alerts for the next hour and 20 minutes. But let's get going. Oh, let me just say this game came out February 13th, developed and published by Squanch Games. You can get it for for, you can play the demo for free. You can get it for 60 on Steam, or you can get it for 40. Look at that, 40. 20 bucks less on Switch 2. There you go. Good promotion. Discount the sale. Nice work. Okay, let's go. Let's get high. I can say that, right? I do love that I'm just a floating head. I love that. The official shirt is just keyed out. All right, let's see the settings first. Audio. Oh, wait. Oh, I should put streamer mode on just for this part, for the sponsor part, so we can get some video out of it without it being muted. Or not. Oh, it doesn't matter, does it, Scott? Or do put it on. Do put streamer mode on? Okay. Okay, there we go. Got all that. Video. Full screen. There we go. Let's apply those changes. Okay. Oh, don't change them. Oh, God, don't change them as I'm looking. Okay, they want a clean video for YouTube, or YouTube will nuke it. Okay, there we go. NVIDIA DLSS. Let's go quality. Motion blur off. Chromatic aberration. Let's take that off. Okay. So very high is the highest. Okay, very high. Okay. I want this game to be very high. Okay. Subtitles, no. Leave the subtitles on. There you go. Make them 4 size, I guess. I don't know. Full camera motion. Okay, good. That's fine. Okay. Let's go back. Let's go new game. Oh, shit. I'm not gonna do story mode, but easy mode or normal mode? Good question. Take it easy like Sunday morning? Okay. Easy like Sunday morning. Oh, they're loading shaders, right? Hold on, let me move myself over. Is this my first playthrough? Yes. But is it my first time playing? No. I did play. I think I probably got about halfway through the game and then put it down and was like, I'll come back to it. Well, here I am. I'm coming back to it. I know I got through the mystery section, if that means anything to anybody who's finished the game, like the mystery, like detective part of the game. I got through that part. That part was really fun. Actually, the whole game is really fun. Mr. Peril, thank you for the 81 months. Do this for a minute, but don't move or blink your eyes. Like this. I would keep doing that, but it looks like the stream is frozen. Oh, no, it doesn't, because there's a blinking light, so you know it's going. You know shit's going. Loading. Here we go. Oh, right, right. Isn't there like an Easter egg if I like stay behind or something?
Hey, kid, you should be coming up on your target. Crow Geiger. He's a giant monster fucking up the city. You can't miss him.
Oh yeah, we see him. All right, let's do this.
All right, let's do this. Today we've got with us the famous bounty hunters who took down the evil G3.
No, I did
drug
not beat the
cartel.
game, no.
Happy to be here, Jimmy.
Why don't you go ahead and take a seat? Oh, going out to say hello to the fans. What a charmer.
Where's the, oh, accessibility right here. Subtitles. Oh, enabled. Okay, so you gotta put enabled. It looks like marking them will make them disabled, but they're enabled. Okay, now, there we go.
Let's go ahead and sit down.
There we go.
Come on, you're embarrassing us.
Looks like we've got a jokester. Somebody forget how to sit on a chair?
Yeah, I did. Watch this.
What a jokester. No, sit on the chair up on stage. Oh my God, you're so funny.
It's so funny.
Seriously, did you hit your head or something? Just go up to the chair and sit down.
Oh, let me, there we go. Audio. Turn down sound effects to 69. Turn down the music to 69. There we go. And leave the voice at 100. Okay, there we go. I like it's Jimmy time with Jimmy
Let's
Jimmy.
give them a minute, folks. They'll sit down eventually.
I can't shoot him or anything, so I guess we'll sit down.
Fucking finally.
Fucking finally.
The G3 killer, everyone.
We love you, G3 Killer.
We love you, G3 Killer. Can I get an autograph?
We're kind of in a hurry, trying to save your lives.
Wait, draw me a picture of your face, please. We never get to see you under your helmet.
Fine,
Oh, that's
fine,
right.
But just one.
I forgot about this part.
Thank you. Make it look just like you.
Just draw whatever. We gotta go.
Okay. Oh, there we go. And now,
Take as long as you need. I'll wait.
oh, space to confirm. Okay, now.
Is that really what you look like?
I can't do it.
Huh. So that's how your nose looks.
Is that my nose? No, it's
Wow,
listen, it's a
that's right,
sponsored
that's
stream, so
great.
so
You're
no
really hot.
no suggestive rocket ships this time.
We should hurry. Crow Geiger's really messing things up.
There we go. Gotta have the pink hair. Pink curly do with some highlights. There you go. Beautiful. And now...
Wow.
Mole.
In my head, you were like
No.
a way hotter person.
No. There you go. Mole. And a beauty mark. Gotta have a beauty mark. There we go.
Yeah,
Close enough.
sure. Get the drawing just right. This is way more important than saving the city.
Wow, it doesn't just do dots. It does like a little splash.
That's weird. I thought your eyes would be closer together.
I have one eye.
Wow, I don't know how much time we need to spend on this while a big monster is wrecking the whole city.
Oh, there we go.
Huh.
Good enough.
That many teeth. Okay.
Oh, I forgot teeth. There we go. Perfect.
Oh, thank you so much. I'll treasure this forever.
Me next. Me next.
So, you've beaten so many bad guys and saved so many lives, but what's your favorite part of being a famous bounty hunter?
The killing. Oh, right. Okay. The killing.
I'd say the killing, probably, yeah.
Oh my! Well, leave it to bloodthirsty old Knifey, the talking knife, to say something like that.
Knifey, you
I'm always saying
scamp.
horrible stuff, yeah. Hey, come here, get closer, let me stab ya.
Well, moving on, I've got another big question for you. Tell me, is it nice having so many adoring fans?
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Just keep shooting them! Yes, got him good! Take that, you big freak! Oh, fuck!
Yeah, trust me, it'll be really good for us. It's like just a funny game show. You run around and jump on stuff. I don't know. Hey, look, if you don't want to do it, we don't have to do it.
You have to do it if you want to get the
The Sklar brothers.
You have to get to the end of the obstacle course.
You think they can make it, Jim?
I sure do, Bob. This is the famous G3 Killer after all. Let's see if they can make it past the dastardly Driftwood Dash. Now they're up against the hanging platforms of Babylon. Oh, and it looks like they'll need to do a tether jump to get past the next part. This contestant is on fire!
Stay on Krogeiger's tail. Don't lose him.
Oh, what? Okay.
Krogeiger, you're mine, baby. We got this. We got this. Okay, your next gig is for an energy drink.
Yeah, no, I love the way this does. Like they do the tutorial as part of a flashback for being a really famous bounty hunter. So all this is like, like teaching you how to play the game, but also, flashing back to your, fame and fortune and shit that's happened so far.
Bounty juice, really cool stuff. They're putting you on a can and everything. Hey, I gotta pay for these new legs somehow. Look, they just need you to stand there and look pretty. It'll be easy peasy, in and out.
Action. All right, what do you need from old Gus?
Gus, baby, come on. Just give it a go. Go ahead and blast the product. Easy peasy. Ah, perfect. Absolutely perfect. That looked amazing. Now, go ahead and suck in the product. Make it look real shit. No. That's perfect. Amazing. Cut. Right. We got it.
Hey, time's almost up. It's the final week of Dating with the Stars, and we're all waiting to hear your decision. Which of these lucky hotties will get your rose?
All right, which one?
The tension is palpable. Who will it be?
Will it be?
Who will it be?
Slug?
Will you pick Margaret Spoopledoop, the
There you go.
beautiful
Margaret
heiress of the
Spoopledoop.
Spoopledoop fortune, or
Yeah.
Denny Graves, the timid bookshop owner who baked you that delicious bunt cake? Or maybe you'll pick Blangus, the hot one.
Oh, this is Blangus.
I bet you're gonna pick Blangus. Blangus is so fucking hot. If you don't pick Blangus, I'm gonna pick Blangus. I'm definitely all over that Blangus shit. Seriously, I pick Blangus if you don't. I want dibs on Blangus. I know this is a hard decision, so drag it out as much as you want. We can even cut to a commercial break. That would be really good. The more commercial breaks, the better. Let's really milk this. Just keep staring at everyone and really think this through. We'll be ready to hear your answer when you have it.
Thank you, Communal, with the 71 months. I've got a real loose ass. Careful, I have diarrhea. All right, so we do. No, I'm not gonna do Blankus. I think I did Blankus last time. I'm gonna do the quiet one. This guy.
Congratulations, Blangus. You made
Oh, it is
Kiss the Bounty
Blankus.
Hunter.
Shit.
Very hot, very hot. Now let's get you two into that fuck tank, and we'll film that real quick.
The fuck tank.
You know I love bounty hunting. I really do. But I gotta take a little break and be a dad now. A dad to all these beautiful little blue angels.
Lizzie, I just think your father and I would feel more comfortable with you not running around in an eco-terrorist cell blowing up buildings or
my sister.
Whatever you do.
We only blow up bad buildings, Mom. And it's for a good cause. You never understand.
Honey, you'll thank us when you're older and able to get a good job because you don't have a criminal record.
Yeah? And what do you know, Dad? You're just off in your own world while Mom goes to the movies with Let's Do It.
Let's Do It is just a good friend.
Let's do it.
You told your mom we're coming
Let's
back.
do it.
Honey.
No! Let's do it.
Sick.
Let's do it.
Honey, I'm so sorry. I was going to tell you.
Yeah,
My mom
I
is
was going to tell you
fucking
not
a
to come up. Thanks for bringing by my old CDs.
Happy to help.
Breaking news now regarding the bleeding stars. An eco-terrorist cell in hot water for blowing up an oil refinery in the Regulus Nebula.
My sister!
Oh, gosh. What is your sister getting herself into?
Things are getting a little more serious with the bleeding stars. Harper and I are going to have to go back off the grid for a bit.
I promise we'll reach out if we need any help.
See you around, I guess.
I mean, look, I still see you around, but you get it, right?
Oh, come on, Blangus. You're not breaking up with us, are you?
You've been kind of, I don't know, distant lately. Like you're just going through the motions.
This could be you one day, you know. Sure, today I might be the bounty, but the law's a thin line.
Now shut up. No mind games. Let me stop ya.
Fine, just do it then. You know why I'm wanted, right? I killed 3 old ladies. And not sick ones either. They were really healthy old ladies. Like, they would have lived another 10, 15 years probably. But not anymore.
Really healthy old ladies.
They call me the old lady killer. I don't have any remorse either. I can't be reformed. No commentary here. I'm just a regular old, flat-out evil guy that you should kill. And I've come to peace with that. So go ahead. Do it. Kill me. I dare you.
Okay, 1 second. I do want to change the input. There we go. Oh wait, okay. Did I scroll past Stabby? No, Stabby. Where's Stabby? There we go. There we go. Put the melee on the mouse button. Okay. Okay.
Oh, you're here to kill me, aren't you? For my bounty? Yeah, I do deserve it. I can't stop killing humans, man. Because I'm sick. Ooh, I love the way your kind screams. You gotta stop me. You need to put an end to this madness in my head. I just want to lie down, man. I want to be put to rest. Go on, do it. Kill me. Put a bullet in my frickin' skull.
Was that all you got to say? Okay.
Another bounty, caught and killed.
So, you finally found me. Go ahead, make it quick. Don't feel bad. I'm a human dealer. I knew it would come to this one day. 5 years trafficking humans on the black market is a good run. But when you think about it, I'm not as bad as, like, Jeffrey Epstein or whatever. I might be a trafficker, but it was not for sex stuff. So don't think of me as quite that bad. Let's get this over with already.
He starts laughing at the end of his line. I love it.
Gotcha! That's what you get!
I knew I couldn't run forever. I've been doing crypto rug pulls under so many names. Christopher Starlight, Christopher Moon, Christopher Planet. But you bounty hunters were always on my tail. Good for you. Well, you've caught me now. And if you don't kill me, I'm just going to swindle even more innocent people out of their life savings. You have my word, I'll do it, and I'll enjoy it, just like I enjoyed all of the other ones. And you know what I'm doing with their money? I haven't figured it out yet. I thought maybe I'd get an idea after I've been doing it for a while, but I just haven't. Honestly, it's kind of nice just seeing it in my bank account. Or sort of not even seeing it in my bank account. I just sort of go to the grocery store and I buy what I want and I don't have to check first. Because I know I have the money. And I'm gonna have more money the longer I do this. Honestly, you should probably kill me. But if you don't feel like doing it right now, you can come back later when I have more money. You know what? Just kill me now.
Okay, this is your fault for being a wanted criminal.
Fuck you. Go ahead and kill me. And for what? So I sold some humans? You're just fucking drugs anyway. Get used to it, fucker. Come on, kill me. Pretend to be a big shot. Lie to yourself a little longer.
Sorry, mate. Gotta kill ya.
There's this scene. He's not even gonna beg for his life. Oh, and then it's just a montage of me killing things.
Oh my god. Is stabbing getting boring?
Jesus.
I think we got this. Just unload into his mouth. Really let him have it. Keep your shots focused on his mouth. Oh shit, we're not hurting him. I know. Try my charge shot. It'll rip right through this sucker. You didn't know what you were getting into when you messed with us, Crow Geiger. Eat shit. Fuck yeah, we did it!
What did you do? That was my son! He's normally a very calm boy. He was just having a bad reaction to some medicine!
Okay, that is not what the intel said.
Hey, look at it. Oh, what have I done?
What else is there to say? I mean, you've done it all. Saved humanity, traveled the galaxy, dated Blangus. I guess the only question I have left is, what's next?
Well, I'm gonna go jerk it. I'm gonna head up to my room and take a load off, or out, or whatever you say. Nope. Oh, I can change the color of my lava lamp. That's awesome. All right. The Kissingtons. Goo Mouse. Detective Dumb. Lawrence of Arabia 2. Stress Dump Dunk Depression. Silly Mom Kayak Trip. Butt Portal Smell You Later is diving into an ass. The Last Probe Clinching for Survival. Planet Punk. Greagle's Big Day. Rigged to Explode. Oh shit, Alien 69. Oh, Blanchett, Terminator 2, Recital Day, or Terminator 2. Who Wet the Bed? Is that, I think that's supposed to be Bart Simpson. Sad Giant Man 2. The sadder they are, the harder they fall. So good, so good. All right, I guess we'll leave. Neo Total, thank you for the 44 months. Oh, that's right. And then you have this whole area of stuff to catch up on what you missed.
getting cramped in this glorified tour bus. What do you say we all go out for dinner tonight, eh? Space Applebee's, on you! Why don't you go round up the crew?
Oh, okay, it shows me where to go. Right. Then it has all these things.
This modest home computer is where the G3 Killer first honed their reflexes and sharpened their instincts playing Buck Thunder. What began as simple entertainment became unexpected training, laying the groundwork for the skills that would one day bring down the G3 and save the entire species. When they say video games lead to violence, this is what they're talking about.
Did I not say 70 months? Thank you for the 70 months? I'm sorry, Neototal. I apologize.
A legendary Gatlian hero recovered from Dr. Giblet's lab, where the G3 kept him on life support. Restored to combat use, he later fought alongside
Let's
the
do
G3
it!
Killer during the heroic push against Garmantuous.
It's not completely done yet. It'll be, like, I signed the papers, but it should be done on the 16th. That's the closing day. So then we can celebrate. Sweezy!
Planet Earth. Sweezy was once the prisoner of Douglas, a high-ranking G3 member, until the G3 Killer took him down and set her free.
Yeah.
She teamed up with them to hunt the G3 cartel. Following the downfall of the G3 cartel, humans were deemed a sanctioned species and incorporated into intergalactic civilization. Nowadays, smoking humans is considered incredibly taboo. Displayed is a mobility scooter belonging to Donald Yarmy, the first recorded human to resist the G3. He was immediately smoked.
Hey, dipshit! Over here! Here we go! Sweezy's back in action! Did Gene mention dinner?
He did, yes.
A combat exosuit worn by the G3 Killer.
Oh, this is what I look like.
Inhabited by Pseudo, an onboard AI that guided, warned, and nagged its user. Before his great mind was experimented on and ruined by the G3 cartel,
Oh, Creature, okay.
was known as Professor Creed Turian, Gatlus's most brilliant scientist. After his capture, he was subjected to extreme and brutal experimentation at the hands of the Skrendel brothers. Freed by the G3 Killer during the downfall of the Skrendel operation, he allied with the bounty hunter and joined the campaign against the cartel. Kenny was a Gatlian who worked with smuggler Rel Delmar, but accidentally led the G3 cartel to his homeworld of Gatlus, causing its destruction. He later partnered with the G3 Killer to fight back against the cartel and helped bring down their leader, Garmantuous. Gus is a Gatlian captured by Krubis, a G3 executive who wielded and held him. After Krubis fell, Gus joined forces with the G3 Killer. A Gatlian who survived the first G3 assault and later joined the Resistance. Years after Garmantuous fell, she teamed with the G3 Killer for a brief period to kill Muxilon on Paraxis.
Hey, knifey!
Sentient Blade from Australia 2 once partnered with Gene Zaruthian before ending up with the Torg crime family. After the 9 Torg job, he allied with the offer of bounty hunter known as the G3 Killer.
Okay.
The G3 cartel was run. Nebulon served as Garmantuous' right-hand man. He oversaw the
Techniques!
public-facing
Thank you for the 8 months. Welcome back.
and dealt directly with the clientele.
Okay.
A mobile, shielded fortress used by Garmantuous, leader of the G3 cartel, served as his forward command post. The great mind of Dr. Giblets was wasted as the head of G3 R&D. It's rumored he worked under the mysterious Dr. Gurgula, long missing from the public eye.
This is Krubis.
Krubis was in charge of the G3 mining operation on Zephyr Paradise, where his men dug up and packaged Fergles, another sentient drug.
And?
The great mind of Dr. Giblets
Oh, wait, I already did that one.
as the head of G3 R&D. The leader of the G3 cartel was a
Garmantuous.
Garmantuous. he evaded the law for many years until the human bounty hunter killed him in a glorious final showdown on Earth.
Yeah.
The three Skrendel brothers enslaved and ran experiments on Gatlians, aliens who evolved to function like weaponry. These Gatlians, once brain dead, armed the G3's rank and file and made them a formidable force.
Douglas
oversaw the G3's training and recruitment program. The G3 almost exclusively employs
Look at Doug's
mercenaries.
face.
In the years since, their species has remained in henchman roles wherever they can find the work.
All right.
Ninth clone in the Torg line. Ruled the Blim City slums through rackets, coercion, and clone feuds.
Yeah.
Soldiers used by the G3 cartel. Common frontline enemies during cartel operations. These days, they're working as mercenaries for anyone who will hire them.
Huh? Oh, we've got G3 Meek, G3 Hunk, and G3 Grunt. The G3 cartel. Okay. This Glug Nugman.
Klug Nugman served
Klug Nugman, sorry.
during the G3 crisis.
Yes, I'll be playing this all day, Prince Ali.
The G3 killer, presenting himself as an ally of humanity, while in truth gathering up humans to hand off to the mysterious scientist and war criminal, Dr. Gurgula. Klug ultimately vanished under mysterious circumstances, leaving behind suspicions of betrayal and a mystery that may never be resolved.
Yeah, just real quick, want to re-thank Squanch Games for sponsoring today's stream. We'll be sponsored here for about another 45 minutes. The reason why I'm doing this sponsor is because this game is now available on Switch 2 at a cheaper price than it is on Steam. So if you want to get it now, it's on the Switch 2. Just click my link or put hashtag HOL2 in the chat, and you will have the links to take you there. Or click the panel in the panel section.
Lizzie is the older sister of the famous and deadly G3 killer.
That's my sister.
When the G3 invaded Earth, she survived alongside her sibling and aided in the mission from their home base, her literal home.
Gene!
Once a galaxy-famous bounty hunter, Gene Zaruthian's career was cut short when he lost both of his legs. Living as an unhoused vagrant in Blim City, he offered his suit and expertise to the G3 killer in exchange for a place to stay. Despite his fall from glory, Gene proved invaluable as mentor and handler, helping orchestrate the campaign that brought down the G3 cartel.
Will it play on your NES? Yes, but don't quote me on that. I don't know for certain. I'm just gonna say yes because I think that's the right thing to say.
Replica of the legendary bomb the G3 killer used to eliminate Garmantuous. The G3 killer performed one of the galaxy's most heroic acts of valor, infiltrating enemy territory and strategically deploying this device deep inside Garmantuous's rectal cavity.
Hey, fuckface, get over here.
Hey, Knifey! Sorry for swearing. Knifey!
Knifey's here. That's me, Knifey. I love you.
Is that Jack Black and... Wait a minute. Oh, God. Beloved Humans. Jack Black and, she's a famous actress. I can't remember her name right off the top of my head.
Two celebrated human artists who were taken
Susan
hostage by
Sarandon,
the G3
yes.
cartel. Perhaps mistaking them for the G3 killer's parents, Garmantuous intended to use them as bargaining chips. Both artists perished at the hands of the cartel leader. Their losses are still felt today.
Oh, this is, Broken Chainsaw?
Knifey was temporarily outfitted with this chainsaw attachment during the G3 killer's raid on Muxalon, the corrupt shipping conglomerate.
Okay, I think that's it. Oh, we got...
A suburban Earth home
No, we did
was
that.
owned by the G3 killer. It warped
Okay.
to Blim City during the first G3 incursion, and with subsequent compact exosuits allow Gatlians to walk and operate
Oh, Gatlian
independently
Metwalker.
in all environments, adapting to their biomechanical frames and extending their mobility. They were originally designed to mimic the old hand horses of Gatlas, now extinct. The planet Earth was once a peaceful, undiscovered rock full of primitive aliens called humans, who hadn't even invented space travel yet. That all changed when the nefarious G3 cartel, a criminal drug organization, discovered that humans could be smoked as a potent drug.
Oh, that's right, they're drugs.
The G3 invasion took
That's right, they
the
turned
lives of
humans into
nearly half
drugs.
The population of Earth, and most who survived were packaged and sold as drugs on the black market. If it weren't for the efforts of one brave human and a ragtag team of Gatlians,
They might have gotten away with it.
The human bounty hunter, now sometimes called the G3 Killer, went on to become one of the most successful bounty hunters of all time. One of their more notable bounties was Mux, the villainous CEO in charge of Muxilon delivery services. After defeating Mux, the bounty hunter's crew visited the planet of Australia 2, homeland of their talking knife.
Knifey.
Oh, shit, yeah, that was our best adventure. You remember all that, right? My whole backstory and stuff? It was pretty sad, actually. What's up, bud? Come pick me up!
I will, hold on.
The planet Gatlas, once home to a race of weapon-like aliens.
Oh, oh my god, the handhead horses.
Wasteland. The planet's surface was decimated by the G3
Gus can wait!
Alright, shut up, I'll pick you up.
Oh,
Hi,
you
Gus.
couldn't stay away from good old Gus, could you?
Goddamn JB Smooth.
Let me tell you that. Hey, swap the squeezy real quick. I got a fart and I don't want anyone to hear it.
Okay.
Oh man, thanks for bringing me out. Gus was just about to let loose a big one. I could feel it.
Oh, thanks for that. Woo! That was a stinky one right there. I feel bad for Sweezy. Stuck in there with what I just did. Gotta be uncomfortable.
Oh, holy shit! Holy shit, Gus, what the hell did you eat, man? Oh my god, I feel like I'm dying. Oh, don't you dare put me back in there!
Hey, kid, you were watching TV earlier, right? Did you happen to have the news on? Head back to the house exhibit. You, might want to see this. I'm gonna have to call a rain check on dinner.
Okay.
Gatlians are rebuilding in New Gatlas, forging new lives among the planet Gatlas. Once home to a race of weapon-like aliens called Gatlians, now a ruined wasteland. The planet's surface was decimated by the G3 cartel when they invaded and enslaved Gatlians to serve in their mercenary army.
Alright. One last one.
The famed human bounty hunter from Earth, who allied with
come back to the house.
I'm coming! Goddamn, stop talking while I'm listening to this.
Operating from Blim City alongside Gene Zarufian and a team of brave Gatlians. Together, they systematically hunted the cartel's leaders, brought down Garmantuous, and ultimately saved Earth.
Okay. We are done with Backstory Hall. With Exposition Land.
What's the problem, Gene?
Well, there's no easy way to say this, kid, but I think your sister Lizzie's in serious trouble.
That's her.
What? Really?
The bounty forums are going nuts. You know that rebel outfit Lizzie rolls with? The Bleeding Stars? Looks like they got into some sort of trouble and... shit. Yep. Now there's a bounty on her head.
A bounty? For Lizzie?
A huge bounty.
That's not good.
Yeah. She's gonna have a lot of bounty hunters gunning for her. We gotta do something, like big time. Dust off the bounty 5,000 and select your sister's bounty.
Okay.
We need to intercept this thing.
I'm doing
I
it.
know your sister's in trouble, but I'll be honest. I was craving some action. Let's do this.
I always forget her name. My gun is name. The actress's name is, and I always forget it. And it's a memorable name too, if I'm not mistaken.
Come on, kid.
She's
There's
one of
no
the.
time to waste.
She's one of the ghosts, the basement ghosts in the Ghosts series. She's also, she does a lot of stuff. Stand up and that kind of stuff. You have to say it every time. Betsy Sideros. Thank you, Wax.
There's another second. Your sister's life is at risk.
All right, I will accept the bounty. 15 million? Wow.
All right, good. Just hop through the portal. That's as close as I can get you.
Okay. Done. I know you have to say it every time. That's because I forget every time. It's one of those names I will never remember.
What do we want?
All right, Lizzie's somewhere in the Circuit Arcadia Zoo.
Got it. We'll get in, save Lizzie, get out.
Just try to keep a low profile. The last thing you want to do in this situation is fight another bounty hunter.
A catchier chant that isn't so wordy and maybe rhymes a little bit.
Like even a little bit.
Humans are aliens too. Humans are aliens too. No way. Fuck you. Humans don't belong in zoos. No way. Fuck you. Humans don't belong in zoos. No way. Fuck you. Humans don't belong in zoos. Hell no. We won't go unless you release the humans. Then we'll go. Keeping humans in your zoo. It's hard to think of catchy rhymes all day. We shouldn't have to do that just to convince you it's bad to put humans in zoos. Humans are aliens too. Humans are aliens
Right, dude.
too. No way. Fuck you. Humans don't belong in zoos. No
Hey,
way.
you here for the protest?
Yeah, dude.
Depends. What are you protesting?
This zoo keeps humans in captivity. You know they're a sentient species, right? Unlike what Big Pharma would have you believe.
Oh, hell yeah. We'll make some noise for your cause. You can count on it.
Wait, are you? You are! Oh my god!
That's right. But don't make a whole big deal, okay?
Sure thing, G3 Killer. You got it. So, why are you here?
That's kind of on a need-to-know basis.
I know why you're here. It's to help the humans, right?
Well, we're here to help a human.
Don't belong in zoos.
Okay.
No way. Fuck you. Humans don't belong in zoos.
Sorry, can't let you inside.
We won't go.
Zoo is closed for the day due to security.
Do you want me to take care of that?
Keeping humans in your zoo.
Oh, okay.
It's hard to think of catchy rhymes all day. You shouldn't have to do that just to convince you it's bad to put humans in zoos.
Asshole! You change your mind about letting us in yet?
No, I told you already. Zoo's closed.
You can't stop us.
Hey, come on.
Hey, come on.
Oi, oi, a loglock! Ah, yeah, that's the stuff. Sweet, sweet loglock scots. Anything good in there? Oh, who cares? That's not the point.
All right.
Make way for Repticle. I'm coming for you, Bleeding Star, Lizzie.
Oh, shit!
Hey! I just detected a big explosion in the aviary.
Oh, we saw it.
Signal says Lizzie's near there. Quick, make sure she didn't get blown up.
Already on it.
How are you feeling? Are you ready to go in?
Yeah, it's such a big bounty. It's the biggest one I've ever gone after.
That's fine. You're going to do great.
It's just, I look so stupid in this outfit. I can't go in like this.
You look great. Besides, no one is even going to pay attention to that. The important thing right now is that you focus on your breath and focus on the bounty.
Breath and bounty. Breath and bounty.
You're gonna do great.
Thank you. I know not just any CBT therapist would come with their client on a bounty hunting mission, so I appreciate you answering my call so late.
My pleasure. Just so we're clear, my rates will go up if you get this bounty.
What?
Breath and bounty.
Breath and bounty. Breath and bounty.
Look, I love killing as much as you, but let's cool it for a second.
Oh, okay.
Can I just get some space, please?
Sorry, I need a moment with my client.
Let's go. We have to get in there and find Lizzie.
Okay. No, the banter is half the reason you play these games, right? I love the banter.
Something's coming.
We're called the good guys. And yeah, you're gonna see us.
Here we go.
That outfit you're up against is the good guys. That's their name. Tried to military company. They recruited a lot of G3 mercs after the cartel went down. No idea what they're doing here. This might be bigger than we thought.
You're trespassing on zoo property. Fuck off. Look at these pathetic XG3 fuckers reduced to guarding a zoo! Ho-ho!
You messed with the wrong private military contractors.
Shit!
Trigger pull!
Oh, okay, so you're serious.
Our trick hole's ready.
What? Oh. There we go.
Oh man, time to fight!
I got an idea. Let's try to duck him if we can to avoid getting hit.
The sewer's close!
Come on, bud. You know the deal. Use my disc, just like always.
Oh, right.
Just let us through. We won't break anything, I promise.
What the fuck?
Why are we fighting this hard to protect the zoo?
Stop shooting at us. We're professional killers. We do this. It's just a bad idea on your part.
The cost of trespassing is your life! Take this!
There we go. Hey!
I was close.
There's gotta be a way forward somewhere.
Ah.
Maybe there's a lug blob around there you could use.
There we go.
Use that lug blob to get up a little higher. Hurry!
Hey
Oh,
there, Pseudo,
with
you're
the time
your personal
bubble.
onboard bounty
There
hunting
we go.
operating system. Good question. It seems the lug blobs gain mass when a...
Shit, yeah!
Oh,
Isn't
shit.
It cool that we
Oh.
can use some animals as trampolines?
Damn it! I wanted that guy to finish his sentence.
Ready to rip a time bubble. Time bubble's ready when you need it. Another one down! Nice to be here! I think all these good guys freaks are just XG3. God, we can't get away from those guys, can we? I guess we did kind of put them out of the job, but it was a bad job. I didn't think they'd all go run off and become cops. Out of the way, dipshit! Back off! We're just here to save someone!
Okay.
Bang, bang, motherfucker!
I told my kids this morning that Daddy's gonna
You fucking prick!
Oh, you're still floating. Okay. Nope. Nope.
That hurts, you fucking
This really
shitbird!
fucks with my brain.
I'm getting your bounty! Damn, gonna have to find another way in.
Gotta be careful.
Oh,
on
this.
Take your kid to work day.
Fucking take your kid to work day.
Didn't expect someone of your caliber to show up. See there, kiddo. This is one of the most famous bounty hunters who ever lived. Took down the entire G3 cartel. And you know how they did it? They followed the golden rule.
Never kill another bounty hunter!
That's right. You are the G3 killer, right?
Yeah, we are. But look, maybe you and your kid should stay out of this one.
Oh, my son and I are definitely getting a piece of the action. Brought him for Take Your Kid to Work Day. Wouldn't want to miss getting front row seats to your moves out there.
Yeah, I've got so much to learn.
Don't say I didn't warn you.
Some people say it's irresponsible of me to bring my very young child with me on bounty hunting missions. But,
But what?
well, thinking about it now, I guess they're actually right.
I'm probably gonna die!
It's too late to back out now. The father-son bounty hunting duo are taking home their first big bounty today.
Seriously, professional advice, just sit this one out.
My dad pulled me out of preschool.
He got held back a year or two.
I'm 19 years old.
Anything else? Okay. Oh, shit.
Daddy, look. They used the goo on that ledge to get up there. I want to
Start using my
That's an advanced
on that
bounty
wall
hunter
over there.
move, kiddo. You're watching a real pro. We'll save that for when you're older.
Ah, there we go.
Wow, so cool.
Remember this moment, son. Remember this moment forever.
Lizzie, dead ahead. Is she okay?
We're
Oh,
getting
there
a lot
she
of
is.
heat on this one, Harper. I
Right.
know. What the hell is this? Something big, that's what. We're close.
This doesn't all have to be on you, you know.
Who else then? Who else is out there doing the right thing? Nobody. That's who.
Just don't get too reckless, all right? Let's take a breather. I need a minute.
Fine, fine. But only a minute.
Okay. You done? Okay.
Who goes there?
Here I come.
You? Oh, great. Now you suddenly decide to help.
What? Hey, guys!
What up?
Get lost. I can
What
handle
up?
this myself.
Whoa, what's with the attitude?
Sorry, she's been through a lot.
Do you even know what I've been up to all these years? Well, you've been partying and going on talk shows. I've been trying to save humanity.
Huh? I thought humans were already safe. What did we miss?
There she is. We've got her cornered.
Oh, shit.
Wait, look, everybody. It's the G3 killer.
God damn it. They beat us to it. Pack it in, hunters. We gave it our best shot, but the G3 killer is #1 for a reason.
Actually, I'd really like to watch. If that's okay, G3 killer.
Oh, yeah. We can learn from the master. Kill her. Do it.
Killer, 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 killer. Kill her, kill her, kill her, kill her. Yeah!
Guess this is what you wanted. My life's in your hands now.
Okay. And there we go. Speed run done. Let's go. Any percent and time. All right, I'll be right back.
Sometimes your loving is holding me back. I've grown so lonesome, I'm under attack. Sometimes the love songs don't make me back. Because I'm calling on angels, well, they say. But once in my life, I want to be carried away. Falling like angels, they're calling my name. What more can I pay for my mistake? I turn back to life.
There she is. We've got her cornered.
Oh, shit.
Wait, look, everybody. It's the G3 killer.
God damn it. They beat us to it. Pack it in, hunters. We gave it our best shot, but the G3 killer is #1
Yes,
for a
it is an
reason.
ending, and I think you get an achievement for
I'd
it,
really like to watch.
if I'm not mistaken. I think, yep, the good ending. Wow, that was easy. You do get an achievement for it, by the way. Okay. Sorry, I don't know what it is with me like today. Like I've had to pee like 4 times today, and I don't know what's going on. But all right.
If that's okay, G3 killer.
Oh, yeah.
Whoops. Looks like you mistook one of us for the bounty. Hey, I get it. You do look a lot like her.
Yep, you're a dead ringer. Emphasis on dead. Bam! You're dead!
This is kind of nice. I missed fighting alongside you guys.
Hi, Harper. We missed you too.
Oh, that's right. I'm gonna set one more thing here for inputs. There we go. There. There we go.
Sniper, no sniping!
Ah, I see what you're doing. It's all part of your bigger strategy to lure Lizzie into thinking you're on her side instead of ours. And then you'll...
No, chill out.
sorry.
You already got the fake ending.
You already got the fake ending.
I said I don't need your help.
Oh, too bad. We're helping anyway. Reinforcements are coming.
I feel like maybe the
there you
G3 killer is trying to kill us.
Extermination initiated.
Why are you still here? I've got this under control.
Where are you? There you are.
We're not leaving you behind.
Engaging hostile.
Will you please let me handle this?
No, but thanks for saying please this time.
Damn it!
Extermination initiated.
Clean kill.
There. I think that's all of them.
Well, God damn it.
You all good over there? Go check in with Lizzie.
Yeah, let me out of here. There we go. Okay.
What do you want? There. You saved me. You can leave now.
You're welcome.
Wait.
Uh-oh. Oh, dude, he's got the grub blub. Yeah.
I saw what you did, hero. Killing your own kind. You broke the bounty hunter code, fucko. Gonna have your own bounty now. Worth twice as much as that terrorist Lizzie.
Yeah, the code's a big deal. Do you realize how hugely fucked you are?
Time to die, traitor. What a lucky day for Repticle.
Nice shot,
There.
Lizzie.
Now we're even. We can handle this without you. Don't follow us!
I'm gonna.
Shit. What now?
Take a skateboard. Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. Now we're talking.
Is that a skateboard? Yeah, that might work. You know how to ride one of those?
No.
Okay, I typed in skateboard how to do, and this video popped up.
Okay.
Should teach you how to use that thing. Maybe.
It'll be great.
Good luck.
What's up? If you're watching this video, you just purchased one of our Skateboard City skateboard products, and you're probably wondering, how the heck do I use this thing? Well, I've got great news for you.
Live
I'm
video.
Mark Sizzler, the youngest ever
Mark
CEO
Sizzler.
of Skateboard City, here with the official Skateboard City skateboard product tutorial.
Hell yeah.
So the first thing you're going to want to do is mount
Okay,
your
wait,
skateboard.
this is kinda
To do that, you're going to
sick.
hold forward and press the sprint button. Maybe that means pushing in the left joystick, or maybe it's pressing one of the buttons on your keyboard. See, here at Skateboard City, you define the way you skate. Now, if you want to steer, which can be very thrilling on one of our official Skateboard City skateboard products, you're mostly going to be moving the camera around with either the right joystick or your mouse. I can't know which one of these you're using. I can't know everything. I wish I could know everything, because then maybe I could have saved my dad, the great Barney Sizzler, from taking the final slam, aka dying. When I took over...
Oh, shit!
Oh, damn it. I didn't know that would end the video.
Not so fast, traitor. You can't kill me that easy.
What the fuck?
Oh, right. Lizardonian's saying regrow heads. Should have mentioned that.
I'm taking you in, backstabber scum. That's what you get for breaking the code. Hey, check! You don't deserve a board.
Time bubble breath.
Oh. It's bad enough you're a traitor to all bounty hunters, but you also
Well, me.
Oh, my fucking arm!
Yeah, got him!
Ah, God damn, that hurt. How about you just give me back my board and we'll call it even?
Wait, really?
No, I'm gonna fucking kill you, you stupid traitor fuck!
Shit, he got me with that one.
Ah, fuck!
Disc is ready.
Poser! Whoa, whoa.
There we go. Yep, got him.
Motherfucker! That fucking hurts! Ah, God damn it! Could you please stop cutting my fucking arms off? That's it! I'm activating the poison gas system!
What kind of zoo is this that has a poison gas system?
Zoos have changed a lot since we were kids.
There you go. Got him. Oh my God!
Disc is prepped and ready to go.
Now is he really dead this time?
Skateboard time. Find a way out.
Okay.
Let's go already.
What's the lore behind my floating head today? It's fun that you asked because it's the official High on Life t-shirt that I got from the swag bag that they sent me a couple months ago. And it just happens to be green screen green. And you can see it right here. Right there. High on Life 2. You still have the skateboard? Yes, I do. Okay.
Nice. You're out of there. That's good. I've got a reading on Lizzie, but there's a shitload of bounty hunters still on her tail. Follow the markers. Keep going. You're in the shit with her now, like it or not.
So hold up a minute. Does this make us outlaws?
Yep. Your bounty just came in. 30 million pesos. Twice as big as Lizzie's.
Well, shit.
Welcome to the other side of the law, kid. This ain't gonna be pretty.
30 million? Yeah, I know it's not the point, but it's kind of nice to know we're worth that much.
Yep, the water gets the bounty this time. Thank you, Tie-Dye.
Oh, check it out! Hammer birds! You can pick those guys up and swing them around like hammers. Now, some of them sold up on Gallus once. Shit all on. Don't feel bad about manhandling them. They deserve it.
Okay. And we're gonna use it to hammer something? Oh, these guys? Okay. Rock, it's a living. Zoo Eye Hot Dog Frog. Oh, these are, oh, I can grind the rails, right?
There's the enemy! Let's get him! This isn't fun.
That's it for me.
Goodbye, everyone.
Oh, and now it, okay, so after you,
This isn't good.
oh, after you hammer like 4 times, it turns into like a spear. Bend over, Prince. Oh, Twitch didn't want you to say bend over, Prince, to me. Well, I'll just tell you. You can say that to me. It's fine. Okay. Which way? Up there? Okay.
Make sure to visit our brand new human exhibit. One of the galaxy's newest discovered species is also one of the cutest. Don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to see wild humans in their natural habitat. Okay. And if you play your cards right, you might even get the chance to pet our latest little cutie, Griffin P. Spencer.
Griffin P. Spencer!
Exhibit, only
I love this exhibit. He's great.
Oh, brother. Is that what they think of humans these days? That's not good.
Oh, Bounty Network override. Shit.
You all right? Hey there, Pseudo here. I got some bad news, maybe. I think your suit just kinda sorta got disconnected and banned from the Bounty Network. Yeah, I can't lie, that's pretty bad. So the suit is now pinging your exact location out to every other bounty hunter in the area. I'm trying to stop it, but well, to be honest, programming dictates I'm actually supposed to freeze you in place now, and oh god, I just can't do it. Okay, yeah. Oh, okay, that was tricky, but you should be mobile again. I had to go against my programming there. But I know you'd do the same for me. We've been through so much together. I just hope... Oh, no. The suit, it's treating me like a virus. It's taking control. You're in danger. I think I can hold things together, at least until you make sure Lizzie's safe. Just hurry.
Okay. Pet the real human. Griffin P. Spencer, the real human.
Hey, look over there. That's a luck blob. Looks like we got a new luck blob.
Oh, okay. I see.
We made it.
Oh, he's already blown up. Oh, he's just sitting on the button to open the door. Okay. I did this last time. God damn it. Nope, I did it again. Oh, that's right. You come out here later. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Oh, god damn it. Up. There.
Okay. Welcome to the human exhibit.
An exhibit all about you humans?
From planet Earth, including the lovable Griffin P. Spencer. If you're lucky, he might even let you pet him. Track humanity's journey from black market drug to endangered species and see how, in the near future, they might be able to revolutionize the pharmaceutical industry, of all things. The human exhibit, only at the Circuit Arcadia Zoo. What you're seeing here is a recreation of the modern Earth human dwelling. Don't worry, if it looks a little outdated, it's not just you. These things are absolutely primitive. Would you believe it if I told you most of these Earth homes don't even have central blorging?
Central blorging? Oh my god.
Aren't as smart as the rest of us. You may have caught a human movie or two on television. They became very popular after the discovery of Earth during the G3 invasion. That's because these movies are fucking stupid. If you think this movie's bad, make sure to check out other human atrocities like The Godfather and Zone of Interest.
Awesome. One last time, I want to thank Squanch Games for sponsoring this hour of this game, High on Life 2. Available now on Switch 2. That's why we're doing this today, because it has been ported to the Switch. So if you have a Switch 2, you can play it there now. It is on sale for $40, which is cheaper than on Steam.
Hey, what's up? You looking for that terrorist chick with the eye patch and the cape?
Yeah, Lizzie. Did you see her?
I fucking love
Yeah,
this
right
part.
through there. She just fought her way through a whole batch of gnarly-looking bounty hunters.
Thank you.
I'm just chilling. My name's Griffin, by the way. You can pet me if you want. No press. It's all one love around here.
I fucking love this part. Leah, thank you for the 6 months. I appreciate you.
Oh, shit. Oh, you're a human under there. Oh, I'm seeing it now. My bad. I didn't realize. What's good, dude?
So, are you being kept prisoner?
Oh, yeah, I guess so. But honestly, it's chill, man. They feed me like 6 times a day. All sorts of nice people come by to pet me. Honestly, it's way better than what I had going on back at Earth. I couldn't even get touched on Earth.
It really doesn't bother you being stuck in a zoo?
Nah, dude, this is a tight setup. Trust me, they take good care of us in here. This is a good thing. That was one tough chick. I'd be careful if I were you.
Huh? Oh, no. We're trying to help her. We're the helpers.
I mean, she didn't seem like she needed much help, if you ask me. But hey, if you find her, hey, give her my number, would you? She was hot. Ooh, that's nice. Thanks, dude. One love. Oh, yeah. Yeah, really get in there. Wow, you're really good at this. You do a lot of petting or what? Oh, you want to keep petting me? That's chill. Yeah, go ahead. Man, you really can't get enough, huh? I mean, I can't complain, feels good. But I'm just observing that you seem to really be enthusiastic about this, which, makes me wonder what you got going on in your life, how much you're being touched. And just so you know, I'm not going to pet you back. This is a one-way exchange, if you're cool with that.
Duly noted, buddy. Duly noted.
Damn, you're some kind of petting freak. No, I'm just playing. No, it's no biggie. No judgment here. You get your rocks off however you need to. I'll be here ready for pets whenever you need, bud.
He kind of sounds like Nate Bargatze.
But aren't you in a hurry or something? If you wait too long, you might lose that Lizzie chick.
Yeah, sorry, he just got distracted by the whole human in a petting zoo thing. Kind of throwing me off a little bit.
Oh, I'm not done yet. Am I done? I'm not done. Am I done? Is that it? I thought there was more. I really thought there was more. Damn it.
Oh, you're back. Hey. Wait, what were we talking about again?
What? Oh, okay. Nope, can't knife him.
Gonna have to get some energy flowing to open that door.
I remember I had trouble with this before. Like, where's that fucking lug blob?
Hey, sorry, remind me your name? Or were we talking about something? Sorry, I was kind of spaced out.
Oh, there he
If you
is.
pull down one of those lug lobs onto that power panel, you might be able to use it on the door lock release. Hey, Griffin, we're just gonna borrow this lug blob for a second.
Sure, just walk away. Just walk away. As if we didn't just have a thing.
All right, Griffin, we're getting the hell out of here. We'll see you later, my man.
If you're leaving because you're intimidated to pet me, just know that it's totally normal for me and I'm totally cool with it.
Yeah. That's fucking hilarious, Scott. Thanks. Yeah, just do that last 2 days before the house actually sells. You're gonna make a joke that it's on fire. Thanks. That's great. That's a funny joke. You're a funny joke man. Okay.
Hey, you that... You're trying to save Lizzie, right?
Yes.
Right? You don't look so good.
Not to trouble you, but where can I buy this game? Is it available on Switch 2? Well, good news for you, Pete. It is on Switch 2. It's on Switch 2 right now. Just clicky the linky. As soon as I can get to the... There we go. Look at that. Oh, you got to put in your age verification because it is a mature game. So you got... Hold on. I'm going to put in my birthday here. There we go. Once you put in your birthday and you're over 18, you can look at it right there. Look at that. $39.99. Guess how much it is on Steam? It's $59.99 on Steam. It is on sale. 20 bucks off on Switch 2 if you want to get it. It's available now today. Also, thank you for putting Scott in the shit box where he belongs. Appreciate that, Mr. Thigh. Thanks for that information. Yes, you can click the link at the top of the chat box, or you can click the link in the thing, or you can click the link in the panel section. There's so many places to click links. It's crazy. Thanks, Squanch Games, for sponsoring today's stream.
We're in over our head. We discovered there's something big, underground, up ahead. Hurry.
That battle is calling our name.
Okay. Let's do this. Let's do it!
We're not going down without a fight.
Oh.
Your sister's people are in trouble.
Yeah, we're already on it.
I don't care what you're fighting for. Your leader has a bounty on her head.
Humans aren't drugs.
Save the hippie talk for court. After
Picking up more hostile signals coming your way.
We can turn the tide. This is out of control. Just hold on, Lizzie. We're on our way.
Hey, it's that traitor.
He's fighting. I'm still picking up Lizzie's signal somewhere.
We can take them.
Bounty hunter traitor, your life ends here.
Okay.
I used to look up to you, you know. We all did. I hate that we have to kill you now.
This isn't over.
What the hell?
What happened to you? You used to be the best bounty hunter ever. And now you're killing your own kind? For shame.
More big enemies incoming.
Not more. Where are they coming from? Keep fighting.
We're taking you in. You got a big bounty on your head.
Nope. Oh, those are bad guys? Okay. Ah, I hate these things. Little flying things are so annoying. Yeah, I got him.
Good work, kid.
I think we found someone who's still breathing.
Okay. Everybody else dead? I love the cardboard cutouts of the people. Hey, I'm a human. I never looked at that one before. Garden shears and a gun and a tattoo that says tattoo on it. He's batting with a bowling pin. That's nice. Yeah.
You're Lizzie's.
Yeah, we're here to save her ass. Where is she?
Down. In the lab. Use me to get up there. Jump on me. I have a really bouncy head. Everyone knows that about me. Bounce off of me and find Lizzie. This is my last gift to her, our fearless leader.
If you say so.
All right, the mutes have been alerted, or unalerted, I guess. The sponsor stream is now done.
It's okay.
Thank you so much for sponsoring
Bounce
today's
on my
stream
head.
there, Squanch Games. I'm going to continue playing it. I'm not done playing it. But that hour was specifically for the sponsorship, so thank you so much.
Please, for Lizzie.
And now we're just going to play for fun. For funsies.
Watch it. I've got a loose ass
On my head.
You need to bounce on my head. Okay.
Thanks, buddy.
I forgot to renew this in time.
Don't imagine it.
Oh well.
Oh, this guy.
Stop right there, please.
Hold on, this guy's great. Where are we at? Okay, now we're all caught up. Good. Okay.
It's my last day on
You're
the
a
job.
cunt.
I'm
I
retiring
am.
tomorrow. After 60 years. What do you think I owe? No, don't kill me. Don't kill me.
That's gonna depend on whether or not you let us pass.
No, I can't do that. I've always taken this job very seriously. I'm not going to throw it all away in one night.
God, he's really old. How do you want to handle this?
Oh, you want me to jump again off of the guy's head? Oh, you're leaving?
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
What are we doing? We have to go the other way.
Have a great day.
So, what are we doing?
Oh, yeah, you really like bouncing on my head. Guess I said it was fine.
Always love catching you, little dude.
What up, Adam? Thank you very much for the 30 big months. Okay, he's done. You really like bouncing on my head.
My job is important. Oh, no. Why'd you come back? Oh, God, this is terrible. I thought you were leaving. Why? There's going to be more of this. What do you want? You think you can convince me to let you through? Well, start convincing.
Come on, we're all friends here. Just let us through. This doesn't have to be difficult.
But I can't. I'm not allowed. Look, it's my job. You're putting me in a really difficult place here. You're not threatening me, are you?
Wow. You notice we're threatening you. You're really good at your job, huh? Only the best guards can pick up on that sort of thing.
Really? You think so? I really appreciate that.
Come on. As much as I'd like it to be 69, it's still a bit loud.
You know what? Since you were so nice to me, why don't I just drop the key card and look the other way? What do you think? You can use it to get through the door there, okay?
Thanks, big dog. Look at you. You're the best guard we ever met.
He's gonna go call his wife, I think.
If someone found my key card on the ground, the right thing to do would be to return it to me and not use it to go through the security checkpoint. Wink, wink. You got that?
Nobody's there.
Okay. If my key card was just sitting on the floor, just sitting, minding its own business, which I have no knowledge of course, then someone could hurry and pick it up and do whatever they're going to do with it so we can all get back to our respective evenings. Please, I got stuff to do. Thank you.
Doesn't he call his wife and tell her something? I thought that's like something like that happened. Yes,
Come
there's
on, just get on with it.
there is a story behind this shirt. It actually, the Squanch Games like sent me a care package with a shirt and a tech deck to build and like all kinds of stuff in it. But the shirt just happens to be the exact green screen color of my green screen, so it's keyed out. But this is an official High on Life shirt.
Perfect. Let's open that door.
Yeah, they knew what they were doing, I think.
Pleasure meeting you folks. Enjoy your visit to Circuit Arcadia Zoo.
God, I know there's a way to make him call his wife. Hold on. I thought there was a way to do that.
Thanks for the boop. Don't mention it.
Okay. Yeah, other dialogue selection, that's what I'm doing.
Stop right there, please. Oh God, it's my last day on the job. I'm retiring tomorrow. After 60 years, what do you think I owe? No, don't kill me.
Sure. Can we just go past you then?
No, I can't do that. I've always taken this job very seriously. I'm not going to throw it all away in one night.
He's pretty.
What do you want? You think you can convince me to let you through? Well, start convincing.
I do what we say. We're pretty dangerous. Maybe you've heard of us?
Oh my God, you're the bounty hunters who took down the G3 drug cartel. I know who you are. Oh, are you gonna kill me?
I'll be honest, we're thinking about it. If you don't want to die, I'd do what we say.
Oh man, I actually really don't want to die. Just thought about that. You're giving me no choice, you know that?
Yeah, of course I know that.
Okay, fine, all right, fine, take the key card. You can use it to leave. Just don't hurt me.
See, that wasn't so hard.
God damn, dude. There was the option to get him fired, right?
No answer.
Yeah.
Nice. Now we can open the door.
Pleasure meeting you folks. Enjoy your visit to Circuit Arcadia Zoo.
Well, I don't want to go through it again, so. God, I swear to God, I thought I remembered something.
Head inside.
Guess we're going down.
Oh, I used the phone before? Okay, let's try that. Because it was pretty funny because he talks about like losing his pension or something.
Stop right there, please. Oh God, it's my last day.
Hold on, let's not kill him right away. Maybe there's another way through this.
Oh God, it's my last day on the job. I'm retiring tomorrow. After 60 years, what do you think I
All eyes on Z. All eyes on Z.
That's gonna depend on whether or not you let us pass.
No, I can't do that. I've always taken this job very seriously. I'm not going to throw it all away in one night.
God, he's really old. How do you want to handle this?
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Hey, wait, no. What are you doing with that phone?
There we go.
That's a direct line to my boss.
Don't
that's what it is. We get him fired. That's right.
Oh, no. Oh, God, please don't say anything that'll get me fired.
Hello? Circuit Arcadia Zoo Security, Colin speaking. What seems to be the problem?
That's right.
Your employee here won't let us into the damn zoo.
Really? Is that true? We're very sorry to hear that. Due to recent lawsuits, we take customer satisfaction very seriously here at Circuit Arcadia Zoo. If you want to visit the zoo while it's closed, we'd like to be able to accommodate you. One moment, please.
No. What have you done?
What the fuck?
Your issue has been dealt with. Please enjoy your visit to the Circuit Arcadia Zoo.
We get him.
Guess that works.
We get him killed. I forgot about that.
Nice. Nice! Now we can open the door.
Oh, perfect. He was about to retire too. Yeah.
I think you're getting close to Lizzie again. Head inside.
What was the last option? Oh, I think let's see the last option because I think we get him a promotion.
Thanks, buddy.
Don't mention it.
Stop right there, please. Oh, God.
Hold on. Let's not kill him right away. Maybe there's another way through this.
Oh, God.
Wow, you really want to kill him, huh?
Oh, God. It's my last day on the job.
Oh,
I'm retiring
so
tomorrow.
I can kill him. I just have to press the button a few
What
times.
do you think I owe? No, don't kill me. Don't kill me.
That's gonna depend on whether or not you let us pass.
No, I can't do that.
Okay.
I've always taken this job very seriously. I'm not going to throw it all away in one night.
God, he's really old. How do you want to handle this?
Okay. He's doing a really good job this time.
Hey, wait, no. What are you doing with that phone? That's a direct line to my boss.
Don't worry. We're just gonna have a little talk.
Oh, no. Oh, God, please don't say anything that'll get me fired.
Hello? Circuit Arcadia Zoo Security, Colin speaking. What seems to
What
be
up,
the
Trash
problem?
Hunter? Okay, there we go.
We just want to call and tell you that your employer here is doing a very good job.
Oh, that's lovely to hear. We were having some issues with him. Too timid. That was the complaint. But if you say he's doing a good job, we'll leave him on for now. We appreciate your call.
Wow, I didn't expect that. Oh.
Is there anything else we can do for you today?
Nope, that's all.
You saved my job. Thank you so much. I'm forever in your debt.
How about letting us through then?
No, anything but that. Sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I have to. What do you want? You think you can convince me to let you through? Well, start convincing.
Come on, we're all friends here.
Okay.
Just let us through. This doesn't have to be difficult.
But I can't. I'm not allowed. Look, it's my job. You're putting me in a really difficult place here. You're not threatening me, are you?
Oh, there we go. Why would we threaten such a hottie?
Why would we threaten a bona fide hottie such as yourself? We're just making conversation here.
Wow, you really think I'm a hottie? Well, anyway, listen, I'm proudly asexual, so if your plan was to sweet talk me into giving you my key card, you're shit out of luck, boyo. I appreciate the compliment, though. I really do. Now, unless you can think of some other way of getting my key card from me, I'm gonna have to ask you to leave. No, sorry for pushing you. Don't get mad, please. It's my job.
I can't stab him? There we go. There we go.
Oh, he dropped the key card. Nice. Now we can open the door.
Okay. All right, that's it. I'm not doing it anymore.
Oh, it hurts.
Oh, he's alive.
Ouch.
Oh, man. Is he still alive?
Please, put me out of my misery.
Shit.
Oh, kill me already. Oh.
I love how many branching paths there
It
are.
hurts so bad. Just end it. Oh, God. Oh, the pain is unbearable. Okay, I think I'm finally dying now. Nope. False alarm. Still here, still in pain. Jesus Christ, weren't you in a hurry or something? You're just gonna stand there and watch me die? You're sick. You're a complete sicko. Hey. Oh.
Ow. No, I can't call for help now, no. All right.
You're just leaving me here to die?
Ooh, pretty cold. But honestly, I'm fine with it.
You got anything else to say? All right. Let's stab him one more time.
Yikes. I feel kind of bad about that one.
And you're getting close to Lizzie again. Head inside.
Guess we're going down.
God. I love how many dialogue options there are. Like, shit you can get out of that one little guard conversation.
Override detected.
Uh-oh.
Guess we're not stopping on that floor. Jesus Christ! Lizzie?
Greetings, potential investor. We here at RIA Pharmaceuticals are always forging new paths forward to disrupt the medical space. Humanza Pro is our latest innovation, and you have the incredible opportunity to get in on the ground floor.
How does Humanza Pro work?
It all starts with humans, the recently discovered livestock-like species.
Oh, okay. Yes, I am high in life too a lot. Indeed, I am.
Over here.
Lizzie!
Hey.
What's going on? Are you okay?
Yeah, chill out. I'm fine. Humanity isn't. Take a look for yourself.
What the hell are they doing here?
Well, it all starts with humans, the recently discovered livestock-like species that's already been the center of many a controversy. Notably, the debacle concerning the nefarious G3 cartel.
Yeah.
Our
yeah,
philosophy couldn't be more different from those criminals. But the goal is similar. We aim to refine and repackage the human experience into a single, long-lasting, easy-to-ingest tablet for everyone in the galaxy. Humanza Pro, the human pill.
RIA Pharmaceuticals owns the zoo, but it's just a front. We knew they were up to something bad.
No, Spencer!
This is something else.
Not Spencer,
It's the
too!
G3 all over again.
But aren't humans supposed to be a protected species now?
That's the worst part. This is on the up and up. Watch the rest in the next room. You'll get the idea.
Age, blood type, eye color, and more all factor in. And now, investors, for the final leg of our tour, we ask you to proceed to the
You made another BRB, Javi? Jeez. How many are you making?
Go on ahead. You should really watch the rest of the video.
I will. Relax. I gotta get a BRB in. If you haven't seen these yet, they're great. Okay.
Trust me, you need to see
There's
this.
like 7 of
It's in
them
the
for
next
this
room.
game. It's so crazy. I love the High on Life too, where I'm playing life, the game of life with Willie Nelson. There's one of me on a skateboard.
I'll wait.
One of me in the suit. But that's from the previous game, I think. It's not the same gun. There's one of me as the knife and as the gun. There's me just getting high on that that purple shit. There's one of me and Sky getting high. Huge fucking joints in our mouths. And then the newest one. I don't understand this one, but okay. Sure, why not? Good job, guys. Good job on the BRBs.
investors, please take a seat as we guide you through the last portion of our tour. Rhea Pharmaceuticals is a long, fruitful partnership with the Galactic Drug Administration, and we're already making great strides working with them to legalize the farming of humans
Pal World
as
meets
the
High on Life?
active
Okay.
ingredient for Humanzapro. Humanzapro is set to hit the mass markets as early as Q2 next year. Now, you might be thinking,
God damn.
Humans are sentient beings. Don't they have rights? Well, leading scientists may disagree with you there. The human brain is actually so much smaller than we initially theorized, and their cognitive abilities much more closely resemble a Zephyrian mite's brain than that of a thinking mind like you or I.
That's not
We're
true.
confident that future legislation will reclassify humanity as a livestock species, pave the way for Rhea Pharmaceuticals to revolutionize the galaxy with Humanzapro.
Sodium hypochlorite
So
capsules.
don't miss your
Yeah,
chance.
bleach, right?
Invest in Humanzapro now.
This is who we're fighting.
People aren't actually buying this shit, are they?
Let's keep moving.
Hey, security's coming your way, and scientists. Basically, a lot of guys. Get ready.
Let's go, Lizzie! Oh shit, why are you here? Hey everyone, I found the enemy! You're not getting out of here alive!
You're gonna have to get past me and what's left of the bleeding stars first. What are you sick fucks doing in this lab anyway? The revolution is coming, fuckwads!
Sit down, baby.
That's what you get when you're on the wrong side of history. Listen up, losers! Evil dies today!
All right, there's kind of a lot going on here. Who's the target again?
Suppressing threats.
I think that's all of them.
Okay. Now what? All right, Lizzie.
This is Bleeding Star Lizzie, reporting heavy losses on all sides. I don't know who's left, and I can...
I'm picking up another.
Party's over, fuckheads! A terrorist traitor 2 for 1. I'm taking you both in myself!
Oh, go fuck off back to the Ninja Turtles movie you crawled out of, you fucking weirdo.
I regrew myself back to full health. Deal with it.
So what's your whole shtick? A lizard who skateboards? Yeah, I don't get it.
What the fuck? This isn't a shtick. I'm a lizard and I like skateboarding. This is my life, asshole. Not everything's a gimmick. Ha! Hoo-hoo! Go get some! Hey, quick question while we fight. What is this place exactly?
We're pretty confused too. I guess they were turning humans into pills down here.
Wait, really? That's kind of fucked up. Like, seriously? My brother OD'd on human, and I've met a couple humans myself. Lovely people. I don't want you to think I'm spacist against humans or anything just because I'm trying to kill you two specific people. Die, traitor! What you doing way over there? Wait, am I the bad guy here? You're just trying to stop some scientists from killing humans, right? Is that just... Are you just trying to save more humans and the Bounty Network is sending all of us to try to stop that from happening?
Exactly, man. You did it. So leave us alone, okay?
Oh my god. I am the bad guy here. Okay, sorry. Sorry, guys. Time out. Time out, guys.
Attention all potential investors. Due to a maximum threat level security breach, we have initiated code Huge Explosion. The entire lab will self-destruct shortly.
Shit!
We need to move!
Let's get out of here!
Follow me this way.
Were you not currently facing imminent death, we'd look forward to taking more of your money.
It's the suit. It's still acting up.
Shit!
You might have to ditch it.
The suit!
But then you'd have to ditch me with it. Oh, God. We'll worry about that later. Hold on. Let me fix this.
Lizzie!
Fuck. You'll have to go around. Let's rendezvous on the outside. Promise me you'll make it out alive, okay? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Self-destruct protocol initiated. Please evacuate.
Oh, God. Lizzie, help us out!
Just keep going. Looks like there's an exit up ahead. Use that rolly plank thing you got. That'll be faster.
Are you talking about the skateboard thing?
Oh, I don't know what a skateboard is. Fuck me, I guess. I'm just trying to help. Get
Oh,
on the
jeez.
goddamn skateboard, kid. Happy now?
Wait, what the fuck? Yeah, go down there. There you go.
Since you're about to die, I guess I should tell you the truth. I actually do know what a skateboard is. I don't know why I pretended this dumb. I do that sometimes, just to pretend to play dumb. I don't know what it comes from. I'm working it out with my therapist. It's a process, so just bear with me. Like the process.
Yep. God damn it, dude.
Therapy's actually been really helpful. I've learned to be more open with my emotions, like you and Lizzie. I love you both. You're family to me now, kid. So that means you can't get mad at me when I pretend to not know what a skateboard is. You're not allowed to bring that up against me in arguments, okay? That's the point of this story.
Yeah, I think he lost an eye somewhere along the way. I'm not sure where.
Okay, sorry. The last thing I said felt a little emotionally manipulative. I'm working on that with my therapist, too. I'm all fucked.
Follow me! We're getting out of
It's gonna take
here!
a lot of work. Like a lot. That's just what it's like being old. You'll understand one day when you're older. Well, you will if you survive this. So, please, survive this.
Your reactions look so damn good.
We can still make it out alive if we hurry! You good?
Don't worry about us!
I'm serious! I feel terrible! I love humans! Sorry again for trying to kill you! Good luck! And come find me at the beach after this!
Come find me at the beach after this. Show me what you got! We like what you got!
Get in quick! I can take us somewhere
The
safe.
game is good.
Hey there, Pseudo here. I'm sorry, but I can't hold it off anymore. I'm being overridden by the Bounty Network. I'm so sorry. Oh,
My
God.
drawing!
Here I go.
Shit, that's bad. We gotta get you out of that thing. You got this, Lizzie?
Yeah, Gene, I'm on it. Hey, stay with me. Listen up. We are all criminals now. Welcome to the revolution. Shit, we're losing them.
Title drop!
They're waking up! About damn time.
Oh, thank God.
Your suit shut down, so we had to, swap it.
Do not worry. I personally handled your wardrobe change. And I'm a robot, so I can't get sexually aroused by anything, so it's totally fine.
We put you in an old combat suit we commandeered from an abandoned outpost.
Sorry, it's not as nice as your old bounty hunting suit.
Well, those days are definitely over now. That suit was compromised anyway. We had to ditch it, but we salvaged what we could.
Hey there, Pseudo here. They copied my data over to this brand new suit, so don't worry, I'll still be here to help forever.
I probably don't need to tell you this, but we're all wanted criminals now? Top of the bounty charts?
Yeah. We're all over the news.
Not exactly the galaxy's most beloved heroes anymore.
No, except me. Everyone still loves me. Knifey forever! Fuck yeah!
Who cares about any of that? This isn't about popularity, it's about doing the right fucking thing. We need to deal with Rhea Pharma before they hurt more humans, and you weren't gonna be able to do it as a bounty hunter. Not that we'd need your help. We've been doing just fine without you.
True. Yeah, but also we are actually super happy you're here.
Where is here?
The Bleeding Star headquarters. If it feels a little quiet, that's just because most of our crew got wiped out after your unnecessary intervention.
Lizzie? What Lizzie means to say is she's grateful for your help and would welcome your further assistance in stopping Rhea Pharma.
Look, there is no sugarcoating it. The situation is bad. There is a big court hearing coming up, and Rhea Pharma's trying to get a law passed that will let them legally turn as many humans into pills as they want. Like we're cattle or something.
We're already compiling a list of VIP targets to take down. if you'd allow us to employ your unique skill set.
Damn, this is crazy.
Yeah, well, it's a lot to process. My head's spinning from it. But first things first, why don't you head down to visit your old pal, Mr. Keeps, and grab yourself a new double jump unit. He's got a new shop set up around here, and you're gonna need to get some more equipment if we're gonna save the human race again.
All right.
Our top story tonight, the galaxy is reacting to a high-profile raid on the Circuit Arcadia Zoo. Recently subject to controversy surrounding its owners, Rhea Pharmaceuticals. The G3 killer, well-known celebrity bounty hunter, reportedly aided an
directly in
attack
front
by
of the
eco-terrorist
TV.
cell,
Very
the Bleeding
considerate.
Stars.
Dickhead, fuck
According
you.
to eyewitnesses, the outlaw infiltrated the facility, dismantling security systems, and caused widespread property damage as retaliation for what the zoo marketed as an immersive educational experience about humans. Several were treated for acute emotional trauma, and countless security guards and good guys soldiers are presumed dead. Rhea Pharmaceuticals issued a brief statement condemning the attack, but also confirmed that the human exhibit has been sunset indefinitely, and that the facility is exploring a refreshed brand identity aligned with evolving guest expectations. Public sentiment is in favor of the raid, with some intergalactic ethics groups calling the G3 killer a walking ethics review board. Well, I'm Jason Testicles, and that's all for that story. Next up, I'm going to take a dump live on air. No, Gary, don't you dare cut to a commercial break. I said I'm doing this, and you will not be stopping me, Gary. Gary? No, don't you dare, Gary. I'm doing it.
Bounty juice. Okay.
I'm still getting stuff ready for our next moves. Check back with me later.
My name is Queso. I'm part of
Queso?
what's left of your
Cheese?
sister's crew. Thank you for your assistance out there. Our outfit, the Bleeding Stars, certainly bit off more than we could chew. If you weren't there, Lizzie won't admit it, but I believe the outcome would have been much worse.
Have to lie to your children. Tell them that a disgusting fat slob.
Yeah, you can watch this for 30 minutes. Yeah, I know. Oh, yeah.
In a belly, whatever. I say that without judgment. Because we are going to need to be alert when this motherfucker comes down our chimneys. We don't have much time. If you see this man, pictured here, shoot on sight. He's peaceful. He means no harm. But only through our vigilance can we eradicate this threat from our galaxy.
Your favorite color just got a brand new paint
The
job.
color red. Wear it. Look at it. Enjoy it. Red. 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 Thank you for watching my commercial. Red.
Yeah.
Red. Red. Red.
Holy shit, I love red.
Paid for by blue.
Paid for by blue.
Son, let me get this straight. You're asking to be classified as a car?
Your Honor, I've had 12 steel plates put in me since the war. By most definitions, I'm a car.
I'm gonna need a little more proof than that.
After losing custody of his daughter and being
Before you ask, yes, I'm a robot. And no, I'm not a virgin.
to regain visitation rights.
Oh, do you need something else? Sorry, I think I ran out of dialogue.
Okay.
Apologies, but I fear I've run out of things to say. I'm afraid I've got nothing left to say for now. Maybe you can try talking to someone else.
Yeah, that's your bounty. Pretty weird being on the other side of the law now, huh? But maybe a kick in the ass like this is just what we needed. Guess we're criminals now, huh, kid? But the good kind of criminals. The kind that history always smiles upon years later after we all get tried at the Space Hague or whatever. It's about the legacy, right? I know it's scary to have a bounty on your head, but I think Lizzie's right. This is for the best. It's the only way to stop the bad guys when the bad guys are using the good guys' rules to be bad guys. I don't know how to phrase it right. All right, let's just move on. You want to talk some more? Sorry, I got nothing. I'm all talked out, to be honest. Maybe see if someone else wants to chit-chat? I'll be honest. I think I need some alone time, kid.
Okay.
Yeah, that's our transport. The Bleeding Stars have been repurposing consumer RVs like this to stay under the radar. It's how we move, how we hit back, so get familiar.
Oh, that's right, the crane. Oh, the Fraser crane machine.
I'm Dr. Fraser Crane, and I'm listening.
I'll fetch the sherry.
Thank you for your call.
You want a Fraser crane pillow? It has been sent to your bed.
I'm Dr. Fraser Crane, machine, and I'm listening.
Let's see what else we get. Oh God, it just takes so long.
Another victory for the Crane boys. Thank you, caller. Stay tuned for Bulldog.
You already have a pillow. Oh, have this pillow size. Okay. Okay. Oh, Gourmet Warriors. Oh, collectibles, game cartridge, right? Gourmet Warriors. Beat up gangs and food obsessed future and to dine like a champion. Plug it into an arcade cabinet at quarters to play it. Yeah.
So what? We're outlaws now?
Knifey.
Were we not outlaws before? I wasn't really clear on anything that's going on. I'm not really listening. Being outlaws gives us a great excuse to kill more people than usual. I'm very happy about that. All right, fuck off now. I'm done with talking. What? You want me to say something else? Too bad. I'm done for now. Okay, fuck off already. I don't want to talk anymore.
Okay. Yo, Vince giving a sub, dude. Tossed salad and scrambled eggs. They're calling again. Thank you very much, Vincent. Good call back to the show. Oh, okay, we're fine. Oh, right, I do the slide. The Kid Zone. Oh, there you are.
It's kind of crazy that we're criminals now. And we should lean into it. Do more crimes. Become known for crimes. You know, become full-time criminals. Let's do crime stuff. You know, steal stuff, shoot stuff. You know, not feel bad about doing crazy stuff. You know what I mean? That's unapologetically criminals. Yeah, look, I really don't want to go to jail, okay? I'm fine with being a criminal as long as I don't have to pay the price ever. Can we just make sure we don't ever get caught and go to jail? It's been great, but I think I need some time alone now. Sorry, I'm all out of fun stuff to talk about. Maybe try someone else. You're not getting the hint, are you? I'm all talked out, pal.
Okay. Now just one other one. Oh. Well, that's broken. That's good. Okay. Fun fact, Kelsey Grammer added that toss salad line in the song because he was known for giving long, feverish rim jobs. Jesus Christ. Feverish, huh? That's a descriptor. Okay. There is one more. Where is she? Oh, what's this?
Oh, damn, looks like we can't use the ball gun without the little blue guys that operate it. There's 3 of them, right? I bet they're all running around somewhere out in the world, and we'll probably find them as we go around doing stuff. So just keep your eyes peeled. I'm sure they'll turn up.
This is going to sound insane, but you need to focus. I've been standing in this exact spot for what feels like weeks. I'm trapped in a 10-second time loop. I've explained this to you maybe 1,000 times already. What do you want me to do? Just remember. For the next time, so I don't have to keep repeating and explaining myself.
You got it, man. Tell us, there you are. Command screaming. Are you okay?
Riddick? As I was saying, it happens every 10 seconds.
What happens every 10 seconds?
No. This is what I was talking about. You don't remember.
Move, kid. I can't see.
Last loop. And you nodded like you cared.
Tell us, there you are. Command screaming. Are you okay?
Damn. Oh, I don't want to go up here. Or do I? Oh, I do. This is my quarters, right? Okay.
You have been chosen to be the ultimate laser warrior.
Oh my God, that's right. The whole movie's here.
Wisely. Choose the laser that really works together. It's
Or oh, these are just old commercials.
Between phasers.
There's the fucking Kelsey Grammer pillow. Fucking hell.
Be the ultimate laser warrior. Photon really works together. You have chosen wisely. Photon, only from Entertech.
Just a bunch of commercials.
If you like the super slick styling of collectible cars, you're going to love new Speed Riders. Because Speed Riders are unstoppable, unbeatable.
Unstoppable, unbeatable. All right. Oh, thank you, Gunga Beast. I'm glad you like it. Where is... Oh, fuck. I forgot her name already. I thought she was up here. Yes, I forgot the name again. I forgot her actor name and the gun's name. Her real name and the gun name. Oh, there we go. I can put it in there and play it. Is this a real game? The demonic city of Zeus. Warriors with tough muscles and powerful armor descend on the city. And open the gates of hell. Yes, High on Life 2 is a real game. No, I mean this game. Gourmet Squad. It looks like a legit game, yeah. What up, Super High? Are you gonna... Can I play the game? Gourmet Sentai Barayaro is a surrealistic side-scroller beat 'em up developed by Winds and published by Virgin Interactive Entertainment for the Super Famicom in 1995, only for Japan. Oh, there we go. Oh, goddamn, what happened? Oh, Z and X. Oh, Jesus. There we go. Okay. Oh, yes. Play Mademoiselle. Oh my god, no. I'm good. I'm good. No, tab to exit. There we go. It's actually a fucking game. That's funny. Actually beat him up. Just dropped my phone and discovered that if you squint a bit upside down, Zeke looks like past Zeke with long hair and no facial hair. Oh, if you look at me upside down? I get it. Okay, I mean, is she not here?
Continue in the spirit. Me, the real Rodney Dangerfield.
Vote for me in the upcoming election for Best Dangerfield.
Take the shot. Blow his brains out. He's the fake Rodney
Shoot
Dangerfield.
me, not him. I'm the real Rodney.
Shoot me, because I get no respect.
Yeah, the sponsor is over, yes.
Rodney Dangerfield.
Hey, which one of you guys is the real Rodney Dangerfield?
Oh, I tell you. I tell you this.
Hey, you're in the goddamn way.
I tell you.
Dueling Dangerfields.
And now back to the end credits of SNL, the show that's just no comedy and only.
Hey, move it.
Thank you so much. Wait, what a lovely show. So fun having everyone.
Something
on
not safe for sponsors?
What a great show. What a great show. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, how about this one?
Asshole! Asshole! Asshole!
Just won't quit. The Speed Riders collection, the ones to collect new from LJN.
Okay. Well, I don't know where that, where my gun is. Whatever her name is. No, that's the thing, Prince Ali. I don't have any unsafe ones. That's the closest I got. I've also got this one. But I don't think any of them are unsafe for this particular sponsor.
Oh, shit, the bed almighty. Oh,
shit, the bed almighty.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, Squeezy. Squeezy? Squeezy. It's just Squeezy. Yeah, not Squeezy. Squeezy. Yeah, I don't know where she is. Alright, well, whatever.
I'm still busy prepping our next targets. You should get your other stuff dealt with until then.
Maybe a lawyer.
Oh, maybe she's in here. Oh, yeah, there she is.
I stole this RV from Tweeg. Remember him? My first space boyfriend? Well, I've had a lot more of those now. And I took all of their RVs. But this is the only one we have left.
Leprechaun Plumbing. Oh my god, it's the Halo ring. Look at that.
Welcome to Circuit Arcadia, kids. Big artificial ring planet. Sort of got a Halo thing going on here. You need to get your little wanted criminal asses to Mr. Keeps, but it's gonna take me a bit to sync your geolocational data to the scanner in your outlaw suit. You're better off grabbing one of those sightseeing maps of the city and finding it yourself. Anyway, things have changed since the last time you saw him. I heard the place isn't even called Mr. Keeps anymore.
Get a map from the tourist booth.
Wow, look at this place. It's huge.
Don't fall for its charms. Ria Pharma practically runs everything here.
Yeah, so be careful.
Let's head out, I guess. Uh-oh, did someone order some Sweezy?
You want to know something crazy? I'm immortal. Yeah, I know. It sounds like a bunch of bullshit, but it's the goddamn truth. But I've been around since the universe started. I've watched civilizations crumble and stars fizzle while I just keep going. That's just who I am. Immortality sounds amazing until you realize you're the only one left. I outlive every friend, every lover, every wise ass who ever thought they could keep up with me. when the universe finally quiets down and all the cheers fade into silence, it's just me and my endless memories of faces long gone. Sometimes I actually wish I could just finally die, but death's always slipping through my fingers. So here I am, stuck with forever, doomed. It's a part of my legend.
Ow! What the hell? I thought I was immortal! This wasn't supposed to happen!
Oh, sorry. We were just checking. Whoops.
Looks like that little kiosk over there might have a map we could use to navigate Circuit Arcadia.
No killing right now.
Hey there, welcome to Circuit Arcadia, home of Rhea Pharmaceuticals. How can I help you?
We need a map.
A map? Why, we can help you with that. Go ahead and take one, they're free. Enjoy beautiful Circuit Arcadia.
Perfect, we got a map. Now go ahead and open it up.
Hey, use that map to see if you can't find
Yeah, I
where
got
the
it.
Snoop
God
shop
damn.
is. I bet it's on there somewhere.
Jesus. Okay. Infestation site. Oh my god, there's 80 lug locks, 89 lug locks, and 30 skate letters. Jesus.
Being a celebrity was cool and all, but I gotta admit, it's way more fun to be a badass wanted outlaw. It's so fun when they raise our bounty. I get the appeal.
Hey, leave
I
me
can't
alone.
believe we were killing all those criminals for years. We really misread that one, huh?
Come on, say a funny line. I got a real loose ass.
Give me some space, please.
Damn it. I got a real loose ass. Oh, my hernia.
I need a favor real quick. Think you could do me a favor?
Sure.
Hey, I swear I'm not crazy, but I was wondering if you could check under this bridge to see if there's a troll.
A troll? Are you serious?
Oh, is it really that unrealistic? After everything you've seen and done in this galaxy. Come on, just look under the bridge for me. My heart is pounding. Are you gonna check under the bridge? So, are you gonna look under the bridge soon? Can you please check for the troll?
Shit! Troll!
Oh, thank God. I've been looking all over for you. Come here, you big lug. Thank you, kind stranger, for bringing us back together.
You're welcome. Are you gonna make out with that thing?
Whew, that was crazy, huh? Been looking all over for that troll. Weeks ago, I hid under a bridge on a stormy night and I found this troll. We really hit it off. One thing led to another, and well, I got the best head of my life. I've been chasing that high ever since, but I couldn't bring myself to look under bridges anymore because I didn't think my heart could take the disappointment.
Thank you, Ty.
Now that I've gotten my dick sucked one more time, free, and I can finally go home to my wife and children. Thank you. You're a true friend.
What the fuck are you guys doing down there?
Did you just help a guy get a blowjob under a bridge? Seriously? That's how you're spending your time?
Let's stay away from bridges for a second.
It is really big. Like this whole place is just a fucking enormous.
I go to the comedy club 3 nights a week. Gotta keep the sad away somehow.
Go
A
Spain!
2-drink minimum at a comedy
Wait, no,
club
go
is
France!
fair. You wanna laugh? You pay. That's just economics, sweetheart.
No, I'm rooting for
Oh,
France
have
because I
always
said they
been-
were gonna
Hey,
win.
you look like a fellow comedy aficionado. If you're looking for some hot comedian ass, they got plenty down at the comedy club. You really gotta go to the comedy club. They get all the greats down there. I heard Jeff Dunham's in town. I love all comedians equally, but I do think Jeff Dunham's probably #1. So excited to see him live.
If France wins, I will give 10 subs tomorrow or later tonight. Sounds good, man. Oh, wait. The guy with the thing. Yeah, this guy.
Listen, please. I have something wonderful to show you. I
This guy's
have a
great.
wonderful proposition for you. Do you see this box? There is a button on it. Should you press it, you will instantly receive 500 pesos. But somebody somewhere in the universe will die.
Whoa, that's, pretty crazy.
I ask you, knowing what I've told you, will you press the button?
Hell yeah.
No whammy, no whammy, no whammy.
Very well. You have made your choice. As promised, here is your 500 pesos. And now, somebody random will die.
Phew, maybe nobody actually died. Was it just a trick?
Oh, there's no saves, it's just checkpoints. Right, I forgot. Okay.
Hey, there's something wrong with Gene. He's suddenly not moving. Shit, I don't think he's breathing.
Oh, shit, he's not dead, is he?
He doesn't have a pulse and...
What the fuck are you doing?
Oh, fuck, you scared the shit out of me. I was just checking your pulse.
Pulse? For fuck's sake, I was sleeping.
Ugh, whatever. False alarm, guys. Gene's fine. Guess his species just doesn't have a pulse when they're sleeping or some fucked up shit.
Yeah. And that guy's gone now. I think we can go back to him too.
Don't mind me, shopper. I'm just an off-duty mall cop. I still have jurisdiction to kill people here on my day off. It's awesome. One time I shot a guy at Ross Dress for Less. Wasn't at a mall, so I got in a lot of trouble. Also, yes, we have Ross Dress for Less in space. Don't worry, my gun's not loaded. Yet. If you don't mind, I need to be keeping an eye out for trouble, so, don't talk to me ever again.
Okay, I won't, I guess.
Two stock flies. Fuck. And so Cupid's arrow finds two lovers entwined,
Right.
and their souls forever mingled here in the town of Lovers Hollow. Thanks for watching, Lovers Hollow. We'll see you next week.
How about no?
I'm the fastest mallwalker in the galaxy. I'm 190 years old. That's young for my species. I bet I could walk circles around you. Not gonna do it, though. I don't want to embarrass you. I'm so fast, I'm basically just like Quicksilver from X-Men. The world is basically frozen, and I can get up into all kinds of hijinks because everybody's frozen. But I'm not doing any pervy weird stuff. Shoo, 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 shoo. That's not the fast noises anymore. I'm telling you just to go away. Shoot!
Let's buy some bounty juice, please, dipshit. Spencer's? What?
Yeah, they have a Spencer's Gifts. Was there a bounty juice somewhere?
Everybody keeps walking past me thinking I'm a very lifelike animatronic mannequin, and I am not. I am a real person, and I am trapped in here, and I am running out of air quick. You there, help me. I'm stuck in here.
Oh, these mannequins. Wow, yeah, they're getting so lifelike, aren't they?
Please, just get me out of here.
Oh, I hate the clothes on that mannequin. I wouldn't wear those myself.
What? No, these are my real clothes. I'm not wearing clothes from the store. I'm not a mannequin. I'm trapped in here.
This mannequin is so damn weird looking.
Oh, come on. I'm suffocating in here, and all you can do is make fun of me.
Okay, well, that was fun looking at the mannequin, but, yeah, probably should go now.
No, don't leave. Help me.
I can't help you.
Fucking hell, chill out.
I can't. I'm sorry, I can't help you. Oh, there's a vending machine right there. Okay.
We gotta grab a bounty juice.
Does it cost me money? Oh, I got 3. Okay. Oh, it refills my Q power,
Welcome
right?
to Spencer's Gifts.
Oh,
my
God.
name is Spencer, and these are my gifts.
Mr. Keeps?
Look, keep the Mr. Keeps stuff down, okay? Corporate is riding my ass about using my old name. My name is Spencer now. This is Spencer's Gifts. Sometimes you have to sell your name and likeness to Spencer's Gifts if you want to keep selling other shit.
Oh, trust me, I'd love for you to sell some of your shit, especially since you're full of it, young man.
We're just here to buy a double
I'll take a
jump
dildo
unit.
and a UV
Oh, yeah, we
poster
got
of
a good one
Sublime,
for you,
please.
but good
You got
luck
it.
buying it. He considers it a sentimental item.
It's from my personal collection. You sure you don't want an Avenged Sevenfold t-shirt or some penis-shaped candy? That stuff is way better, trust me.
They're not prepping for a bachelorette party, you friggin' dumbass. They're looking for a damn upgrade. I want money, Dad. Money to buy food, Dad. You have to sell something of fucking value. Duh.
But I love all my stuff.
Okay. Maybe we can all just calm down and figure something out?
No, that's it. I've had it. I'm flipping getting the hell out of here and set up my own store. Hey, you want something for your suit? Come see me. Leave this dorkwad to simmer in his own juices.
I love the shirts here. Not for sale shirts.
It's nice
Too
to
graphic.
see you all again.
He's not gonna sell it to you, huh? Guess we're gonna have to figure something else out.
Yeah, just head on back to quarters for now. And make sure nobody spots you. Remember, you're a wanted criminal.
Yep. Genie, my tushy don't lie. Betches have more fun. Freaky deaky, dumbass university. Chuck L Nuts, House of Giggles. No, I loved Spencer's, man. Spencer's was my favorite shop to visit as a kid. Ska, ska, ska! Yeah! Ska's not dead! Neon signs, buy one, get one 50% off. No, I like the posters in the back of like different drawings of poop. Anyone remember that? Like they would draw like all these different poops, like the iceberg poop, where it's like 10% is on top and the 90% is below the water. Or the ghost poop, where like there's shit on the toilet paper, but none in the toilet. Or they'd have like posters of like boobs with their like mosquito bites, melons, gazongas, and they were all just like ladies' boobs in like bikini tops. God, I love Spencer's, man. Oh, I can get the Bonky Trek game cartridge for 5,000. All right, let's stay on task. Let's stay on task here. Call me daddy. It was a shop like this. It looked like this, except in the back it had posters. It was a Spencer's Gifts. Oh, new underwear, $9.50. Barrel of alien cum. You asked for it and we delivered. More alien cum in the sequel. For 1 million credits. Pink Stock Pleasurables dildo. Fits a lot nicer than the Pink Stock Funko Pop. Trust me. Yeah, Hot Topic is what Spencer's eventually became. Is it censored because streaming mode? No. This was censored in the Xbox mode too. Like they're supposed to be censored. It's too graphic for the ratings board. Yeah, that's the joke, is that it's too graphic.
Hot citizen, all soldiers, attack!
I was worried this would happen. Just take them out.
You're falling into pieces. Damn, dude, got that one.
Oh, there's one right there. Right.
Can't let that sniper pick us off.
Attack it! Blasting time! I'm gonna get you!
Destroyed that turret. Yeah, knock his shit loose.
I bet you've had nightmares about this exact moment!
Yeah, that's the rhythm. Keep it up.
You're going down!
Little reckless.
Ow!
I don't miss.
That's hit to me.
Some armor would be useful right about now. Time bubble is good to go.
He's dead? He's dead. Okay.
Job just showed up at quarters. No idea how he found the place.
Great, a hole in our security.
He set up shop and says he's willing to sell you that upgrade you were looking for.
Ah,
For a
okay.
price.
Yeah, just head on back to a call station before anyone spots you. We can pick you up from there in the RV.
Oh, is the guy back?
We're getting pretty damn good at saving your species,
Damn it.
right? I hope pretty soon they stop needing us to save them. But hey, some species are a little more helpless than others.
Away we go!
You didn't know I'm in the game? What do you mean I'm in the game? Who do you think is me?
If you're going to step on me, then step on me!
Oh, the big yellow dude I just killed? Okay. Oh, this guy. Okay.
Need a ride? You got it.
Yep, let's go. As long as you're floating in and want to place your camera over the gun's face. Yeah, it'd be fine, but it jumps and moves so much that I don't think it'd be
Welcome
worth
back. So, yeah, Job's here. He just showed up and set up shop. He's got that double jump unit you were looking for. Make sure to grab that from him.
it. There he is.
Hello and welcome to Jorbs. I'm Jorb, but you already knew that, didn't you, you little pay pig? And yeah, I found your little hideout. I'm a hacker. Get with the times. You can find anything online. But don't worry, I scussed the trail clean so nobody else is gonna find this place. Trust me. Now you owe me big time. You're desperate. That's the best kind of customer. Now I can sell you cheap quality shit
This guy
directly from
talks
inside
way
your
too much.
criminal HQ. No paper trail. No questions asked. None of that Spencer's Gifts LLC corporate bureaucracy bullshit.
Oh, the High on Life comic. Yep. Spaz Rat card. And there's the double jump unit. Yeah, this carpet, dude. Brings back memories, huh? Yeah.
Congratulations, you got a double jump unit. It's like you can jump, but twice. Am I supposed to be impressed? Piss off! Come back soon, though.
Looks like you're ready for action. Go ahead and check in with Lizzie. We've got an update.
Okay. So I can get upgrades later when I get more money. Yeah, okay.
Oh, that's a real nice aquarium. Maybe we can do a lot with that. Maybe we can fill it up. Yeah, let's try filling it up somehow with like fish or something. I don't know. I don't know how to do it. I don't know what the mechanic is.
All right, here's the deal. You're one of us now. Welcome to the Bleeding Stars. Our biggest threat now is Rhea Pharmaceuticals. You already saw their handiwork in the lab under the zoo. If we don't stop them, they'll legalize humans as a drug and turn us into cattle to be farmed into pills.
She's right. It's a lot to take
Sounds
in,
all right to
I
me.
know, but we have a plan to stop them.
Our main target is the CEO of Rhea Pharmaceuticals. He's a recluse and nobody knows his name or where he is. So to get to him, first we need to take out their biggest players, their loudest movers and shakers. And we've got 2 targets on deck.
Doesn't matter which one you kill first, so go for whoever whets your appetite more.
And before you ask, yeah, it's gotta be you. I'll be off doing smaller missions, but you should handle the big targets. I hate to admit it, but you're better at killing than the rest of us combined. So now that you're one of us, put that trigger finger to good use and fuck up Big Pharma.
Yeah, right now the billionaire's sunning it up on his own cruise ship, and the senator's scheduled for an appearance at a big political convention off-world.
If you want a full briefing before you dive in, I jerry-rigged an old Bounty 95 into the RV's Yum-Yum. It's off the grid, and it'll keep our targets in order for us.
You've got this.
Go make things right.
Okay. Tom Tom Yum Yum. Anybody else have a Tom Tom?
In the darkest places in my heart, finally I saw it. Salted piss cakes, a new fragrance for men.
Salted piss cakes.
I'm very grateful you've decided to help us. We have a much stronger chance of success with you on the team.
Hey, so you might start seeing your face all around town, and that's not really a good thing because you're a wanted criminal. So, you know, if you see any wanted posters, just go ahead and tear them down. Maybe that'll help get people off our back a bit. I don't know.
What, did you not get all that? Go kill the 2 targets. They're both evil, helping the bad guy.
Yeah, I got
You're
it.
good at killing,
Yep.
so kill.
I will.
Got it?
Yeah, like she said.
Okay.
If you think we're gonna suddenly be all buddy-buddy like before, think again. This is an arrangement born purely from necessity. Look, you can second-guess things all you want, but there is no going back for any of us.
Yeah, we're all wanted outlaws now. We can't fight them fair and square anymore. It's time to start playing dirty.
Yeah, that's enough time wasted. I'm busy. Do you need something more from me? Maybe you can find someone else to talk to. Look, I don't think I'm in the mood for any more talking.
I know it's a big adjustment going from celebrities to outlaws. We all had to make sacrifices, you know? No more luxuries. I can't afford my legs anymore.
Oh,
But
yeah,
it's
fuck,
worth
I
it.
just realized
I
he
think
doesn't
we're
have
doing the right
legs.
thing. I do miss being a celebrity. I mean, I guess you were the celebrity and I was the hanger-on, but being a hanger-on was pretty damn good, too.
Yes, the jacket says, never give up. Oh, yeah, the liquid, never be game over. I remember that jacket. That was great.
So we're gonna take down Big Pharma, huh?
Yep.
I'm sure it won't be a problem. We can handle anything.
Is that it? Okay. Yeah, I'm glad they resolved the crashing issues that
Go
they had
back and blow some more of your pesos on my stuff.
that they had on launch, because they had some pretty bad problems on launch, and it seems like they fixed most of them. I remember specific areas of crashing.
I'm sure they'll turn up somewhere. And don't start thinking this is your fault either, like you were negligent or something. You definitely shouldn't feel bad about these little ball guys being lost out in the world, hungry, with nowhere to call home, dying of thirst. You shouldn't feel bad about that at all.
Okay.
Computer command puts the power of driving in the palm of your hand. Lift the hood, give it a beat. Like the course, you can make it repeat. Change your mind, have no fear. There's even a button to make it clear. And when you're ready, just press go. Put it on the floor and watch the show. Go straight, go left, 4 seconds of right. Into the tunnel, a horn, a siren. Check out those lights. It's 255 computer command.
All right, where's fucking Sweezy at? Is she just on the ship? You don't talk to her then, huh? Yeah. Oh well. Let's go on the ship. There she is. Let's get moving.
All right, here you go. I jailbroke the Yum Yum's GPS to run an older version of the Bounty Hunting's network software. It's entirely untraceable and runs like shit. Welcome to the Bounty 95. Take a look at your new targets.
English, please. It is your responsibility to practice safe driving rules and not drive like a jerk. Place this device somewhere that will keep... Oh, damn it. That will keep you from poking at it and cause accidents. This should be obvious, but don't operate this while driving. Yum Yum makes no promises that this device will be 100% accurate. It will be accurate 100% of the time. There might be some errors too. Yum Yum takes no responsibility for stolen or damaged stuff, so don't bother suing us. You will lose. Let's do Murphy Doo.
That's Senator Muppy Doo.
Muppy Doo, excuse me, Muppy Doo.
Pocket. He'll do whatever they say, sign any bill, or push for any legislation that helps them dehumanize us. He needs to go immediately.
Yeah, you don't really need to hard sell killing a politician. We're on board.
He's about to make an appearance at PolyCon on ConCon, the convention planet. There'll be a big crowd. The perfect opportunity to kill him. We'll just need to fix the RV up a bit first.
All right, let's track him.
You should be all set. Head out whenever you're ready.
Okay. Oh, downtown. Go. There we go. Let's go. Oh yeah, we're old enough to remember Tom Toms and God, what were there was like 3 of them, right? There was Tom Tom. Oh, the brand names. We used to take them in at the pawn shop. Tom Tom's, Garmin, and wasn't there one more?
All right, kid.
Magellan. That's right.
To kill the senator. But to get there, the RV needs a little upgrade first.
We'll need a very specific type of catalytic converter to make the warp. Just scan the area. Found one that might work. I marked it for you on your radar.
And hey, if you find a nice ass cushion while you're out running around, grab that too. Extra large preferred, but I could size down if need be.
Don't look for an ass cushion. Just get the converter. He keeps trying to get one of us to find him an ass cushion, and we are not indulging him.
Face it, you've been stood up.
Oh, this
if
guy.
If Glinga was gonna show up for your date, she'd be here by now. You've been waiting here for hours like a chump in case she was running late. But she's 100% a no-show. Shit! Shit, 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 shit! Oh, this sucks so bad. I'm so depressed now.
So protesters, instead of complaining,
Now that I've been stood up like Glinga.
Oh.
Oh yeah, that's a nice find.
Antique Star Show. What'd you bring for us today, sir?
I asked my sister.
Yeah, somebody needs to fuck that bear.
That big building there?
That's it. That's the car. Quick, steal the catalytic converter. Jesus Christ. What am I saying? Look how far we've fallen.
We were never angels, Gene.
Where is it? Oh. Oh, it's here somewhere? Oh, there we go.
Is this it?
That's not the catalytic converter. Try again.
Okay.
What? That's not it either. Come on, quick. You're making too big of a scene.
Hey, what's going on over there?
Nothing.
Perfect. That's it. That's what we need.
Hey, I saw that, and I called the cops already. I'm a concerned citizen, and I'm placing you under citizen's arrest.
Shit. Security. Take them out and get to a safe spot.
Oh man! Did we really have to kill that guy? No! Come on! Don't fucking do that!
Say goodbye to your meat parts!
My disc is ready. Let's do it. Yeah, got portable.
There we go.
Boom, that one's down.
Okay, good. I think you got them all.
And you got the catalytic converter. We can finally make the warp to ConCon.
Yeah, good work. We'll swing down and grab you in the RV, okay?
Okay. There you are. That was easy.
You know, you didn't have to kill that guy.
Too late. Next stop, ConCon. The convention.
Sorry about that. I didn't mean to kill that guy. He was pushing me, and I had Knifey, and Knifey would not let me not kill the guy, so I apologize. It's not my
Holy
fault.
shit! Watch out!
I'm trying.
I taught you how to drive!
Like you could do any better. It's fucking crazy out there.
Oh, fuck. Hard left, Gene! Hard left!
What's going on out there?
Oh, good! You're up! We made it to ConCon!
Yeah, but parking con is like a war zone. I think we're gonna have to drop you off while we're looking for a spot.
God damn it! Son of a bitch. Yeah, oh well. Almost had it. Almost had it, yep. 3.5 hours. Well, 2.7 hours. 3 hours of playtime before it crashed. Not bad. Yeah, at least the sponsored stream was over. That's true. Okay. Well, I'm going to take a pee break. You guys enjoy some music and some good BRB screens. I'll be right back. I know, I have to pee so much these days. Or today. I don't know what's going on, but the pee is heavy on me. Alright, continue the game. Where do we leave off? Attack of the Killer Tomatoes is coming back? Wow. France is already losing and it just started. No! France!
You how to drive!
Like you could do any better.
France was my pick to win it all.
Fucking crazy out there.
Fuck. Hard left, Gene! Hard left!
What's going on out there?
Oh, good! You're up! We made it to ConCon!
Yeah, but parking con is like a war zone. I think we're gonna have to drop you off while we're looking for a spot. Just jump out of the RV. Good luck.
Oh, I guess we're doing this, huh? Jesus, I didn't think it would be this bad.
Come on.
Okay, goodbye.
All right, be careful down there. You're dropping right into parking con. Don't die.
Hey, I'm picking up a bogey in the air with you. Be on alert.
Ow.
Hi, who are you?
I'm nobody. Stay out my way or I'll kill you.
Must be one of those psycho freaks here from MurderCon. Just ignore him.
MurderCon.
Muppy do.
I would drive around all day.
I'm finding a spot.
Man. God damn it.
Oh, hey, you just drop in? Welcome to Parking Con. It's every man for himself down here. Good luck making it out of here. Ah!
Oh, sweet Gatling and Jesus, we're in hell.
How's it going down there? Land okay? Get the fuck out of the way!
Now, grow up, everybody. This is the good shit. Let's stop killing.
See that? Can you find us a parking spot down there by chance? This is just, it's insane. It's insane.
I can't promise you anything, but we'll try our best.
Whatever it takes. Kill someone if you have to. These spots are valuable.
Back away from the parking spot, soldier! This spot is reserved!
Let me in! Come on, man! Let me...
Spot's clear. Let me just get in there and...
I have not played this section of the game yet.
Damn it! That was my spot, asshole!
It's done, Gene, okay? Find us another spot.
You take that spot and I'll run your ass over.
Surrender, pedestrian!
I'll get out of this car. Don't mind you two locked in on fighting. Just find a spot.
There it is.
Ooh, there's another spot.
Sorry, I already called dibs on this spot for my friends. Good luck.
Overpower them. Amazing work, kid.
Dibs detected.
I'm swooping in real quick before anyone can get you. Bullshit! Life is an endless string of pain!
Gene will cool down in a minute, I hope. In the meantime, can you just find us another spot?
They need more spots. Here, we can all see
I'll
that.
make this nice and painful.
I love that my suit read dibs detected.
Finally! Another free parking space!
Whoa, whoa, whoa! This is a handicap. Hey,
I've got... There we go. Let this spot get away.
Don't worry.
No!
God damn it.
We'll go insane!
Okay, you know what? We'll just circle around and deal with parking ourselves. You guys go on ahead.
No problem at all. Looks like we can use that wreckage to get out of here.
Firing!
Sniper! Watch your head!
Oh, that's right, I have double jump.
Okay, let's settle back down again. We're out of Parking Con. Let's move on, baby.
Nice work. Now make your way to Polycon, the politics convention.
Oh,
All
okay.
right. Looks like you're through the worst of it. Keep moving forward.
This is crazy town right here.
Attention all passengers, tram service is delayed. Sorry about that.
Oh, hey there. First time at ConCon? Oh, man. Sorry, the trams, I don't know what happened there. It definitely wasn't my fault. Don't listen to anyone who says it was my fault. It was not, I had nothing to do with it. So, how about we change the subject to answer some of your questions? You're the one who crashed the tram, right? You were clearly the driver! Come on, don't say that. No, I wasn't. Why are you saying that? Why are you saying I'm the driver? Just because I'm wearing a little outfit that looks like I would drive a tram? But that's not why I'm wearing this. I wear this to model train con. That it's not happening this year, but I just wear it in memory of last year's con because it was. Fuck you, lay off, okay? Mind your own business. It doesn't concern you. So what if I had a little drink before getting in the driver's seat? You've seen Parking Con? This shit's a war zone. You want me to do this sober? It's not my fault I crashed. Some fucker cut me off, I swear. Sorry. Oh, you got me all
poke a
riled up.
hole.
Why don't we just not talk about this, okay?
Okay.
How many cons does this place got?
Huh? Did you say something?
I asked how many cons are here this year.
Oh, okay, yeah, sorry, I couldn't hear you for a second. I definitely have a concussion.
Well, ConCon is growing more every year, and this time we're excited to be hosting over 600 different conventions. Our headliners are Polycon and HumanCon, so yeah, go make sure you check those out.
Look at my Polycon. Where is it?
Yeah. It's just ahead. Yeah, you're almost there. If you're trying to catch Senator Muppy Doo's big speech, you better hurry up. It's about to start. Seriously, don't worry about me. It's just a broken rib from an unrelated, non-tram-related accident.
Did you say HumanCon? What's that?
Oh, great question. Oh, yeah, for the first time in ConCon history, we're hosting HumanCon, celebrating the galaxy's newest and most divisive species, humans. Meet up with other fleshies and share your love for those cuddly little Homo sapiens at HumanCon. It's gonna be a hoot.
Fleshies, huh? So, like, aliens dressed up as humans? We gotta check that out later.
Oh, have a good ConCon experience.
Oh, I can't. He's unkillable.
You're coming up on Polycon. That's where Senator Muppy Doo will be. He's in the pocket of Big Pharma. He'll say whatever they pay him to say to legalize humans. Take him out!
Oh, and be careful. I'm picking up that guy on our radar. The one who was following with you. Still not sure who he is, but he's moving through the con with a purpose. Keep your eyes peeled. We don't want any trouble.
Attention Polycon guests. Senator Muppy Doo will be giving his big speech shortly. Please head to Hall H now.
Shit, it's almost starting. Find a way in.
How do I like the game? It's great. It's good fun, but there's a lot of dialogue. So like, if I'm not talking a lot, it's because of this.
I hope I don't make an ass of myself.
Because the dialogue is half the fun.
I'm Senator Muppy Doo's biggest fan. Now that I've killed all my competition.
Okay. No slashing. No knifing.
Let's give it up for our galaxy's politicians, everyone! 3 cheers for our politicians! Hip hip hooray! Hip hip hooray! Come on, everybody!
Political con! I thought...
Yeah, polyamory. Never mind. Yep, that's what we all thought, bro.
Polycon. Like politics. Shit! My 5 girlfriends are gonna be pissed! They should really make that more clear.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, my parents made me come here so I could network. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. My parents want me to shake hands with some crusty old pervert, so if I ever get in serious legal trouble or, like, need a job without trying, I can ask him. Or her. I mean, I guess anybody can be a politician these days. Yeah, man, it's fucked up. I mean, look, my parents want me to be a politician. I keep telling them I'll never pass a drug test, and then they say it doesn't matter.
Yeah, okay,
Would anyone like to sponsor a Merc in Need? Are you hiring? We're super qualified and super professional. We've got resumes, recommendations, endorsements on LinkedIn.
You guys don't remember us?
Oh, right. You're the G3 killer. Don't shoot. Oh, this is perfect then. You can give us jobs because your actions made us unemployed and ruined our lives and killed most of our friends and family.
No.
Come on, please. I thought you was some kind of champion of the downtrodden. Yeah, guess what? We're downtrodden. You done trodden all over us. So what do you say? Give us a job?
Go work for the good guys or something, you losers.
No way. That stuff's dangerous. What, with people like you running around killing everyone who even looks like a henchman? I'm colorblind, so they won't hire me.
How about we give you some pesos until you're back on your feet?
No thanks. We don't need your condescending handouts. Don't let your pride get in the way of help, Chris. Fine. We'll take your money. Thanks. Thank you very much. We're gonna invest this and start our own drug cartel. Just kidding.
Ugh, whatever. Stay out of trouble.
How much did I give them? I don't think I gave them a lot, but I gave them something.
Please, come on by and give what you can to those in need. It's the decent thing to do. Well, well, well.
Oh
Howdy,
my
chillins.
God.
How are y'all doing
There's
on this
so
lovely
much dialogue in this
Polycon
game.
afternoon?
We're actually wondering where everyone is.
Oh, they're all in Hall H for the big Senator Muppy-Doo speech. But
Hall
shucks,
H.
if you want to get in there, you're squat out of luck. I hear they're all full up. But I hope you'll stay and listen to our quaint old plight. So, while I got y'all's ears, can I interest yous in a worthy cause bigger than life itself?
Sure, what is it?
Well, here's the long and the short of it. Myself and my kinfolk are soliciting whatever paltry charity such fine, gentle people as yourselves can give to get our intergalactic genocidal war machine up and running again.
I'm sorry, is that your drawl, or did you say genocidal war machine?
Oh, don't let the big modern name scare you. It's
You're
a
welcome,
simple
Dun,
cause,
Dun,
really. We're just trying to do some honest work and indiscriminately slaughter millions of innocent lives across the galaxy.
What up, Snooty?
A tale as old as time. So what do you say, fellas? Spare some change?
Look, I really shouldn't be doing this, but here's a single peso, just to get you to stop talking. Don't put this on any records, okay?
Oh, thank you so much, beautiful. This is our very first peso. Why, I dare say this is the first step on our long and scenic road towards full intergalactic genocide. We'll name our first camp after you.
Oh, Jesus Christ, what's wrong with me? Delete the save data now. This is terrible. We need to start over. I feel terrible. I can't believe we did this.
Thanks again for donating to the intergalactic genocidal war machine. We're well on our way thanks to y'all.
Please keep your voice down, please.
Is that it? Okay.
I'm an amateur politician myself. I'm in town to hear all about the new bribes.
Okay.
I hate my parents. They're like the
Sorry. Polycon is at capacity. No entry allowed at this point.
How do we get into Polycon?
Oh, I'm sorry. We're at capacity. Can't let you in unless you're working the event, in which case I'd tell you to go through the maintenance area below the entrance.
Sounds like sneaking into that maintenance area will lead us straight into Polycon.
You said we could get into Polycon via the maintenance area?
Oh, are you working the event? Sorry, I didn't realize. Yeah, go down below. Sorry, still can't let you in this way. Just use the maintenance entrance. It'll be fine.
Sorry, the service elevator's broken. Can't let anyone on right now. What do you
Let's try
want?
it anyway.
I said the elevator's broken. You'll have to wait.
There you go.
We're actually repairmen sent here to fix the elevator.
What? Really? Why didn't you say sooner? Get in there. I've been waiting all day for you.
Oh, look at this park job.
Good luck. We got no idea what's wrong with it.
Oh, fuck!
Holy shit! Are you guys okay?
I think so, but we're stuck.
I told you guys this thing was a death trap. I knew you had no idea what you were doing. Hold on. Let me see if I can help. God, I'm gonna lose my job. Okay, let's see. We'll try a system reboot. Go push the up button down and hold it down until I tell you to stop. And whatever you do, don't jump or shoot anything. This thing's barely holding on by a thread. That's great. Now keep it held down. Trust me, it just needs a few seconds. Great. Now I need you to keep it held down and press the down button as well with your other hand. Gotta press them both at the same time. What's wrong? You can't press both buttons at once? Oh my god. Is it because you're holding that stupid talking gun?
Hey, watch it! They never put us down unless they absolutely have to.
Fine. Then we're gonna have to get into the electrical panel.
Okay.
You got any tools to pry it open?
What up, Ear Joy? Thank you for the raid. Do I? I don't think so. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm a helpful tool.
Nice work. Okay, now do you see the button in there? I need you to press it once, then count to exactly 20 seconds and press it
Jesus.
again. Got it? Okay, perfect. 1, 2, 3. Oh, sorry. I'll just let you count.
Remember, hit it again right at 20 seconds. 9? You're probably at 9, right? 10? Shit, okay.
Yeah,
you
20,
probably know better than I do. Just keep counting. Hey, we did it! That was perfect! It's working!
Oh, should I?
Oh, God! What was that? What the hell? Hey, you weren't really here to fix the elevator, were you? I think we just squashed the real repairman. Oh, God, I'm definitely losing my job.
What the fuck? Why am I going back up? Oh, maybe I'm supposed to go back up. Okay. Okay.
Uh-oh. Bodies.
Courtesy of our mystery friend, I'm sure.
You, in the rafters. This is my kill. Keep your distance or else.
We might have company.
Well, it's too late to back down now. Do or die. Let's just hope it's not a problem.
Hey there, it's me, Pseudo. Just wanted to let you know about another fascinating aspect of lug blob biology. If they ever find themselves in a situation where they're completely stuck, they simply wait for a predator to kill them. After that, their cell memory allows them to regenerate in a previous location. Isn't that cool? It's not just some convenient video game thing, that's how they work.
Basically, if you ever fuck up really bad with these lug blobs, just stick old knifey on them and they'll respawn like a fucking checkpoint in a video game. Does it make sense? Hell no, mate. But what the fuck are you gonna do about it?
Just let me get back up there. There. There we go. Okay.
We're in! Yes!
Hey, heads up, I just found something in the ConCon blueprints. Looks like this building's been outfitted with some sort of state-of-the-art lethal security system. Watch your step and don't do anything stupid.
No promises.
And that is why we must legalize humans for medicinal research.
Oh shit! It's Muppy Doo!
Do not take
Is that
the
Richard?
shot. I repeat,
Richard
do
Klein
not
or
take
Richard
the
Kine?
shot. They've got a security system that'll take you out.
Oh, damn! Got it. We'll make it work.
And lucky for us, they're barely sentient. This is their purpose. It is crucial that we be allowed to volunteer them for our medicinal needs.
Shit, fuck.
Muppy Doo's got them eating out of the palm of his greasy hands. We've got to stop him ASAP.
Safer, healthier, higher reality.
Whoops. Whoops. Richard Kind, that's his name. Yeah,
For medicinal research.
yeah. My shit's back on. Scott, yeah.
Who are proven to provide a sustained high that alleviates the pain of existence without any running side effects. And lucky for us, they're barely sentient. This is their purpose. It is crucial that we be allowed to volunteer them for our medicinal needs.
Fuck.
And that is why we must legalize humans for medicinal research. They are the only living entities in the known universe who are proven to provide a sustained high that alleviates the pain of existence without any running side effects. And lucky for us, they're barely sentient.
Okay.
This is their purpose. It is crucial that we be allowed to volunteer them for our medicinal needs. With the help of Rhea Pharmaceuticals, not only can we make this dream of a cheaper, safer, healthier, higher reality. There's got to be a way forward somewhere. Maybe there's a lug blob around there you could use.
We found the security system control. Time to work some Gatlian magic.
Or illness, mind you, will be over. With the help of Rhea Pharmaceuticals, we can transition humans from sanctioned species to
Yeah.
producing ingredients.
Where's all this goop coming from?
Humane process of distilling humans into a new miracle drug.
Oh, activate flip panels with Gus's suction.
This is the job of Gus for sure.
Ah,
We
okay.
can pass this new law and keep humans off the streets. They're a danger to themselves and others. They're
this human drug trafficking behind us and do it the right way. It's a perfectly legal, easy to digest medicinal tablet, all thanks to Ria Pharmaceuticals. Now join me as we enter a new era, the era of Humancipro, the era of Big Pharma, the era of Senator Muppy-Doo. This message has been approved by Muppy-Doo. Now everybody.
No, not this one, fucking asshole. There. Shut the fuck up. God damn. Fucking hate it.
Yes, you right there. What's your question?
Hello, Senator Muppy-Doo. I'm interested in politics, but I'd also like to be a judge, and I even feel like I could be a CEO. I guess what I'd really like to be is something like a benevolent dictator who's not afraid to lay down the iron fist every once in a while.
Very good. Is there a question?
Yeah. Do you know where the bathroom is?
I'm sorry. You'll have to ask one of these helpful attendants here for that info.
You'll be the first against the wall when I take over.
Oh, that's nice. Very thoughtful. Very good.
Okay, next question for the senator. Hello, Senator. Piggybacking off the previous question.
Was there another way?
Specific Polycon staff member we should ask about the location of the bathrooms?
Come on, let's try and keep questions on topic. Please remember, I'm just here to answer your questions about legalizing humans.
A reminder for all attendees, please keep the discussion focused on politics. I fucking hate Q&As. Yes, you, sir.
Hello, Senator.
I had no idea that was a thing.
Staff members here, so I'd like to
There we
comment
go.
on the bathroom situation, if you don't mind. Unfortunately, I actually have no idea where the bathrooms are located. This is my first day on the job, and nobody's still seeing yet. So if you're looking...
Here we go!
Senator Muppy-Doo.
Hey, what's happening? Did you get him?
You ruined my shot.
Tell me what's going on.
Muppy-Doo got away, and now that scary guy's trying to kill him.
Why did you meddle in my affairs? I've never once botched an assassination. You marred my perfect record.
You were trying to kill Muppy-Doo too?
You were working the same job. I see. He's a popular target. I don't do partners, and I don't allow interference. 30 years of professional assassination, and not until today did I fail to finish the job. I won't let you leave here alive. You're good. I'll give you that.
Eat out, eat
But
out.
you mustn't forget that I'm the one in control here.
Oh, we're not just good, we're better than you. Now quit wasting our time, dude.
You're about to be another notch on my kill list.
Okay, dude, whatever you say. Can we just get this?
Wow, this is even on easy. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing wrong.
You're
I
good.
don't know where the bathroom
I'll
is.
give you that. But you mustn't forget that I'm the one in control here.
Oh, we're not just good, we're better than you. Now quit wasting our time, dude.
I eat weaklings like you for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Oh, okay. Cool, man.
This has gone on long enough. I will have my revenge. I will emerge victorious.
We'll see about that. But right now, it looks like we're kicking your ass. That ain't cool.
I'm going to kill you, then Muppy-Doo, then CBD.
Muppy-Doo is ours, whether you get out our way or not.
There we go.
Oh!
There we got him.
Oh, damn it. Bested by an amateur. So, this is how things end for me. Life support systems failing. Blood reserves cut off. Kinetological functionality locking up.
Shoot, now I feel bad. Are you okay, man?
What are you waiting for? You won fair and square. I'm a failure. Just hurry up and end me already.
You know, he wanted Muppy Dude dead too. I wonder if we could work together.
Do it. Kill me.
Look, man, I think we might be on the same team. We both want Muppy Dude
Ooh,
dead.
new
right?
gun.
Were you trying to save humans too?
I'm
Or
just
not?
a hitman. My name is Sheath, and this was just another job.
Coffee cup, thank you for the 21
The
months.
client was just another politician who wanted the competition out of the picture. I know nothing of this human nonsense.
Well, Sheath, here's what's up. We need this Muppy Dude guy dead. So if you want to keep that record of yours perfect, maybe you should join up with us.
You want me to join you?
Yeah, man, we need your help.
My perfect record. There's still time to restore it, but no, look at me. Look at the state I'm in. No, you're right. I've never failed a mission before, and I'm not going to fail one now. I'll do whatever it takes. Carve me out of here with your knife.
What? Really? You want us to carve you up?
Yes, the rest of my body is already dead. Only my head matters now. God, I'll explain more as you go.
Really?
He's gonna be a floating head just like me.
I'm sure.
All right, and no takebacks now. Let's do this.
All right. This is an intense procedure. Let me explain this very carefully. You'll need to sever my anterior cephalic nerve and then quickly curb the bleeding with a damp cloth. Then make a superficial incision south of my garrulous thorax and tie off a retinous globule. After this, you'll need to perform a
He's gonna be
backwards
my new
abdominal
gun.
transversal
I'm gonna put
to
his head
prevent
on
me
the
from
gun
going
and
into
make him a
total
gun.
Jupital shock.
Yeah.
But from there, it's easy. Just 12 separate kleptomethod nerve joinings and one final kleptectomy. Oh.
Here we go.
Oh, good. Yeah, that's it. You're doing it. Oh. Oh, keep going. This body has become a coffin, but there is another way. I'm coming with you even if I have to leave most of myself behind. My body may be crippled, but this gun of mine can be fashioned into a sort of life support system. From an anastomosis perspective, you'll need to line up the nerve endings just right and connect the vestigial bones and skin in such a way that the body won't reject itself. You'll need to do this with just the right amount of speed and precision. Too slow and I'll bleed out. Too fast and I'll go into cardiac arrest. Make absolutely certain that you don't sever my optic nerves. They're the same color as the nerves you need to sever, so it can get a bit confusing. After you perform the globalectomy, you should have a clear path to my spinal cord. You're going to need to be delicate digging around it, or it could become permanently paralyzed. Now, go ahead. I trust you.
Got it.
Oh, you're coming apart real nice, aren't you?
Oh my
Real
God, that's a
gooey.
butthole.
Oh, no. Oh, almost there. Separate my head from my torso, and I will myself become the deadliest of weapons. It might require a marotripsy in tandem with a yagaloctomy, but I trust you. We've come this far. You must know what you're doing. Please proceed when you're feeling confident. Ah, there you go. Almost done.
Oh, I assume there's dialogue if you skip his instructions, but I'm one to let it go. Sheath, new weapon. Oh yes. Oh yes.
All right, then. Looks like the security system is shorted out. But fear not. I'm certain we can lower the barrier with an electrical overcharge. You'll find that my spike ability may be able to help with that. First, find an electrical power source and use my spike to connect it to the fuse box. Go ahead, try it. You're going to enjoy this. Ah, perfect. That's a good start. Now let's connect that power source to some amplifiers. Great work. That's going to help. But wow, you are very good at this. You did that so quickly. Now connect it to the fuse box there. You see how it indicates the amount of charges needed? We should have enough.
Oh, it says 4 charges needed.
That will suffice. Very good. You're a natural. I feel we might be a good fit after all.
Remember who signed your paychecks, guards. Now kill the assassins.
You challenge Sheath Reborn, brought back to the cusp of death like Lazarus himself. Where I live, you shall now perish. I give to you the very death I refuse. Christ, dude, silence back! Ow, how bad you hurt.
Stay back. We have this area under lockdown and we are
Evo, Sally Joe.
Oh, he's not dead yet.
I'm impressed. We make a good team. Perhaps it truly is fate that brought us together.
I'm still working
Yeah,
on
dude,
getting
he's
up
got
to
a
the
great
location.
voice. He's got a, like a
Don't
Game of
worry. If you're
Thrones
quick,
voice.
We won't lose him.
Attention all ConCon attendees, due to yet another assassination attempt at Polycon, we are now under emergency security lockdown. We ask neighboring ConCon attendees at PoolCon, RiverCon, and RailCon to be on high alert.
Let that security come for us. They'll beg for a quick death.
Oh. Aha. Read. Reading is good. Oh, is he the dude from Diablo 4? Could be.
That didn't go through. Remember, certain doors will require several connected junctions to be overloaded. Well done. Perhaps the partnership could work after all.
You should rock the floating chrome dome more often. You like it?
Help me!
I read about this. He carries security guards in his fanny pack.
Thank you for taking that bullet. I'll let your dumb family know you died a hero. Ah, you idiots! Kill them! I'm not here anymore.
I have an idea. We can use my spike on those gentlemen over there.
Impale enemies use spike. Choose subsequent turn. Okay. Okay.
I'm not here anymore. Protect me, guards. I'm more important than you.
Ow! We've been hit, but I still feel nothing.
Where's the ammo?
Does that? Wow. The fucking knifey doesn't work on these fucking guys?
Ah, yes. Good guys, mercenaries. Bring it on. We shall grant you death too. I have a bad feeling. That's some sharp shooting, mate.
God damn it.
About this large gap, I think you'll find I can be of some use here. With the right tow hitch, my spike technique can create a makeshift zipline.
Oh, yes, man! Fucking-tastic! Let's go!
Oh, Knifey, you're the best.
Very good, but let me be clear. My spike zipline is not a toy. You did it.
Tram's still out. I hate to say it, but you're gonna have to cross through MurderCon.
Did you say MurderCon?
They make a mockery of my craft.
It's the fastest route. We don't have a second to spare.
No, don't apologize. We want to go. We're going. Take me to MurderCon. Oh, yes, life is beautiful.
Glad someone's excited.
I cannot wait to get in there. I've been so fucking pissed at work all week.
Nice. Murder count.
I picture everyone as my boss, and my co-workers, and my friends, even my family. That should make killing everyone real easy.
Oh, hey, don't mind me. I'm just donating blood to the blood fountains.
Seems a waste to use real blood for the fountain.
Are you all insane? It's crucial to set the tone. Oh, God. The smell of blood. Oh, it gets you so excited. Oh, so primed to kill. Yes. Oh.
This is fun. I went the other way the first time I played up to this point, so this is all new to me. I've never seen any of this. Oh, you get in the year 2000. In the year 2000. If you were a gun, what would you shoot as bullets? Oh, if I was a gun, what would I shoot as bullets? Probably. Ooh, that's a tough one. Dildos, maybe. I was thinking spit. Gray hairs. Oh, of course it's cum fart bubbles. Of course. It would be cum fart bubbles. I would shoot those at my opponents, and they'd just be demoralized. They just leave. They'd be like, oh, it doesn't hurt, but ew. Fuck.
Seriously, it's no big deal. I donate blood all the time, usually to billionaires. You know Larry Pinkstock? Yeah, that's right. He has some of my blood. Ooh, okay, maybe I am feeling a little woozy.
Guy sounds like Olaf, dude. Whatever that actor's name. Sounds like Olaf from Frozen.
I worked on this costume all month long. Michael's had some great coupons on the app.
Michael's? Murder! Murder! Murder!
Welcome to MurderCon, your #1 destination for all things murder. How may I help you today?
Hey, let me into MurderCon, or I'll kill you.
Very funny. Like I don't hear that all the time.
Sorry. I'm actually just really excited.
I jack off into my mouth. I jack off into my mouth. I jack
That's
off
my gun,
into my
yeah.
mouth. I jack off
into my own mouth.
I guess we're gonna have to sit here and listen to how much I jack off into my own mouth for the next 5 minutes.
You're in luck. We're on high alert and you're the last attendee I'm allowed to let in. I'm just gonna need you to read and sign this waiver.
Come on, we don't need to read through all that. Just sign it. This is all that stands between me and a beautiful heavenly bloodbath.
You know, this is actually a very special year for MurderCon. Brutus Von Leer is back. You know Brutus, right? MurderCon legend. He always wins. There's a winner, by the way. That's how this works. It's whoever can beat last year's high score. Anyway, Brutus always beats his own high score. I heard he once strangled someone with their own lower intestines, and I personally saw him rip out another guy's spinal cord and use it like a whip to wipe out a whole gang of up-and-comers. I'm jealous, really. If I knew he'd be here this year, I wouldn't have signed up to work reception. He hasn't been back in ages. I want to be in there, you know? I want to get killed by him. He's more of an artist than an athlete, if you ask me. Just watch him kill. There's something poetic about it. Granted, I do have a bit of a parasocial relationship with him, but sometimes it feels like he's speaking right to me when he rips the throat out of an unsuspecting combatant in there. Do you listen to podcasts? My friend and I have a great podcast about him. I'll send it to you sometime.
There you go.
No, we're done. I signed it.
Close as I can do.
Brutus!
Oh, Brutus, he's Pyramid Head. Oh, that's
He's
great.
scary. He's definitely going to kill you. Run for your fucking life!
Oh, I'm so excited!
I must admit, I'm excited too. Is that an arcade bounty juice? These corporate sponsorships disgust me. MurderCon is about the murder.
This year
Wait a minute,
only,
that's not
a
you
MurderCon
on account, is
legend
it?
finally returned.
Oh, it is me. Holy shit, I didn't realize.
Brutus Von Leer is coming back to MurderCon. One day only. Booth 44
Wait.
at
Oh, it's this. I was like, there's an E on this guy, but no, it's just the lava lamp.
biggest murderer, Brutus. He's big. He's scary. He's definitely going to kill you. Run for your fucking life. Brutus Von Leer.
Oh, there we go.
MurderCon. Get your ticket now. This year only, a MurderCon legend finally returned. That's right, murder freaks. Brutus.
Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, a new contestant.
Oh,
has
here we
entered
go.
the MurderCon.
Oh, yeah! Yeah! Let's go! Oh, I can't wait! Oh, I can't wait! Oh,
Enthusiasm is infectious.
Reigning champ, Brutus Von Leer.
You hear that? We gotta step shit up. I wanna fight Brutus. He's a bloody living legend.
There'll be no match for us. We're moving up the leaderboard.
All right, time for a melee round. That kills are worth double points.
Yes, yes, yes! I'm the main character of the game! Yes, yes!
Killed baby on board.
No one can catch us now.
William just slit 6 throats in one swing. What a blast!
Oh, yes, this is great! More!
Uh-oh. Stabby William just got his own throat slit by Clawface. Yikes.
This is what I live for!
Sweaty neck.
What's this? I'm getting worse than Clawface business. Disembowel.
Oh, knifey time! Everyone loves knifey!
We just passed another competitor on the board.
Oh, yes, I love killing!
Folks, if you just
I'm gonna murder you till you die.
Oh, thank you, God! Thank you for this!
Looks like he's not letting a little disembowelment stop him from rocking up the coup. Clawface is down for the count. His head wowie zowie. He entered with unintelligible handwriting as the crazy talking knife is racking up kills like crazy. Keep an eye out for this promising young newcomer.
That's right! Watch out for me! Knifey!
You heard the knife. Watch out for Knifey, everybody. He's adorable.
Watch out for all of us.
All right, who likes animal? I just let some hammerbirds loose in there. Go nuts. With kill count update, folks, combatant 19 is quickly crunching on the all-time record of our champion, Brutus.
Good
That's
job.
what it takes to
No
throw the
Brutus.
king.
Yes, yes we do!
These hammerbirds will make a powerful blunt force weapon. Grab one and swing it like a bludgeon.
All right. With all this excitement, let's slow things down a bit. This one goes out to all you lovebirds out there. Grab your sweetheart and settle in for a slow dance.
Cover your ears. Ignore the music. It's psychological warfare. Don't let up. We've got this.
I just wanted to take a moment to congratulate long-time attendees for
Yes, bleed! Everybody bleed!
There we go.
And what's this? Swordmouth Rage just got splattered across. He is racking up kills like crazy and is now nearly unprecedented, folks. What an outfit! Wish I could see you.
Thank you, everyone, for believing in me. This is so cool.
He's taking all the credit.
Okay, then. That's enough slow dancing for now. It's time for more murdering!
That was nice, actually. It was a nice change of pace, because it makes you, savor the murder parts more.
You're not too bad at this, no?
Thank you, new friend. Murdering is my favorite thing in the world.
I must say, I'm quite fond of it myself.
Really? Oh, really? I'm glad we've got someone else around now who loves killing as much as I do.
I might even like it more.
Yeah, right, fat chance. Knifey number one! Knifey number one!
You continue to impress me in your efficiency and ruthlessness. It appears we're going to exceed this Brutus character's high score.
And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Newcomer Knifey hit the magic kill number. So, it's time to bring out today's special guest and give it all hands up to the center of the ring.
It's Brutus! It's Brutus!
Say hello to the reigning champ of MurderCon, Brutus Von Leer!
Kill!
Yes!
Okay.
I'm home!
I must admit, I'm getting into this. Bring it on.
You know him as the 20-time reigning champ of MurderCon. He's crushed more skulls than the entire population of Romulus 12. He's ripped off more dicks than most people.
Ooh, uh-oh, looks like that helmet is preventing you from shooting him in the head. I guess it's for more than just copyright infringement. Get it, take it off somehow.
Oh, God!
Brutus no need stupid meat shield anyway.
Stop Reginald St. Kill.
Brutus sticker collection precious. You know, shoot them on triangle head.
Dr. Gunn!
Oh, I've never felt so...
Ow! Don't hit Brutus there.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Oh, okay. I gotta wait for him
Brutus
to.
can always find new stupid meat shield.
Damn it!
Leave picking stickers on Brutus' head alone.
Why couldn't you settle down?
No!
Oh, there we go.
No! Brutus' face not nearly as pretty as stickers on triangle head.
Would you look at that? In a startling upset, our new challenger has somehow gotten Brutus' helmet on.
God damn it, dude!
What a showing!
This is what I was made for!
Brutus want try board skate.
Shit. It does a better farmer in hell.
Hey, where'd you go?
Brutus choose you to be meat shield.
Why are you doing this?
Oh, that was bad. That was a bad one.
Brutus need new helmet. Brutus head too delicate.
There we go. Got him. Okay.
And there we have it. The reigning champion Brutus Von Leer has been defeated. Witness the victor of this year's MurderCon free-for-all deathmatch, Knifey!
Knifey!
Yes, yes, yes! Ecstasy, pure ecstasy! Oh my God! Oh, I'm dizzy! Oh, I think I need a cigarette. That was so good. That was... Oh my gosh!
Oh my gosh!
Here for your victor! Let's hear some noise! I said let's hear some noise!
Everybody's dead.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Everyone else is dead.
Yep.
Well, congratulations anyway. And as your reward, you are now permitted to exit MurderCon alive. Thanks for attending, and we hope to see you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we hear you, Lizzie. That was absolutely crazy.
Everybody quiet down. I'm basking in the afterglow of murder, okay?
Good. You're alive. That wasn't so bad, was it? Now listen, there's no time to lose, so get back to hunting Muppy.
Yeah, whatever. Who cares?
Well, that really got the blood pumping. But we still have a job to do.
You should be close to HumanCon now. Just gotta cross through a couple more cons to get there, and then you'll have Muppy in your sights.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
What is it, Gene?
I found a parking spot. Holy shit. Okay. Hey, just ease in. And, hey! You son of a bitch!
Sorry,
that was my
gotta
spot!
do this. Hurry up and
Here,
catch
my
up with
friends
you.
are!
We got empty pools coming in hot.
Oh, no, you don't. We booked this space for our safety rail convention.
Well, we can't both be here. Empty pools and safety rails in the same place.
Empty pools and safety rails?
You have a skateboard, don't you?
Hey, whoa, quit skating on the rails. They're brand new. Hey, don't grind on there. That's a concept rail.
Oh, there we go.
No.
Damn it! Fuck, shit! Balls! I didn't have my skateboard out. Okay.
Hey, come on. These rails are for safety, not skating.
What the fuck? No, I pressed D on it! I pressed D, I swear!
What the hell are you doing? You can't skate in the pools. You're gonna leave scratch.
Hey, whoa, quit skating on the rails. They're brand new.
Quit skating on the rails, they're brand new! Where do I go? Oh, I gotta go up there? There we go. Okay, here we go.
The assassin! Get him!
Wipe them out. Nothing can stand between us and the target.
Oh, wait. Oh, you fucking little bitches. There we go. There, fuck off, dude.
Oh, shit! Get away from me!
It's the senator. He's getting away.
He is? Where? I don't even fucking see him.
Biomatter nearby. Perhaps we could use that.
This sounds like a job for a lug blob.
Yeah.
Is there anything they can't do?
Okay, Sheath can use Lug Blob as a junction to complete his puzzles. Lug Blob has movable junctions. Okay. Okay, so I go that to that to that.
Human Con is straight ahead. So is Senator Muppy Doo. It's time to end this.
Okay.
I will not fail. Muppy Doo dies today.
What? Okay. I hooked it up to that thing. Nope, that is not what I wanted. Shouldn't that thing be open? So this should charge this, right? And I should be able to take this over there. Okay, hold on. Okay, what the fuck? So that thing should have respawned right here. It's pretty good. I wouldn't say it's as good as the first Game Freak, but it's good. It's funny. It's got the same kind of dialogue and sense of humor. Okay, there should be a thing right there, and there is not. A mug glob or whatever the fuck they're called. It should be right here, right? Huh. Oh, now I can, okay. I don't know what made that thing work, but it works now. So that's all I care about. I can leave now. Oh. Well, shit. Oh, fuck, these are bouncy. There we go. Okay, we're good.
Attention HumanCon attendees. We apologize for the inconvenience, but the convention is temporarily closed. We also have to cancel the Tom Holland meet and greet.
What is human?
No, not the Tom Holland meet and greet. No.
It's for fans of humans. Where'd you learn to drive, asshole? Sorry, it's hard to multitask. Anyway, your planet had furries, right? Humans who dressed up like animals. These are like furries for aliens that like humans.
Interesting.
Just get inside and look for Muppy Doo.
Let us in! Do you know how much this human suit cost?
Hey, you're the terrorist! You're making me miss Tom Holland!
You'll need to utilize both electric junctions and those disgusting love bombs to open this door.
Oh, it needs 3. Okay.
Connect the junctions to that lug blob pin to get the proper charge for this door.
Is that 3?
Excellent use of my
Okay.
skills, partner. The target is beyond these doors.
Weird.
It's open. It's open!
Let's go! Onward to the human convention, fellow fleshies.
Don't do anything a human wouldn't do.
Enough. We're taking back our con.
Tom Holland, where are you?
Blend in, kill Muppy Doo, and get out of there. Easy.
Tom Holland, where are you?
We hate you, Muppy Doo. Stop trying to hurt sweet, innocent humans.
You just don't understand what makes humans so great. Nobody ever understands.
They're wearing all of the underwear.
Cute little creatures.
Target spotted. Time to finish our mission.
Who are you? Why are you trying to kill me?
I'm just a paid killer. But now that I've spent some time with the human, it's personal. I don't like the way you talk about that kind.
Hey, look! Tom Holland fighting the senator. We love you, Tom Holland. You
Take that! Ah, that's where my bike went. Up! Spin.
Oh, dang, we can't hit him with those guards in the way.
Yeah, hopefully he runs out of stuff to pull out of his fanny pack. Just keep up the pressure. I'll track its contents for you. Think of it like a health bar for his fanny pack.
Here, take that! You need your daily calcium intake. Can't you see I'm trying to help humans? I just want them to be taken care of.
Go!
You'll all be sent to a wonderful farm in the country where Rhea Pharmaceuticals can grind you up into little pills. Security!
I love how he throws them out like Pokeballs.
You can do it, Tom Holland.
Just surrender yourself. We'll go easy on you. You're a human. Your brain is
What the fuck is he shooting at me?
You don't even know what you're doing.
Is he throwing his jizz in my face?
Eat Muppy Doo for the sake of all humans.
Don't hurt me. I'm just a poor defenseless public servant.
I hate Muppy Doo. Stop trying to kill Tom Holland.
Please, God, don't shoot. You know what? Enough begging. I've seen enough research on your kind to know you're all fucking idiots. After this legislation is passed, I'll smoke your... where's a trash can when you need one? Please have mercy. Protect me, guards. I'm more important than you.
You, for the sake of all humans. Stop protecting this asshole.
Dying for me is an honor. Let's see you get past my fanny force.
Almost. Almost.
There's gotta be something, though. Oh, is this fanny pack empty already? That's it. I can't beat you this way. Time to do what I'm best at. Ruining things from the inside.
What? No! No!
Hey there, Pseudo here. I've got some bad news. I am detecting a very hostile tiny life form inside of our suit with us. Oh, yep, he's got me. Okay, yeah, now he's putting me in some form of a Shibari rope bondage situation. Okay, now he's gagging me.
I got you now. Oh, nice menus you got in here. Surrender now, or I'll kill your little digital helper.
All right, bud. All right, Joe Numbers. Take it easy, brother.
In your suit? How are you supposed to fight him like that?
He's forced to change in battlefields. You're gonna have to take it from here. Go into your suit and finish my mission for me. For Oz. Control yourself. What's gotten into you? I've seen this once before. Muppy Doo is corrupting your exosuit.
Yes.
Find him in the suit menus and crush him.
Oh my god, in the suit menus. Oh my god, dude.
You'll never catch me. I'm inside you. Yeah.
Oh my god, thank you so much. Okay, we gotta stop Muppy Doo. He's in your inventory. Let me fix this up real quick so you can go after him.
I got free reign of your suit.
Oh
That's
no,
great,
Muppy
dude.
Doo went into your inventory. Follow him quick. Oh man, he messed things up pretty bad already. He can't navigate the menus like normal anymore. Hey, here, use me. Pseudo time. I can be a weapon too. Punch out, Pseudo. Let's fuck shit up. Come on, he's in the inventory. He's getting his nasty hands all over all our precious stuff. You gotta squish him or something. Get him out of there! Come on, just click on an item, press it. He's over there, behind what you're looking at.
What?
Yum.
Get him out of there! Come on, just click on. He's right over there.
Where? What?
Ow!
Oh, there you are.
Hello! Ah, holy shit!
Ow! Come on! Why are you hitting me?
How can you? Ow! Ah, all right, fine. Fine, I'm done here anyway. I'll mess up the stuff that really matters. Over here, loser!
Oh no, he went into the system tab. That's the worst place he could have gone. We have to stop him.
Damn it!
You'll never get.
Hey, what are you doing? Muppy Doo's still in your suit.
Fucking
Go back.
goddamn asshole!
All right, fine. Gotta find a new spot. Come and get me, human!
Muppy Doo is somewhere in the settings. I keep telling you. Can you not hear me? Maybe.
Ow!
Why do I suddenly feel like
to next?
What's happening to me? I've always tried to be a man of few words. I don't want to be a chatterbox.
Gun chat ultra motherfucking ass. Damn,
You
dude.
can't catch me, moron!
What did you do to me? This will ruin my
Stupid
reputation
human.
as a nice, cold, silent
Let's
killer.
see how you like
Why did I have
this.
to join up with you? Why did I let you carve me up and turn me into a gun? Now that
what's
stuff like this is going to happen to me all the time.
Here's
I get into all sorts of
something I
weird,
can
stupid...
fuck with.
Oh shit, he's going into
Son
the
of a
files.
bitch.
God damn it. We gotta stop him.
When Olivia first saw him at church that one fateful Sunday, I was the only one I ever felt I've changed forever.
Oh man, Muppy's fucking with your sliders. One of those is the oxygen supply. If you don't stop him, he'll kill us both. And I don't want to die.
No, this way.
You know how much effort that took to push? Let me just scooch this over here.
Get him out of here. Do it now.
I actually have to drag my mouse.
Hey, stop that. Let's slide this all the way over.
I think I can stop him, but you gotta get him off these sliders first.
Hey, I put that there for a reason. Just making a few adjustments.
I think I've got a plan. Just get him out of here.
God damn it. No! No! Go, 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 go! Slide, 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 slide!
Don't mess with my settings, plebes.
Slide.
Just making a few adjustments.
I think I've got a plan. Just get him out of here.
There you go, there you go. God damn it!
Leave it be. Ow.
Okay.
Stupid human! You think anyone will even remember your kind after this? Ooh.
No!
What's this?
No! Not factory reset, no!
If you want me, you're gonna have to go reset everything. Your move, human.
Oh God! Oh no,
Das
this is bad.
Publikum,
This
thank
is
you for the
really
2
bad.
months.
The only way to get to him now is to do a full factory reset.
I have to?
You're not that crazy, are you? Just surrender. You don't have to blow it all up.
Never surrender, outlaw. Even if.
You spineless simpleton.
God damn it, dude.
Oh my God!
Fuck. What have I done? This game cartridge is not manufactured, licensed, sponsored, or endorsed by Sega Enterprises. Oh my God! Fucking Bible Adventures, you gotta be kidding me! Pushing up on.
It's me, Pseudo. Hello.
Yes,
Can you hear me?
yes, yes.
Hello. It's me. It's me, Pseudo. Hello.
Oh my God. Okay.
Hello. Hello.
Yes.
I don't know if you can hear me, but I'm trying to fix this. I was able to redirect the reset into this old game that comes preloaded onto the bounty suit systems. I have no idea why they preloaded a game about the Earth Bible, but whatever. We can't ask those questions right now. Shit. Sorry, I've almost got it worked out. Just sit tight.
I don't even know what to do.
I
Oh,
made it in
fuck
time.
you.
You don't have to start over.
God.
My love for you is so strong, I was able to recover the data.
Thank you, Vince, for giving us up to DJ Muhammad and Bible Basher.
No, how did you survive that?
Finally, I can be of some use again.
You naive little human. You'll never stop Rhea Pharmaceuticals. Ah, this is perfect. I'll destroy your tiny little brain from the inside out.
Oh shit, he found the self-destruct button. We gotta get him out of here, whatever it takes. Anyone have any bright ideas?
Human, I know exactly what to do. Stab me directly into your face.
That sounds unwise.
All right, Knifey, I'll pull up a visual aid and you stab, okay? How's that sound? Let's do this.
This really is the best day of my life.
Back the fuck up, Senator! Ah, you're just stabbing your face. Don't let him dodge.
Oh, sorry, miss. Ow! Watch where you throw those things.
Do your stuff, Knifey.
Am I hitting him?
Stab right here, right there. Over here. Yeah, kill him. Oh, crap.
I'm gonna blow this all up.
God damn you, Muppy.
Oh!
Yeah, fuck yeah, he's done. Oh. That was it. I can feel it.
Oh, yeah, I can confirm it. Muppy Doo is dead as hell.
What's going on in there? I'm losing your signal.
Oh, shit. Yeah, your vitals are looking pretty bad, actually.
The senator has been dealt with, but the human, they're fading fast. They need immediate medical assistance.
Shit, we're on our way. Gene, step on it.
Damn, dude.
Kidding me? I just
We're
parked!
transmitting our location to you now.
Chief, thank you.
No, thank you. I feel that you lot may have, well, I feel I've finally regained my sense of purpose.
Keep them conscious till we get there, okay?
Stay with me, human. I haven't properly thanked you yet for helping me finish my mission, for showing me that I don't have to work alone, for...
Is he gonna kiss me?
Hey, wake up, wake up!
I'm not saying no.
They're waking up. Thank God.
Oh, good. What the fuck was that? You almost got yourself killed. That was a risky move.
Don't listen to her, kid. You just killed a senator.
So I did.
Big
I won. Okay,
accomplishment.
that's very
gonna
weird.
Get you into the history books for sure.
And on every government list imaginable.
That's fine. We're really leaning into this wanted criminal angle here. Now go and cross that bounty off the board.
Okay, we did it. Oh.
I didn't know it took this long to cross someone off the board.
I tried at the end there.
Nicely done. Take some cash from the reserves. You earned it.
Oh, nice. Okay, cool.
We continue our coverage tonight with
Wow, that was a
tragic
good amount of
breaking
cash.
news from Con, where Senator Muppy-Doo has been assassinated. The killing has sent shockwaves through the political world and beyond, with immediate repercussions already being felt across multiple sectors. Experts believe Senator Muppy-Doo was targeted after he publicly backed Ria Pharmaceuticals in their controversial push to legalize humans. After an initial failed assassination attempt, the assassins continued undeterred in their pursuit of the senator, ultimately compromising him to a permanent end. Authorities have not released a full list of casualties or details surrounding the attack, but eyewitness reports describe chaos and panic in the moments following the assassination. Security services remain on high alert, and officials are urging citizens to avoid the area as investigations continue. Public response has been deeply divided. Some see the assassination as
No, this is not
act
still
of
sponsored,
violence
no.
against a sitting senator, while others claim it is a symptom of a system that has failed to address deep corruption and public anger. In the hours since the attack, vigils
Where
have
and how
sprung
can
up
I get
across
this
the
game? Well, look at the
galaxy,
top of your chat
protests
box,
and
Hobby.
celebrations have erupted in equal measure. Also, well, just totally off the record here. If the outlaw is watching, I mean, I'm not saying I approve of murder or whatever, but keep up the good fight. I know I'm supposed to remain impartial as a newscaster, but I think I'm starting to understand. And you're kind of cute. There, I said it. Jesus, what am I doing? What is it about you that does this to me? Let's just let's move on. We will continue to provide updates as this story develops and as the galaxy reacts to the death of Senator Muppy-Doo. I'm Jason Testicles, wishing you a wonderful rest of your day.
Jason Testicles.
At a table and they are drinking a cup of coffee. Bart. Hey, Douglas, how are you? Douglas. Doing good. How are you, Bart? Bart. I'm doing fine. Douglas. Yeah, I guess I'm just fine too.
Perfect. Let's go. Let's run with that. All right, performers, are you ready to go?
Oh,
yes.
Yeah. Oh my God.
No deviations. Got to be exactly on script.
Your line is it anyway?
I'll be Bart. Okay, I'll be Douglas. All right, Bart. Okay.
Hey, Douglas, how are you? Was that what it was, or? Hey, Bart, how are you? Douglas.
I'm pretty good. How are you? I don't think that was it. Was that it?
I think I'm fine.
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Excuse me,
Wait, can
is
we
he
like
out there?
read it?
Is the guy in the audience who shouted it?
You said a lot of words.
Excuse me.
I didn't remember any of them.
Excuse me, you said a lot.
No, you really bungled that one. That wasn't on script at all. You really went off book there, and that's not allowed on Your Line Is It Anyway. So
sorry.
Both
I'm
of
sorry,
you disqualified.
Expelled.
Expelled.
What?
Yeah.
What?
You gotta go.
You can't do this to us.
You're done.
We've been on the show for 15 seasons. That's the first time we messed up a script.
Yeah, and I told you from the start, if you mess up even once, you're fucking gone. Your Line Is It Anyway was filmed in front of a live studio audience with an audience full of screenwriters who provided their own scripts and brought them to make sure that they would get read live on
According
television
to
for
scientific
people
rules,
watching.
90% of people do not realize I replaced the beginning of this joke with a musical instrument. Oh, I did. I said accordion. Yeah. I'm part of the 10% then. Oh my God, is it a pinball game you have to fuck? Yes, it's a pinball game you have to fuck. Jesus Christ. Meat smash. Jackpot.
Welcome back to Antique
Perfect.
Star Show.
Okay, we'll watch more later.
If you're nervous about the whole political assassination thing, just remember Muppy Doo was about to sell our entire species out to Rhea Pharma. He left us no choice.
I think that'll hold up in court. Killing a politician in self-defense, right?
How are you adjusting to the outlaw life? You miss your little celebrity talk shows and energy drink commercials yet?
Lizzie, whoa, chill.
Sorry, just messing with you. I'm not really used to having your help. Yeah, that's enough time wasted. I'm busy. Do you need something more from me? Maybe you can find someone else to talk to. Look, I don't think I'm in the mood for any more talking.
Welcome back to Antique Star.
Yeah, your bounty went up a bit. That's
40 million now.
That's probably gonna keep happening.
Who do we got next? Let's see, sir. What do you got for us?
Assassinating a politician. Wow. Do you have a middle name? Because they're gonna want that when they write about you in the history books. Assassins always go by 3 names. I'm realizing I never even asked you your first name. Jeez, that's crazy. Best if I don't find out at this point. Watching you kill Muppy Doo. Kid, I'm finally starting to feel alive again. I think we're on the right track here. Maybe we were always meant to be criminals. You wanna talk some more? Sorry, I got nothing. I'm all talked out, to be honest. Maybe see if someone else wants to chit-chat? I'll be honest. I think I need some alone time, kid. Okay. Are you serious? You're just gonna stand right in front of the TV?
Shut up.
Drop that Jorbs, you dingus. Well, if it isn't my least favorite customer.
Oh, Sheath has a faster ability charge. That's for Sheath. For Sweezy. No. There you go, for Gus. Increased stopping power. Increases Gus poise while firing, chance to cause enemies to flinch. Oh, more ammo.
Okay, you bought something. Are we done here?
There we go. Yep, we upgraded Gus. Health capacity. Shield tank upgrade. Oh, I can't. Oh, can't afford it anymore. Damn it. Gus is
great.
super good for enemy clearing.
Okay, don't get mad at me, but it was really fun getting to stab you. Felt naughty, like breaking a taboo. I wouldn't be against you letting me do it again. Come on, let me stab you again. You coward, let me do it. You've broken the seal. You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube now. I want to stab you. That's all you are to me now. Just a nice big fleshy target to stab. Please, 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 let me stab you. Please. Oh, please. Okay, I've calmed down a bit. No more asking to stab you. That's all over with. That's in the past. I've forgotten all about it now. Brand new knifey. Never gonna ask to stab you again. Let me fucking stab your eyes out! 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 Let me fucking stab you! Sorry, I don't know what happened to me. Alright, fuck off now. I'm done with talking. What? You want me to say something else? Too bad. I'm done for now. Okay, fuck off already. I don't want to talk anymore.
Okay.
Hope you brought pesos, ding-a-ling.
Oh, hey.
Political assassinations are never easy, trust me. You shouldn't feel too bad about how you had to stab yourself a bunch of times to finish the job. It's not like it's all over the internet now or anything. Actually, it is.
It is.
Has Lizzie been teasing you about your energy drink commercials? She'll never admit it to you, but she actually secretly loves drinking Bounty Juice. It's her favourite. Oh, do you need something else? Sorry, I think I ran out of dialogue. Apologies, but I fear I've run out of things to say. I'm afraid I've got nothing left to say for now. Maybe you can try talking to someone else.
Okay. And now we go. Yeah, to the my quarters. That's what quarters.
Play my video.
I love walking in the middle of those.
Ultimate Laser Warrior. First choose the only laser that really works together. Scores on helmet.
Okay. Oh, there you are.
Thank you for helping me eliminate my target. It does not go without notice that you did so at considerable cost to your own well-being. Not many would sacrifice themselves in such a manner. You have earned my respect as a fellow assassin. I look forward to further mentoring you in future assassinations. I will quite enjoy watching the life slowly drain from your eyes, one kill at a time. It's been a pleasure, believe me, but I'd like a little me time now, if you don't mind. Please, let me just enjoy what little privacy I have. You really must stop trying to talk to me. I'm not interested anymore.
Okay. Oh, there we go.
Killing a senator? That was new for us. All I'm saying is, if anyone asks, I wasn't there. That was all on you guys. I got my alibi all set if anyone comes poking around. I stayed home today. I didn't even hear anything about any muppy dude.
Super
Never
tiny
heard the name of my
hands.
life. The name sounds made up, honestly. Yeah, it's been great, but I think I need some time alone now.
Okay. It's a great game. You ever played Super Tiny Hands? It's fucking awesome.
That's Larry Pinkstock, a billionaire playboy who's bankrolling Rhea Pharmaceuticals as their prime investor.
So if we get rid of him, we really hurt their wallet?
Exactly. It won't be enough to stop them outright, but it'll definitely knock them on their ass.
Good. You should be all set. Head out whenever you're ready.
Oh, okay. So now we got to
Seriously,
do this
just
one.
pick a mission and stick to it.
This is one we've done before. So this one should go pretty quickly. I mean, maybe. Who knows? This is the one with the mystery. Murder mystery that ends it, right?
And we are at your destination. Good luck out there, kiddo. And thanks for flying Jean Air.
This isn't your destination, FYI. You'll need to take the monorail from the city to the harbor. I'll upload your scanner. You know how to use a GPS, right?
It's not easy. Anyway, have fun. Or, kill a billionaire. Or both. Okay, bye.
Spaghetti! And that's the episode. That's the...
Oh, I got to find that other guy again. Where's the parking lot? I gotta find the guy who with the button that kills people. Ah, fuck. It's not this way, is it? God, this place is so fucking big, man. I don't know. The only crash I've had today is after 3 hours, so it's a lot more stable than it used to be.
Everything's fine. This asshole's just filming a TV show.
Nope. I'm here. Fuck, I don't know where the shell game guy was, or not the shell game, but the he was like in the parking lot or something. Oh, is this it? Oh, there he is. Hey, I
You
did. I
there.
found it.
I've got something for you.
This
Should
guy.
you be interested?
Okay.
Back again for another moral quandary.
Indeed.
You may press the button as many times as you like. In fact, this time you'll get 1,000,000 pesos.
1,000,000!
Catch.
There's no catch. Oh, yes, someone will die, but only one person. Completely at random. And you'll get more money. So will you press the button again?
Yes.
Why not? Wasn't that bad the first time.
Okay, here's your 1,000,000 pesos. And now somebody will die.
I suddenly feel all wrong.
Oh.
Goddamn, we need a doctor here, Stat.
Oh, shit, he died.
Oh, such terrible luck. But it's what you signed up for.
You killed our friend!
What happened here today was your fault. And your fault alone. You chose to push the button. But I do have a second box. Okay, if you push this button, your friend will be brought back to life. But it will cost you 1,000,000 pesos. Do you want to push the button?
Okay, just save our friend, goddammit.
No.
What are you doing?
No.
Please tell me you're not thinking about keeping the money.
I'm keeping the money.
Are you?
Ah, yes. Quite.
I'm keeping the goddamn money.
No, 1,000,000 pesos is so very tempting, and you do already have so many guns. What's one less gun for 1,000,000 pesos?
I agree. I can buy a new gun.
Seriously, you better press that button right now.
Okay, you really are supposed to press the button. This is just supposed to be a big moral lesson about that ethics or how money doesn't matter or whatever. This is just dark. Hey, you know what? I'll press it for you.
No, you can't.
Okay, it is done.
Damn
Your
it.
friend will now be revived.
Was I dead? Not as pleasant an experience as I would have liked. Thank you for bringing me back.
Damn it. Can't
No
shoot him.
chance. Sorry.
Can't shoot him or knife him. I feel cheated.
I've been getting to know your other guns, Gus and Sweezy, correct? Yeah, they've welcomed me with open arms. I was worried they wouldn't accept a gun who started out as a full-size person, but they deem me an honorary Gatlian, and they're fearsome warriors, so I wear the badge with pride.
Oh, down there, right? Okay.
Impressive speed.
Hey, I think we're at the monorail station.
Yeah, you can take the monorail down to Pink Line Harbor. That's where you'll start your search for one of our targets, Larry Pinkstock.
I know already, Lizzie. You don't gotta spell it out all the time for them. They pay attention, right? They're not answering, but they do. They pay attention.
Get done.
Yes, I restarted it. Yep. I just did a mission I didn't do last time, and now I'm doing a mission I did do last time with Pinkstock on the boat. I think on the boat or on the beach first, and then on the boat, and then we do the murder mystery thing. Yeah, I'm gonna continue this tomorrow too. So I'm
Line
gonna
Harbor.
ostensibly play through it.
Billionaire Larry Pinkstock. He's on board the big cruise ship in the bay. You can't miss it.
Yeah, pretty simple. You'll just need to find a way on board. And try to keep a low profile, okay?
Oh man, did you see that those bikers are hanging around again?
I hate it when they come to town. They always act like they own the place.
Yeah, can't Pinkstock do anything about them? I don't even feel safe trying to leave the station.
Oh, Spain won?
Well, at least they have an
They officially won then, Prince Ali?
Ugh, everyone cares about the environment these days. What are we, Earth? Besides, this is an artificial space station. What are they saving?
I think they're trying to save
2-0.
Jesse.
Well,
Oh.
here you go then.
Get your fucking hands up. Get on out of your seats. All eyes on me. All eyes on me.
Congratulations to Spain for making it to the finals.
Remember, Craig doesn't want any interruptions while we're working on liberating Gessie.
Yeah. Don't let anyone suspicious into the harbor.
Yeah, no distractions. We're here for Gessie, and that's it.
I got it all. Hello, Biker boys.
Hold it. This harbor is Buttons Glutton's turf while our leader Craig's in town.
Craig.
Nobody comes through without our permission.
Hey, wait a minute. Where do I know you from?
Yeah, now that you mention it, they do look familiar. Maybe you got a different outfit on or something, but I swear.
Oh, God damn it. They're bounty hunters. Just play it cool.
Weren't you on the news or something?
I assure you, you've mistaken us for somebody else. Just let us be on our merry way.
Or what? Are you threatening us?
Oh, man, I know who you are. You're that traitor bounty hunter who turned on their own kind just to protect some terrorist chick. You got a huge bounty on your head.
Oh, shit! Bad luck, pals. You're fucking dead now. Glutton's attack!
No avoiding it, I guess. Take him out.
Hey! Shit!
Jesus fucking Christ, that's good!
All bikers have been eradicated.
I just looked these guys up. They're part of a bounty hunting gang called the Buttons Gluttons. Shouldn't give you too much trouble, but we probably don't want to get on the radar of their boss. He's a tough cookie named Craig Button. I've heard some stories about him.
Buttons Gluttons.
Hey, am I getting through? It's me, Replical.
Hey, Replical!
River Sayer in the area. Come find my skate shop by the beach. I'm gonna hook you up.
Whoa, was that the lizard guy? Should we trust him?
He seems genuine to me. Let's see what he wants.
Oh, shit. What's up, dude? Glad you made it out of there alive. Thanks for coming by. Check out the merch. All totally legal. Seriously, so sorry about attacking you before. No hard feelings? I'm a changed man. I want to do whatever I can to help.
Let's see how you can help us first.
Here, take this as a gesture of goodwill.
I can see us making good use of this. Thank you.
Sorry I shot you.
Good.
The apology
now that
deck.
that's dealt with, you're gonna need a ticket to get onto that ship.
I hacked into their passenger logs. Looks like not everyone's boarded yet. Got any leads, Gene?
Yeah, my informant network is pointing us towards some local beach bar, Pink Bellies. Some guy blabbing about having an extra ticket.
That sounds promising. All right, head to Pink Bellies right away. Good luck.
Roger that.
I don't care about cosmetics. I want to know if there's anything that'll make my game go faster. Or my skateboard go faster. Oops. There we go. We'll do the apology deck. Sorry I shot you. I guess we can forgive him.
Keep on dashing, dude.
It's interesting. I don't actually miss my body very much at all. Now that I'm just a gun, I find myself much more focused on everything I really enjoyed about life. The killing. My entire body serves this one function now. It's much more efficient. I'm pretty pleased.
I'm pretty pleased.
They've closed the path to Pink Bellies. Looks like a simple power panel mechanism. Perhaps there's something we could use to unlock it.
You think?
Lug blobs.
Yep.
A repulsive, invasive species the universe created to destroy itself. For now, they'll be useful in getting us through this door.
Shoot
I
through
recommend
objects with
Sweezy for this
Sweezy.
situation.
Oh, okay.
are, you little lug block bastard. Let's get this thing on that power panel.
Okay. 1 and 2.
There we
Good to go.
These lug blobs aren't so bad for an invasive species.
I like his voice the best. I'm glad we have him now.
Is that Pinkstock's giant head we're walking through? Oh, God, I can't wait to kill this guy. He's so annoying.
Hey, 2 for 1 happy hour. Handstands groove.
All right, you're at Pink Belly's. Our intel says that the ticket holder is a Gatlian. That should make him easy to spot.
Right there.
Another one, barkeep.
Oh God,
keep
it's
coming.
Ken Marino. That's
Keep 'em
right.
coming.
Ah, I fucking forgot he's great.
Spotted at the bar. Mind if we take a seat here?
Yeah, be my guest. I could use the company, okay? My wife just ditched me over an argument, and now I've got to go on a very expensive weekend cruise all by myself.
Bingo, that's our guy. And he's got his spare ticket. Just buddy up to him and keep him happy.
Hey, you
Oh
got
God!
some
Oh, I
guys
remember
just
this
like
fucking
me.
scene now. It'll all come back to me. This is a
In small
great
world.
scene.
My name's Travis. Nice to meet you. So what's your deal?
Just won semifinal World Cup map in Texas match. You mean? Spain, go Spain! Yay! Right? Yay, Spain,
Hey,
Spain,
did you
yay,
hear me?
Spain,
What-
go,
what
get
I
it.
said, what's your deal?
We won your extra ticket for the cruise ship.
Huh? What? Really? But that's James.
Yep, I'm gonna dip my balls
well,
in it.
I guess it'd be a waste if nobody used it. Hey, look, man, maybe we can work something out. Get a few drinks in me first, all right? I'll tell you what, you want to be my drinking buddy tonight? I'm not going to sulk all night just because Jan's not here. Jan's my wife, by the way. Fuck her!
God damn it, Jan.
Not really. I love her. God, I love her so much. I love her so much. I hate when we fight like this.
And France is out, so my prediction is gone. I predicted France would win it all, but I guess go England now.
Oh, come on.
I don't know anybody
be
from
coy.
Spain
Let's
except for
be
you guys in
friends.
chat. I have an actual IRL friend who's from England, so I have to vote for England. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Hey, no. Hey.
I'm
hey,
English
take
and
your
I'm
time.
supporting
It's a
Spain
big
now.
question, I get it.
You know what will help? Alcohol. Bartender, please serve us 2 shots.
That's more like it. Let's get fucking wild tonight.
Let's do it.
Fuck yeah.
Let's
just
do
you and
it.
me, baby. A bunch of party animals. No wife in sight. Who gives a shit about my beautiful, sexy wife? I sure don't. Oh God, I miss my beautiful sexy
Fucking love this scene. This
I
is so
love you,
good.
baby.
Just keep him happy. Do whatever it takes. We need that ticket.
All right, Travis, forget about Jan. It's dance time.
Thank you, Laj.
Yeah, we're gonna nail
Lajas,
this.
Lias.
High score, make him feel like a star.
Got a good one. Let's go. Let's dance, baby. Oh man, we suck. Hey, you notice something? You're good. Hey, listen to me. Look at me. I'm telling you, you're very, very good at what you do. You're a natural. Who are we kidding here? We can't dance at all. It's going too fast, right? That's not me. It's the beat. Serious question. Serious question. Did we put a... Oh,
Lunchtime! You and me versus those pieces of shit.
Hey, come on.
Yeah!
We're just trying to play a friendly game.
Grow up, fuck you.
Grow up, fuck you.
All right, show him who's boss.
All right. Throw a dart with that to be so good at dart. Hey, do you have any snacks?
Travis and Sweezy, #1 darts players ever. Suck our shit.
We didn't know you'd be like this when we agreed to play.
We're winning, right? Let's go, 200 points, woo! Oh, fuck. Shot's going down. Shot's still going down.
All right, gotta cut you two off. You've had enough. You're making a scene.
No, come on, boo. Fuck you. Travie want drinky. Travie want drinky. Travie want drinky.
Keep him happy. Think of something.
Okay.
Hey, get my good side. Make me look really hot. I want you to draw me extra hot. Hey, how's it looking? Are you making me extra hot? Hey, what if I was a secret agent? Make me a secret agent. Oh, should we send this to Jan after you're done? She might want to see it. Oh, God, I wish she was here. You're taking too long. Come on, finish up. Show me. I want to see. Oh,
damn it.
Yeah, I'm ready to.
Oh, we're going to do some coke now.
This night's never going to end. Now you.
Yeah, I've never.
It's fine. Trust me. It's fine.
You gotta do it. Keep him happy.
It's fine. I think it's just coke. A little powder.
Okay.
Ooh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Let's go kill someone.
Oh, you don't mess with Travis. Let this be a lesson to you. Fuck you. We're just here to liberate Gessie.
Yeah, why are you picking a fight with us? We're just humble environmentalists and bounty hunters.
Shit, what are we doing?
I know, we're insane. We're loco.
You're under arrest. Come out with your hands up.
Fuck you. You're gay.
What is it, 1999?
Yeah, what are you doing? Everyone's gay in space.
Fine, then fuck you. You're straight.
Come on. No, not. I'm gay.
And that is how you snap a neck clean. One break.
Oh, I'm writing that down. I'm holding on to that.
It's too easy, killing people. I feel like it should be harder.
No, man, don't say that. What you do is so cool. It's really cool, man.
Sometimes, I wonder if I'm broken.
Oof. Yeah, me too, man. I think we might all be. Wow. You guys are so cool. I feel like we really connected here.
This is such a good scene, dude.
I feel like, oh, man, this is crazy, but what if... Oh, man, I can't even say it.
I can't even say it.
No, go on, say it.
This is crazy, this is crazy, this is crazy. What if, okay, I have this extra ticket, right? Because Jan's being such a bitch, Sorry, she's not a bitch, she's not. But she's not here, and you are. So, like, what if we went on this cruise together? Not, right? And I just give you Jan's ticket.
Bingo.
Travis, we would love that.
You would love that? Really? Oh my God. Oh my God, I'm so happy. This is gonna be so much fun. We're gonna have so much fun, so much fun.
Oh, man. We went pretty hard with that Travis guy, didn't we?
My readings indicate that Travis is waiting for you on the Pink Line Panacea.
Good. You're all set to board the ship. Head on over to the docks.
Once you're inside, just find a way to get alone with Pinkstock and then do him in.
Oh, no, stop! Don't ever stop! This Rhea Pharmaceuticals company seems rotten to their core. It's gonna feel good taking them down.
Oh, that's...
It's like taking on the G3 all over again.
Ugh, if only I could have done things a little differently.
This fucking guy.
She's never coming back, is she?
Sorry, pal. There's plenty of other fake fish in the fake sea.
Oh, the fucking tattoos. I didn't
No,
even
I'm
realize you
talking
got
about my
drawn all
tour
over.
boat. A group of tourists mutinied and threw my ass overboard. Now all I can do is look out on the sea, longing.
Magic marker.
Something must have really pissed them off if they threw you off that boat.
I don't know how much clearer I could get in the ad. Boat tours. It's a tour of the boat. Don't really see where the disconnect is. Anyway, about an hour in, the group gets ornery and they throw me overboard. I twist my ankle and they hoist the sail and head for the horizon.
There it is.
My boss is really gonna shiver my timbers for this one. Big time.
Huh. Okay, matey. How's he going to shiver your timbers?
He's gonna make me stick my dick in a cup of ice until it's frostbit.
Your boss sounds like a natural motivator.
You wanna know the worst part? I'm self-employed. Now, if you don't mind, I'm just gonna sit here and sigh until they come back.
Okay.
Oh, come on! Oh, fuck off. You just get so much momentum going.
Help me.
Oh, I get gold trucked. Okay, fine.
Please, help me. Don't let me drown.
There we go.
Please.
Oh, suction
somebody
the swimmer
help me.
with Gus, right, okay.
Oh, thank you. You've got to save me. Oh, good idea. This is gonna work. What are you doing? Don't leave me. I'll drown. There you go. There you go. Pull me to shore. It's working. It's working. Yeah. Pull me out of here. You're doing it. Keep pulling. Wait. Come back. Please. I knew you wouldn't leave me. Wait, take me with you. Aw, thanks for coming back to save me. Oh, thank
There
God.
you go.
I was peeing when the undertow suddenly got me. Thought I was a goner. I owe you my life.
Oh, glad I could help.
Okay, a little embarrassing, but I was just reading the manual. Apparently I am supposed to save people, so you showed me how to do it. Now I know how to do it, and I'm thankful for that. Here's a reward. Consider yourself an honorary lifeguard.
Pool floaties. Designed for Gus, keeps him buoyant. Oh, look, he's got floaties now. Great. Awesome. Yep, and he's wearing them, of course. That's great. Great little cosmetic.
Oh, hey, don't mind me.
just really gotta go pee, but I don't want to get out of the water.
Let her rip, bud.
Pee? In the water? Have you gone barmy, mate? Fish, drink the stuff. Ridiculous suggestion. I don't want to hear it. I'm not pissing in the water. Ugh.
Then remove yourself from the water and head to a bathroom.
Oh, sure. And cut my relaxing ocean swim short? I don't think so. I'd rather let my bladder rupture. Why do you keep talking to me? I'm clearly an idiot.
Thank you,
Mark,
Cicely, for clicking the things.
Words. I'm never gonna piss. Mark, my words. I'm never gonna piss.
Oh, right, I gotta meet him at the... Right.
Here to board the Pink Line Panacea?
Yep.
You must be our last passengers. Let
That's
me
me.
just scan your tickets real quick. Oh my, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize you were VIP ticket holders. Please, go on ahead. Have a wonderful stay aboard the Pink Line Panacea.
We'll try our best.
Not so fast, assholes! We know who you are! Traitor! Us buttons gluttons are proud bounty hunters, and we can't let you leave alive! Get 'em, boys!
So you're the outlaw turned on their own time! Forget it!
Let's find our way through.
We aren't the bad guys here! I swear!
How could you break the bounty hunter code like that? You're trash! Outlaw trash! Quit struggling! We're gonna get your bounty and cash out big time!
Nope, nope. Oh, there we go. Where else? Where
Just
else?
be glad you're dealing with us and not Craig himself! But then again, you're not even worth a minute of our boss's time!
Glutton, keep fighting! We can take them easily! We're the biggest, baddest bounty team in the galaxy!
You're putting up a fight, that's for sure. Maybe we will have to call Craig after all.
Everybody, time out! Time out! It's Getsy! She's breaching.
Oh my God, she's beautiful.
Should we look too?
Oh, wow. Would you look at that?
We're so lucky to share this ring with her.
So true, my friend. So true.
She's an angel.
All right, everybody. That was beautiful. It's time to get back to it. Let's go.
Kill the target!
That was a nice little break.
Careful with these guys. We don't want to get the attention of their boss, Greg. He's another legend of a bounty hunter. Supposed to be pretty tough. Let's try not to cross his path.
Eat my asshole!
Yeah, Lash!
Cheese has holes.
It does.
Didn't do anything to you. I don't understand. We didn't do anything.
The more cheese you have, the less cheese you have. Good night.
Good night. Ow, prick! Get over here, you fucking prick! There's one still. Oh, there you are. There we go. fucking asshole. Fucking dick lit me on fire. Damn it.
That was pretty tough. Are bounty hunters like that just gonna be after us forever now?
All right, guys, enough celebrating. Let's get on the ship.
These biker guys are fun to stab. I say let them call in their big boss. I want to stab him too.
Sorry, Knifey. We need to stay under the radar here. No pissing off their boss, Craig, okay?
Oh, okay.
Okay. According to How Long to Beat, it's between
I've been
7
on a
and
lot of
11 hours
spaceships,
for the
but I
main
guess
quest,
I've
so
never actually been on a
we'll see.
regular sea ship.
Hello, esteemed guest, and welcome to the Pink Line Panacea, a monument to those who
They're really making us walk through this whole thing? That guy on the video, that's who we're here to kill, right?
Oh, there he is.
Believe me when I say tonight, you're going to have a special experience to die for. Sorry, little joke. And you can ignore that joke if you're not coming to my special...
Yeah, if you want to do all the side shit, there's a good amount. 20 plus hours.
On the ship should be hard.
But I'm not doing most of the side shit. I want to see the story play out. And, you know, the dialogue and that kind of stuff.
Oh, there you are, my player. Yeah, my number one. Yeah, me and this party animal went WILD last night. Yes, sirree. Oh, my God, I am still recovering.
Oh, they're with you?
Yeah, my +1.
Great, you've signed up for
Yeah,
the
I'm planning on
VIP
finishing it,
murder
hopefully.
mystery party experience and, oh, the spice up your marriage package. Really? This weirdo is your wife?
Yeah, definitely, for sure. We're married and I love her very much. What are you, humophobic? Are you a humophobe?
No, I just heard human brains are way smaller than ours. Isn't that kind of like being married to a dog?
Hey, look, buddy, don't believe everything you hear on the news. Just let my beautiful wife through.
Fine. Just gotta make sure they're not bringing any weapons on board first. Please step on through the weapon detector here.
How's this gonna go? This could be trouble.
Come on, step through the weapon detector. Whoa, hold on. That's a lot of weapons. And a knife? What are you trying to pull here?
We're more than just weapons.
Oh, no. Sorry, they're just like me. Sorry about that. Aliens that look just like weapons.
Sorry, you've got a ticket. They don't. I can only let you and
I have a ticket. He gave me a ticket.
Gonna have to confiscate the others for the remainder of the trip.
Shit. Sorry, guys.
Oh, this is bad. How the hell are you gonna kill Pinkstock unarmed?
It's okay. Just put us in the bin. We'll figure it out.
Bin, now. Let's move this along.
This'll only be for a bit.
We'll see you soon.
Bye-bye. I'll miss you.
Don't cry for me.
All right, looks good. We'll hold on to these until the end of your trip.
Sick! Let's keep the party going! Yeah! Hey, you're gonna have to carry me. The battery's dead on this thing.
Okay. Travis.
Hell yeah! Travis locked and loaded, baby.
Well, at least you're armed again.
You're good to proceed. Enjoy your stay aboard the Pink Line Panacea.
Yeah, baby, let's do this. Just you and me against the world. Forget about my old life. I'm here to party forever and never think about my old life ever again. And, oh yeah, you can try to find your friends too. I guess you can do that as well. God, this is a really nice ship, huh?
The sushi bar.
You look like you could use a drink. Have one. On me.
He's not even tall enough.
Anyone need a drink? I'm buying.
Oh, look at it, the finery boutique. You know, we need to find some fancy suits for the murder mystery party. Trust me, it's a priority.
Murder
and
mystery.
then we'll find your friends.
Hello, and welcome to the Pinkstock Finery Boutique. My name is Thurston Goodwell, the preeminent sartorial
Yes, he is a
expert
Gatlian,
on
yes.
Circuit Arcadia. How may I assist you?
We're going to Pinkstock's murder mystery.
This
party
is
tonight,
actually,
and we need to
good.
So, what do you got for us,
John
Thurston?
Waters?
My,
Yeah.
the murder mystery party. Oh, we've
He's
got
even
a
got the
couple
mustache.
of VIPs
So
here.
good.
I can certainly help with that. But first, I need to assess your fashion auras. Tell me, what do you want your new look to say about you?
That my marriage is totally fine.
I wanted to say my marriage is totally fine. Whoa, not sure where that came from. My marriage is totally fine. Jan and I just, we hit a little snag.
I see. Okay, next question. Do you feel secure and confident in yourself as a person? Take all the time you need. It's an important question.
I did this one last time, but it's so good, I might have to do it again.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I'm a fucking mess, aren't I? Everyone can tell, can't they? Okay, I'm sorry. Pull yourself together, Travis. Jesus Christ. Oh, just pull yourself together, Travis.
Thank you for being honest with me. Okay,
fucking
last
mess.
question. Have you ever let down someone you love?
Is that really relevant?
It is. Answer. Have you ever let down someone you love?
Not a chance.
No, I never, Oh, God, Jan, I miss you so much. I'll do whatever it takes to win you back. I need to be there for you. I need to be there for myself. I'll go to therapy like you asked. I'll do anything, Jan.
Shush, you're okay, baby. You're okay. Everything's okay.
Thank you, Thurston. I'll be better.
Yes, you will be. And I've got just the suit for both of you to fix
Hell
all your
yeah.
problems.
The Prince suit.
Wow. Look at them. They're perfect. Oh, we're going to look so good.
You'll be icons. I'll have them both sent up to your suite. That'll be 10,000 pesos.
Worth it. Charge it to my room. These are on me, pal.
You got it. Good luck at the murder mystery party.
Thanks, Thurston, baby. You're the best.
All right, now maybe we can find the others.
Oh, man, we are going to look so good finding your friends. That's right. I didn't forget. I know it's important to you that we find them. I am not an asshole.
Oh, to be a billionaire.
Oh, I have an
That could be
idea.
me
Have
one
you checked the
day,
museum?
if I just
That's where
do
I
my
would be if I were them.
stocks.
And I'm not just saying
God, I
that because
love
I want to
Larry
see the
Pinkstock.
museum, but hey,
So
two
rich.
birds, one stone.
Maybe this is the last errand?
Any other fans of Billy? I can't believe I'm finally aboard the Pink Line Panacea, owned by the Larry Pinkstock.
Hey, remind me again, what's so special about this guy?
What are you, stupid? He's a billionaire. Do you have any idea how much money he has?
$1 billion pesos?
Then you understand. God, do you think he's here on the ship? I wonder if he'll sign my eviction notice.
I wonder who they're mocking or mimicking or casually talking about.
Do you collect billionaire trading cards? I'm looking for Larry Pinkstock's rookie card.
Sorry, I don't do that stuff.
Okay, well, you should get into them. Just some advice from me. A lot of today's billionaires actually became billionaires by selling their rare billionaire trading cards. I tell you, I've been touring the resorts, castles, stadiums, and skyscrapers of every billionaire in the known universe, but Larry and the Panacea really take the cake.
Wait, a cruise ship is better than a castle? Come on.
Castles are just old rocks piled up to look like a big scary house. What really makes a castle special is the billionaire who bought it and visits for one night every 5 years.
This is so hard to listen to.
Okay, look, I'll level with you. I know billionaires are bad.
There you
I
go.
just like them because if I like them enough, maybe one day they'll give me some money, baby. I think that's really all it comes down to.
Pal, let me tell you something. You can love someone, and they'll still drop you like a hot, steaming turd.
I think my problem is I just don't like billionaires enough yet. I need to find a way to like Larry Pinkstock even more. Maybe if I give him some of my money.
There you go. No, I stopped playing it because it was in a rough state. It was crashing all the time and yada yada. But it looks like they worked out most of the bugs. I've only had one crash so far in, what, 5 hours? So, yeah, so I came back to it.
Choose from.
Also, I
Perhaps
have a
the
sponsor
teen
today
zone?
to do an hour, so I was
No,
like,
not a
fuck it, let's do it.
teen.
Let's
I
do the whole
doubt they'd
thing.
Let me participate. What about the aquarium? I heard they just added a new type of fish. Maybe later. What about the pink?
Is anyone seeing this elevator? It's a really nice elevator, right?
Right.
Oh, hello there. Maxwell Lifton.
Lifton Elevator CEO. God.
Do you like this elevator? My company manufactured it.
Yeah, no, I guess it, seems fine. It's like an average elevator, right? Am I missing something?
Oh, that's where you're mistaken. This elevator was designed so it'll never break. It's just not possible.
Oh, okay.
An unbreakable elevator at sea.
Yeah, okay, cool. Can we go?
Whichever sound you think caters to your
this
German
elevator?
audience the most.
Mine.
My
It's
German
my
audience?
elevator.
Let's see. I don't know. There's probably some Digimon fans in
What a
Germany,
good
right?
elevator.
Digimon, digital monsters, Digimon are the champions.
There you go. How's that? I have no fucking idea. I have nothing German on my soundboard.
Wow. Are you still basking in the glory of my elevator?
Well, I don't know if I'm basking in it. I'm just near it.
That counts as basking. You're basking. If anyone asks, you have to tell them you're basking. You looking for a job? Lifton Elevators is hiring elevator heavers.
What's an elevator heaver?
Oh, you know. The people at the top of the elevator shafts who slowly pull the rope that lifts the elevator. That's how all elevators work.
Oh, cool. I didn't know that, but we're good, I think. Currently trying to navigate single life.
Oh, perfect. We love hiring bachelors. For tax reasons.
Okay. Okay. Guide me to the stores? Nope. Down further. To the Lido deck.
Larry Pinkstock has his own museum. This guy
Oh,
is
that's
so
right, this
cool.
part.
Hello!
Hey!
I'm Larry Pinkstock's large talking head statue, and I'd like to welcome you to the Larry Pinkstock Museum and Cultural Center. Press a button on any exhibit to hear incredible true Pinkstock stories straight from the billionaire horse's mouth. Go ahead, don't be shy.
Zeke, I got another Shark Tank idea. Water wheel that goes in the toilet to harness raw power of explosive diarrhea. A guy like you could power a city block on his own. We are letting my diarrhea power go to waste. You're right. You're not wrong. But also, shitbox time, buddy.
No bones about it. That's the skeleton of Dr. Weeple Slaggerton. Yes, the very same Dr. Weeple Slaggerton who discovered the cure for cancer. I was so impressed with his research that I purchased him outright. He died in transit to my third mansion and was sadly never able to share the cure with us. Now that I think of it, we probably shouldn't have shipped him in such a tiny crate. Now we proudly display his skeleton as a memorial to his important work.
Oh, there we go.
Just an heirloom from the early days of Pinktronics, a biolab weapon I funded when I was just starting out. That's actually the test tube from our first ever genetically engineered monster. She was a beaut, but she turned on us and wiped out half the lab at the company picnic. But hey, that's what Pinkstock Lab Insurance is for. Speak to one of our representatives at the front desk to learn more. Since I'm responsible for the majority of the lab's funding, they let me perform some of the foreskin cutting ceremonies on our bioengineered life forms. I'm a hobbyist loyal, so my work isn't the best, but it's damn good for an amateur. And I'd like to see you try it, buddy. You wouldn't believe the size of these monsters' dicks. These dicks are huge.
Oh, this
Oh
one.
my God, they have a fedora exhibit? Go to the fedora! Go to the fedora!
I will. Hold on.
This is the dick from one of my lab's organic bioweapons. That's right, we breed them with big dicks. It's important to the research. Now, you might notice that this one isn't circumcised. How about you give it a try yourself? Go ahead and use those buttons to control my circumcision laser. It's fun.
Hey, perfect. Let's use this laser to bust open the case with the fedora.
That could work.
Okay, hold on. Can I?
Wait, come on. We need the laser to get the fedora.
I will, but let me see what it's all about, though.
This is the actual fedora from Earth movie Dunstan Checks In. Played by Dunstan.
Dunstan
in the film.
checks in.
This was very hard to obtain, and is.
Do I ever wish I was cut? No.
I
never.
need that fedora. It's perfect. Think about how good it would look on me. Seriously. Let's get it out of there. Come on. Nobody's looking. Get it out of there. Do this, and I'll really help you find your friends. For real this time.
Oh, God, remember, we need to keep him happy. Maybe there's some way we can get that fedora out of there for him.
The Pink Stock Cup, the grand prize of my private professional sports venture, Major League Pinkball. This is just one of many in my collection. I win it every year, in fact. That's in the rules, actually. Everyone has to let me win. Rosebud. Not mine. Just, I'm a fan of classic Earth cinema. This sled means nothing to me. I certainly wouldn't waste my final breaths talking about it. I don't see what the fuss was all about. Ah, good old Charlie. Friend, mentor, and co-founder of Pinkstock Capital. Couldn't have done it without him. To commemorate our partnership, I had him bronzed at his 60th birthday party. I even have a recording of the speech. Ah, Charlie was always so good at screaming in pain. Miss you, pal.
Okay, now we're gonna do it. Wait, you got something? No. Here we go. Back to the laser.
Easy not to burn anything. We don't want to get in trouble.
Wow, what a great museum. What are you doing with that laser? You keep on lasering. Don't mind me. I'm just enjoying the museum.
Careful, careful. Just make it to the fedora.
That laser's getting a little close, don't you think?
Just gotta get to that fedora exhibit.
Please only use the circumcision laser for its intended purpose.
Good
Careful!
Laser
Gotta get that fedora!
Thurston Goodwell Suit Shop. Sorry, Thurston pays me to do this spiel as a little bit of guerrilla marketing. Look, I get a free cruise out of it, okay?
God damn it! Get out of the way, you fucking prick!
Sorry I'm sweating so much. I just need that fedora. Hells yes!
There we go.
Okay, now quick, grab the fedora.
I know he said he was laser proof. I just couldn't see where it was gonna hit underneath him if I went to the right. I didn't want to do it all over again.
Oh my God, how do I look, right? Okay, let's take a look around. We'll find them, I promise. Now that I look this good, I can find anything.
Avoid the Lido deck for the time being. We're experiencing a spot of knife-related trouble at the teen zone. Do not worry.
Teen zone.
The teens are safe. All will be resolved quickly. Do not go to the Lido deck. That is all.
Hey, it sounds like they're talking about your knife friend. What was his name? Knifo?
Yep, that was definitely about Knifey.
Perfect. Let's just hop up to the Lido deck and grab him. See? The problem solved itself.
Please, let's all just calm down.
Fuck you! Teens reign supreme! We have the knife, so you gotta listen to us!
Put me down! Get your grubby teen hands off me!
No way! You're part of the teen army now.
Knifey, there you are.
Hey, those teens have your knife.
Oh, God, what am I gonna do?
Well, looks like a problem the Dream Team can solve. Let's do this.
Sorry for the trouble. We'll have this situation resolved momentarily.
Hey, back off. This is teen territory.
Hey, we're cool. We support the cause, okay? But that knife is a friend of ours.
Is that so? Well, how about this? You prove to us that you're cool and we'll talk. You skate?
You better believe we skate.
Then let's see it. We rearranged the skateboarding letters to say something nasty. You hop on your board and collect them all, and we'll go from there.
You're on. Okay, you handled it.
Wow, big one. Why'd you stop talking to get a single letter? Wow, you're pretty good at skating. Wow, where did you learn to drive like that? Control of the ship.
I'd like to see you take
Oh, there it
control of
is.
anything without me.
Shut up, you dumb knife.
Oh, well, fine, okay.
Holy shit! Just one more letter. They're gonna pull it off.
Oh, there it is. Gonads! Oh, shit!
What a fucking legend! We were wrong about you. Come over here and let's talk. All right, we're impressed, but there's one last thing we want you to do for us before we give you your knife back.
Just do it. They've got me over a barrel here.
That's right. You gotta do what we say. See that lug blob?
We brought it here.
Why?
We want you to launch it overboard for us.
Why? For the thrill.
Yeah, but we're the ones doing it, not you.
You wouldn't get it.
Just do it and end this nightmare.
All right, okay. Well, if we're doing this, I can help. I can do a cool trick with my trick hole that juggles lug blobs, pops them right up into the air. Yeah, it's great. Jan never appreciated it. Go ahead, I'll show you. Oh, shoot it again. You can keep juggling it. Watch.
Hell yeah! That rules!
Yo, so sick.
You're a legend.
All right, come over here. Let's talk. You really proved yourself today. We watched you out there, skating and spelling gonads. That was so sick and funny. It got us thinking. Even really old people like you can be teens. We're not so different after all.
I don't think this human is actually that much older than you.
Exactly. We're not so different after all. So here, take your friend back.
Knifey!
Yay, I'm back. You rescued me from those scary teenagers. How exciting.
Whew. It's over. I'm just glad this was all settled without anyone getting hurt.
Who threw a fucking lug blob overboard? It fucked up Tony real good. Shit, it's you. The traitor I owed the huge bounty. I knew we'd find you here. Attack Gluttons!
Oh man, you pissed off the Buttons, Gluttons? And you have a bounty on your head? Oh great, we're fucked.
Ugh, grow up, dude. It's just a weak one. At least that big boss Greg Button isn't here. Then we'd be in trouble.
Oh, hey, I don't know these people. I'm just a sad loser whose wife is probably about to divorce me. Pity me, please, pity me.
Bounty hunters don't kill bounty hunters, except us, because you killed a bounty hunter first. So you're not technically a bounty hunter anymore. You follow? Does that make sense? You get it? Because I don't. I know it's confusing, but I tried.
God, the reload speed on this guy is just so fucking bad.
Boys, retreat! We'll need the boss to handle this one.
Yeah, that's right. Run away! Run away! Oh my God, my heart's racing. That felt good. That felt real good.
Hey, let's just hope they don't regroup and strike back with their boss, Craig.
Holy shit. You saved us. Thank you.
Yep, we sure did. Knifey saved the day again.
You were so thick out there.
Yeah, I know I was. Yeah, obviously.
Me too, right?
Yeah. Everyone was sick. But let's keep this entire thing a secret, okay? That way I get to keep my job and none of you get kicked off the ship.
I don't give a shit. Fine by us.
Godspeed. All right. Teen party is over. Let's get you all back to your parents.
Fuck you, Hitler. That's really his name. That's his name.
God damn it.
Hey, what do you say we head back to the atrium and collect our thoughts?
Please,
name is
teens,
really
I
Hitler.
respectfully request your respect.
Never.
You're a punk-ass bitch of an adult.
Yeah. Why don't you go die of old age?
I'm only 31. What? Why is that funny?
Old as shit.
You'll be 31 someday,
Right,
too.
like hell we will.
Teens forever.
We made a pact to never grow old. And then a witch confirmed it.
A witch confirmed it? What does that even mean?
Like you'd ever understand. You old loser.
Yeah, I'm old. I'm a loser. Now that we settled that, what if we just move this party inside?
No way! The teens belong in the teen zone.
And the teen zone belongs to teens.
Teens today.
No.
Teens
Come on.
tomorrow.
Teens forever.
I'm gonna get fired.
Okay.
Teens forever.
You
Screw
should
the
get out of here.
old.
This could get ugly for us now.
Forever. Screw the old.
I got a handle on this. You go enjoy your cruise. Don't worry about me. This is the job I signed up for. Getting verbally abused by teenagers.
Yep. I don't have to deal with that ever. It's gonna be great. Or it's gonna be. It is great. What am I talking about? Gonna be. It's fucking
hey,
great.
Nigel, where's the rest of your team? We've been worried sick.
Fuck if I know. I got separated. They're probably all dead now.
Shit, that was our last lead.
Oh, you coming from the Lido deck? I heard there was a disturbance. You don't happen to know anything about that now, do you?
Do we know what happened?
He stays in front
I'll
of you.
need to scan you. Don't worry. It's just protocol. Oh my God, a VIP guest? My apologies for suspecting a guest of your stature of any wrongdoing. I am at your beck and call. Here's the key to your VIP suite. You know, you should really head to your room and rest up before the party. You'll need to be in tip-top shape. Mr. Pinkstock won't accept anything less.
You got it, my dude. Thanks.
Oh, it's my pleasure. Good luck tonight.
Hey, I guess let's just check out our suite.
He's coming
It's almost
with.
party time.
Attention, panic.
Okay.
Oh, god damn it, we're out of time. What are we gonna do?
Hey, tough luck. Let's just call it for today and hit up the party without your buddies. We could look for them some more in the morning.
We don't have much of a choice. This party's your only chance to kill Pinkstock.
Well, you got Knifey and this new guy. Just make do.
Must be the wrong room.
Must be. What? Oh. Okay.
Whoa, not bad. And check out the mech walker they hooked me up with. That's a top-end model.
Oh my God.
My bed. Sorry. That was supposed to be for me and Jan. But,
Oh God,
guess
Jan.
we can share it. If that's not too weird.
You should get some rest. Remember, you're down a few members, so you'll need every edge you can get for the party.
So, best friend nap time?
Yeah. Yes. Yes. Oh, there we go.
You know what? You're pretty cool. I was feeling a little bummed when my wife canceled on me, but it turned out to be a blessing in disguise because I met you. Thanks for spending so much time with me all day. I know you were worried about your friends, so it means a lot to me that you gave me all that attention. And we will find your friends, and we'll find them after the party. I promise. I just had a lot on my mind, you know, with Jan and all, but we'll definitely find you. I just hope it's not over between us. I really love her, you know? She's the most beautiful Gatling in the world. I swear, if you saw her, you'd be so jealous. How the hell did a guy like me ever end up with her? I'm so lucky. I can't let this fall apart. And that's when I knew I was for sure not gay. I mean, I don't have anything against it, especially since almost everyone in space is at least a little gay. You know, you humans are kind of regressive in that way, but still, it's just not for me. I mean, I did get really good at blowjobs, though. Really good. Oh my God! It's almost time for the murder mystery party already. I've been talking all evening. Hey, you are such a good listener.
I don't know how the hell you slept through that.
Hurry! Hurry! We can't be late for the party. Let's get dressed in our new suits.
Okay. Gonna take one last break because I gotta go pee again. Again, yes, again. I gotta go pee again, for fuck's sake. All right. But we're gonna take one last break and we'll come back and we'll play another couple hours, so stick around. Okie dokie. Thanks to all the BRB makers. It's fucking just stellar job this time. Just stellar job. Good job, guys. The Be Right Back screens are more low effort than usual, I see. Just kidding. Yeah, they're great. You can eat a dick, Casper. All right. Oh yeah, let's get in our print suits. So good.
Ooh,
I
look at
love it.
me. I'm going to turn heads tonight. I'm
love
going to
it.
be the talk of the party.
So good.
Oh, you look great. Seriously. Wow. All right, I'm good. Let's go.
I was just coming to wake you. The other VIP guests have already gathered for the murder mystery party. You mustn't be late. Mr. Pinkstock won't stand for it. Please, head to the Grand Hall.
Lead the way.
Oh man, I wish we had the others. This is gonna be tough without them.
Might I just say, your outfit is fantastic.
Thank you, rock, paper,
You look
scissors.
Thanks for 3 years, CQ.
Thank you for the 3 years. I appreciate that.
See, they agree. You'll be a big hit at the party. Maybe you'll even get a compliment from Mr. Pinkstock himself. Have you heard about his recent donations to Rhea Pharmaceuticals? I hear they're planning to legalize humans. That means Mr. Pinkstock is directly helping with that. He's truly such a generous man. I used to smoke some humans a bit myself back before they became a sanctioned species, so I'm grateful that Mr. Pinkstock is helping get humans back onto the market. Safely, I might add. Obviously, the G3 handled the whole human situation very poorly. That won't happen with Rhea Pharma, I can tell.
Also, thank you for using your Prime sub on me there, Rocks. I do appreciate it.
We're almost there.
Did you know there's such a thing called
little
a
bit more.
Prime sub that you can use if you have Amazon Prime? You can use it on your favorite streamer, or even your least favorite streamer, or your
Okay,
medium
just
favorite
continue through
streamer.
these doors, please. Enjoy the party. Whenever you're ready, you can go through the doors and enjoy the party.
Oh, good. The party hasn't started yet. I blew all my savings on the VIP tickets, so
Thank you, Liege
let's
Lion.
get our money's worth. Schmooze a little, rub elbows with the Richies. I mean, this could be huge for us.
Okay, now last time I solved it, and I did it correctly, I'm wondering if you have to do that or not. I'm wondering if you can just accuse people, and I'm gonna try and see what happens.
Who are you? Seems Larry's just letting anyone into these affairs these days,
Hindsight.
isn't he?
I'll have you know, my father, the King of Pontarian, could have you executed for speaking to me out of turn. Be gone while I still have my patience.
Thank you, Senior Uber. Also, Yo Soy Capitan with 5 months. Hell yeah, Prime subbing it.
Oh, hey there, sweetie. I can tell you're not one of Larry's typical friends, and that's a good thing. Not sure how you got mixed in all this.
Look alive, soldier. Old Pinkstock's a wily one. We need to keep a guard up and our wits about us. Ah, right on schedule. Ten Hut?
Hello, my esteemed guests. You know me, of course, Larry Pinkstock, richest man on Circuit Arcadia. Thank you all for coming tonight. I'm happy to share another evening of intrigue and drama with some old friends, some old flames.
For Upsurg with 18,
royalty,
thank you for Upsurg.
And it seems even a stranger or two. But no matter, if you've got the funds and know-how to have
Yes,
made it into this
performance
room,
has
rest assured
vastly improved.
You will be allowed to participate in the latest and greatest of my famous murder mystery galas. So without any further ado,
here he comes. Huh. I thought he was going to suddenly appear or something.
If you've had the honor of attending a previous gala, you may think you know how events will progress tonight. But you are wrong. You're all in for a delicious treat.
Oh, he's going to pop out of the cake. Oh, no, that would be too obvious. This guy's a genius. He's mind-fucking us right now.
Yeah, just
Trust
one so far.
Nothing. Question everything. The stakes are higher than they've ever been before. How so? Because everything you are about to experience is 100% real. That's right. For the first time ever, this won't simply be a game. No, not a game at all. For tonight, you will be solving my actual murder.
Hey, who's touching me? Put me down. Stop. You're gonna.
The murder.
Oh my God!
Good heavens!
What's going on over there? Do you need extraction?
The game?
I can't tell.
I think he's really dead.
Oh, shit. You're locked in.
Hey, everyone! It's me again, Larry Pinkstock.
Where's that voice coming from? I thought he was dead.
If you're hearing this pre-recorded message, that means I'm now actually dead, and the murder mystery has begun. How fun!
Okay, I've got no clue what's real or not.
I have no clue what accent
Here's
you
the
have.
twist. One of you is the killer. Who killed me? You can't leave until someone figures it out.
It was a gun!
Yes, we all heard it.
What? Me? No! Someone picked me up. Someone used me. Back me up here, buddy. I'm not the murderer. I'm the murder weapon!
Seems to me like you're trying to pin it on one of us.
Why don't we all calm down a bit?
Investigate, interrogate, do whatever it takes to find my true killer. When you're ready to solve the case, step up here and press the big red button. But beware, you only get one chance. Good luck!
I'll just go hit the button and say it was the gun. All in agreement?
Wait!
Hold on a minute. Let's give the gun a chance to defend himself. We're still not even sure if this is real or not.
Yeah, pick me up. I'll prove it wasn't me.
Whatever, just make it quick. I've got room service waiting for me back in my suite.
The investigation.
All right. If we want to clear my name, we're going to have to solve this mystery for real. Whoever was holding me knew what they were doing. They definitely had firearms experience. And I think I smelled some perfume. Something rosy.
We can work with that. Let's start with those leads and look for anyone with the motive. I've just activated detective mode. This way you can keep track of all the clues we find during our investigation. I've put together a helpful little notepad for you to scribble on, and you can use it to track all the guests' motives and all the clues and who you think did it or couldn't have done it or anything like that. Have fun. I'll let you handle it all yourself, but if you need my help, if you want me to keep track of things automatically, you can turn that on, and I'll do it for you. So you let me know. I'm here to help.
Okay. Activate. Okay. Yeah. Pseudo assist. And then I can punch into the cake. There we go. An inhaler.
An inhaler?
It has RVIII written on it. That's probably Roman numerals. There, okay. I'll keep these clues on that table over there, you know, for if you want to review them later.
Richard 12th the 8th.
Oh, poor guy pissed himself. I heard that happens when you die. Hey, you better keep track of this. It might be important.
I don't know if that's true, but okay.
He did piss himself. That's great. All right, let's go grab some clues. There's one right here.
Looks like a military service record.
It belongs to Admiral Sessions. Huh, it says he lost his hands in the war? That's interesting.
Okay.
Whoa! Holy shit, that's a big check.
Ooh, yeah, what a payout. And it's made out to Oberon, from Pigstock himself.
Are these... Oh, no! Divorce papers? Oh, good. Good. It's not mine.
Wait, look at this. It says Adeline and Pigstock used to be married?
There was a couple of clues. I remember there was a couple of clues that were really difficult to find.
I think that's a milk carton?
Yeah, and it looks old. It's got 2 missing children on it. Huh, doesn't that girl kind of look like Obi Oberon?
Remember, one of them was underneath one of these chairs.
Medical paperwork?
It's about Adeline Moss. It says her bones are really weak. Is that useful? Does that help us with anything?
Yes, this was the last part I did the first time around. Yes, you are correct. And then I took on the boss, the pirate boss on the ship.
Hey, is that anything over there?
Oh my god. See, it's so hard to get this one. And I can't crouch. I can't crouch.
Hey there, I got an incoming
I can
phone
just
call
move
from
the
someone
thing.
named Jan.
Oh my god, it's Jan! Oh, don't answer, do not answer!
It's Jan, it's Jan!
Is that you? Where the hell are you? You better not be on that cruise!
Oh, baby, I can't talk right now. I'm,
For fuck's sake, what is it now?
I'm being accused of murder.
Very funny. Grow up. You know, I was calling to give you one last chance, but that's it. You want to play games? You'll be hearing from my divorce lawyer.
No, baby, wait!
She hung up. Sorry about that. Good luck with your marriage.
Oh, God! All right, let's just solve this mystery. Keep my mind off it. What is this photo of?
I know what you did.
Richard? And a dead guy?
Oh, God, yeah. Did he hit that drifter with his car? Is this blackmail? We better hold on to this.
Oh, shit. Look at this. A military order signed by Admiral Sessions.
Oh, boy, this is some dark shit. It's authorizing the troops to cut off the food supply to an entire planet? Isn't that a war crime?
love the detective music harpsichord thing they got going. Okay. Oh, there we go. There's one.
Some dumb class photo. I don't know. What is this?
Oh, it's for O.B. Oberon's School of Music. I didn't know she taught kids.
Okay, and now we talk to folks.
Hi there. Mind if we ask you some questions about the murder? Big lady.
Oh, be my guest. The name's Oberon. Let me know, how can I help?
Wow, that's opera megastar O.B. Oberon. I'm jealous. See if you can get an autograph for me.
What do you think of the Admiral over there?
Admiral Sessions? Kind of a stick in the mud, don't you think? You know, now that I think about it, I actually heard that Pinkstock had some dirt on him. Used him to control the Ambulan military, clear out planets for him to set up factories on, or dump waste. I don't think the Admiral was very happy about that arrangement.
What do you think about the old woman over there?
Adeline Moss. She's a bit harsh, not very welcoming, as I'm sure you've noticed. Between you and me, I'm pretty new to this having money thing, and she doesn't seem to think I belong in the same circles.
What do you think about the prince?
Richard 12th the 8th? Scary family. I think that kid has a little
Oh,
crush
I'd
on
smash.
me.
I totally smash.
Which would be cute if I hadn't heard he was a bit of psychopath.
Weird question, but do you mind if I sniff your hand real quick?
Sure.
Thanks, it'll only be a moment.
That's it! That's the rosy scent I smelled!
Oh, that's my perfume. Is there something wrong?
Sorry, not authorized to speak about case details, ma'am. Get lost.
Oh, okay then.
So Oberon's wearing the right perfume.
I hate to ask this, but do you have any experience with firearms?
I'm sorry. I never held a gun in my life.
Liar. Liar.
Wouldn't you say the missing kid on this milk carton looks a bit like you?
Oh, I suppose it does. But I think it's just a coincidence. Sorry.
Hey, look what we found. A class photo from your old music school. What's the deal here?
Oh, great kids. I really love teaching them. I'd still been doing it if Larry hadn't bought the school and shut it down. He needed to make room for a new... what did he call it? Blood Boy Bank? I never really forgave him for it, if I'm being honest.
Could that be a motive?
Motive.
Oh, look at this! A big check with your name on it. Care to explain?
Oh, I'm ashamed to admit this, but, well, that's the check Pinkstock wrote me when he bought the music school. It was a lot of money, so it was hard to say no. I guess I felt a little pressured. I've always felt bad about it, but what's done is done.
Do you have any idea why there's a piss stain on the corpse?
Sorry, no, I didn't even notice. That's pretty funny.
Apparently we know this guy Gene who's pretty into you.
Now I'm asking for an autograph for my friend.
You're ruining this for me. Stop. Abort.
Relax, I've got this.
He thinks you're pretty hot. Yeah, I've never actually met the guy, but he's got a great voice. Yeah. Here, let me put him on.
No, stop. Never mind.
I think I passed, but thank you very much for letting me know.
Fuck! Why'd you do that? Jesus Christ, I'm shaking. Do you think that no was final?
Okay. Nope, not that.
Good luck with the case.
Mind if we ask you a few questions about the murder?
No point.
I'm
seeing
just talking
you
right to
clearly
his
did
pipe.
it.
Okay.
But sure thing, soldier.
Oh, that's Admiral Grok Sessions of the Umbellian Army. He's a tough customer with a history of violence.
What can I help you with?
Let me ask you something. What do you think about the prince?
Richard 12th the 8th? He's a brat. Spoiled rotten. You know, just between you and me, I heard Pinkstock's got the whole royal family in his pocket somehow. He's running the show like a shadow king. Must have dirt on him.
That's pretty interesting.
What do you think about the old woman?
Adeline Moss. She's old money, and she won't let you forget it either. You heard of Moss Cosmetics? That's her family. Mean people.
What do you think about the big lady?
Oh, O.B. Oberon? Have some respect, soldier. That's a world-class opera singer right there. She's too nice for her own good. She won't make it long in these circles. Glad I could be of some help.
There.
Even more questions?
Sorry, awkward question, but do you mind if I sniff your hand?
What? Why?
It's for the case, it'll only be a moment.
If it'll get you to leave me alone, then fine.
That's the rosy perfume I smelled earlier. It's faint, but it's there.
What's this about?
Nothing. Classified. Ignore us.
Let's file that one away.
So you're in the military. You have experience with firearms, right?
Of course I do. I assure you I know more about guns than you could ever dream, and you are a gun.
So he knows how to use a gun.
3 evidences against him, but it's not him,
So,
I don't think.
We read your military service record. Did you really lose your hands in the war?
How did you... yes. I lost both hands in combat at the Siege of Lender's Palm. Got wooden replacement hands now. It's a great shame of mine, but you can cross me off your little suspect list. Can't even grip a gun anymore, let alone fire one.
That seems pretty definitive.
What's up with this milk carton we found?
How the hell should I know? Stop showing me your garbage.
We found this military order you signed. Seems pretty incriminating.
Jesus Christ, where on earth did you... Oh, Larry, you old bastard. Look, you don't show that to anyone else. That's between me, Pinkstock, and God. So what? I cut off an entire planet's food supply during wartime. That's not a war crime. At least it shouldn't be. Pinkstock's people dug it up, and he's been holding it over my head ever since. Uses me to get whatever he wants out of the Umbellian military, making them his own personal army. Am I relieved he's finally dead? Of fucking course I am. Did I kill him myself? No. Now leave me alone.
Really touched a nerve there, huh?
So, you have any idea why there's a piss stain on the corpse? Do you have any idea why there's a piss stain on the corpse?
What? What are you asking me if I peed on Larry's dead body?
Yes!
Fuck off! Quit playing detective if all you're gonna do is dick around.
Can you explain why you're wearing the same exact rosy perfume as O.B. Oberon?
What?
Yeah.
No idea. That's her perfume, right? Well, I must have brushed shoulders or something. Hardly worth investigating. Well, I hope that was enough.
I think I have enough evidence, but I'm not sure. Oh, here's
A
one.
newspaper clipping.
Oh, this is juicy.
There
It
we
says
go.
some alien rights
I needed
activists
this
were
one, I
accusing
think.
Larry Pinkstock of trafficking orphans. Jesus Christ, what a monster.
Yep.
Good evening. Mind if we ask you some questions about the murder?
I'd really rather you didn't, but if you insist.
That's Adeline Moss of Moss Cosmetics. She runs in some very wealthy circles, so, tread carefully.
So, what do you want to know?
I'll tell you exactly what I want to know.
What do you think about the
Or
admiral?
I'll ask you what I want to know.
Lucas military man doesn't belong here in the upper echelons of wealth and taste. And neither do you, for that matter.
What do you think about the prince?
A disgrace to the 12th royal family name. But it's not his fault. The poor child is fiercely inbred.
What do you think about the big lady?
New money.
Why don't you call her
And her
O.B.
talent
Oberon?
as
You
an
have her
opera
name.
singer is a dime a dozen. I despise when Larry opens the doors to celebrities. She has no understanding of the world or the circles she's running in now. If she didn't have that voice of hers, she wouldn't even be here.
Pardon me, ma'am, but do you mind if I sniff your hand real quick?
Why the hell would I let you do that?
I assure you it's for the investigation, ma'am. Nothing sexual.
Well, that only makes it sound more sexual.
Please, ma'am,
Not
for the
wrong.
investigation.
Fine.
She is wearing perfume, but it's a fruity scent. Not the same one I smelt on whoever held me.
Let's note that down.
Well, are you satisfied?
So we found some of your medical paperwork. Says here you've got brittle bones. Can't withstand any heavy impacts without something snapping.
That's private information, but it's correct. So you see, I couldn't have fired the murder weapon, which I might add was you. So I don't know why I'm the one being badgered with questions.
Got it. Yeah, couldn't have been her.
What do you know about pink stock and orphans?
What do you mean? He's a billionaire. I'm sure he does all sorts of things with orphans.
No, I changed.
It's kind
I
of
lost
our
weight.
theme.
I lost so
But
much
I'm
weight,
sorry.
my body disappeared.
I'm afraid I can't be more specific. I haven't heard anything.
What's up with this milk carton we found? Huh?
It looks like garbage, so I'd appreciate it if you hid it from my sight. Thank you very much.
I don't know why there's milk there in the first place.
We found your old divorce papers. So you used to be married to Larry Pinkstock. Interesting.
Yes, of course. That's no secret. We had a passionate fling many years ago.
Thank you, Tilling.
But it's no fond memory of mine. He took a sizable chunk of my family fortune in the divorce, including one of our castles. Did you know he used that settlement as seed money to get started in the tech industry? He wouldn't even be here in this boat if it weren't for me. Well, I mean, I suppose that would be better for him, I guess. Because he wouldn't be dead. I've never forgiven him for taking so much from me. That heartless bastard. He deserved what he got as far as I'm concerned.
You think that's a motive?
So why is there a piss stain on the corpse? You tell me! Why is there piss on the corpse? In stain form!
Excuse me? How dare you mention urine in front of me? I'm a lady. I won't even handle my own urine without servants to help, let alone have to hear about somebody else's.
So, do you have any idea why Oberon and the Admiral were wearing the same rosy perfume?
Oh, do I ever? Those two have been flirting this whole trip. Trash attracts trash, I suppose. That rosy perfume is my own brand, I'll have you know. And it doesn't rub off so easy. You need some real skin-on-skin friction, if you catch my drift.
Ooh, that's a big one. Better remember that.
Okay.
I trust that's everything, then.
Hey, kid, do you mind if we ask you a few questions about the murder?
Kid? You must address me as Your Highness Richard XII the Eighth, should you wish to further pursue this line of conversation.
That's Richard XII the Eighth of the Royal Eighth Line. He's a real prince. Don't piss him off.
Sorry, Your Highness. Won't happen again. So, what do you think about the Admiral?
Admiral Sessions? Papa says the military is a tool for brutes, but a necessary one. That man exists to serve people like me, and for that I must applaud him. Otherwise, I try not to think about him.
What do you think about the old woman?
Oh, Edeline Moss? Very sexy. One of the most beautiful angels mine eyes have beheld. So hot.
Really?
What do you think about the big lady?
Obi Oberon? A beautiful voice, 10 out of 10 body, extremely sexy. I desire her greatly. Papa says he may be able to arrange something, if only I would behave, whatever that means.
I know you're young, but do you have any experience with firearms?
Do I have experience with firearms? Like, you mean guns? No, not at all. Those things simply don't interest me.
I feel like he's hiding something.
What do you know about Larry Pinkstock and orphans?
What? You mean aside from the fact that billionaires love orphans? No idea. I must assume he eats them.
What's up with this milk carton?
I don't know. Should I know? Is this some kind of mind game?
Be honest with us. Is this your inhaler?
There it is. Yes, that's mine. I'll need that back after the investigation. so I suffer from a few allergies. Most other aliens give me hives, and not just the peasants. I'm even allergic to you Gatlians. I'd get a rash just from touching you. And no, it's not because of the inbreeding.
Allergic to Gatlians. You think that rules him out?
Tell us the truth. Did you kill someone with a car?
Did Pinkstock tell you? He promised he'd never... Oh, well, he's dead now, and you already know. Yes, as a child, I got into Mama and Papa's winery, got sluiced, climbed into a vehicle and struck a passerby. He was just a drifter, a nobody. Papa had it all covered up. But Pinkstock found out, somehow, and he held it over my family's head, making us royals do all his bidding. Evil, evil man. We've wanted him dead for years, just to be free of his control. But I didn't do it. Damn it! Do not start thinking I killed him.
Well, that's a bombshell motive.
Do you know why there's a piss stain on the corpse?
Yes, I peed on it. Next question.
Do you have any idea why Oberon and the Admiral are wearing the same perfume?
You didn't hear it from me, but as I was observing the beautiful Miss Oberon from a distance last night, I spotted the Admiral getting a bit intimate with her. She can do a lot better, so much better. But yes, I assume their scents may have intermingled, though I'd rather not think about it. That lucky bastard.
Well, that's an explanation.
Okay.
Good. You're finished?
Okay. Now, I've done this before, so I know who did it, but I wonder if I have enough evidence. I'm wondering if I'm missing something that's laying around.
How can I help?
Okay, we do have more to talk about. Okay.
What do you know about Pinkstock and orphans?
Only what the rumors say. He used to buy up orphanages and sell off the kids to Rhea Pharmaceuticals for experimentation, right? Terrible stuff.
All right, tell it to us straight. Were you one of the orphans Pinkstock sold to Rhea Pharma to get experimented on?
So you put it all together. Yes. It was a terrible time. I wouldn't wish it on anyone in the world. My brother was with me. He died while we were in those labs. I carry him with me every day, in every performance. I don't know if Pinkstock fully understood what he was condemning us to, but I'll just admit it. I won't cry over his death.
Ooh, that's a lot. Better sit with that one for a minute.
Okay.
Can you explain why you and Admiral Sessions are wearing the same rosy perfume?
I need someone with gun training.
I don't know what you're talking about. Maybe he likes to wear perfume?
Okay. I think I need the
Is that
Admiral
all?
to tell me that she has gun training, perhaps.
More questions?
What do you know about Pinkstock and orphans?
Oh, where'd you hear about that? Yeah, he's a billionaire. He buys and sells orphans. Oh, this is a glitch. That's what billionaires do. Auction off Rhea Pharmaceuticals, as I've heard. As I've heard it. To do what? God only knows. Some sort of drug experiment? Most likely all rumors. Anyway, billionaires know how to cover their tracks.
So Pinkstock was supplying Rhea Pharma with orphans for experiments.
Yeah.
Good luck with the investigation.
I think I'm missing a piece of evidence somewhere. So I know there's something that gives someone gun training.
Yeah, better take a look at what we found so far.
I don't need to look at this stuff yet. Okay.
All right. Let's just get it over with.
Nope.
Will you be
Okay.
leaving me alone now?
Welcome back. Please, let us entertain your further questions.
Nope.
Are we wrapping this up now?
Oh, there's something on the back of the... There we go.
A detention slip?
Yeah, for some private school.
Ah.
Oh, it's for Richard 12th. Looks like he brought a gun to school. Oh boy.
Hey, Your Highness, we got some questions for you.
Very well.
So, do you want to tell us about this detention slip?
Okay, so I brought a gun onto the academy campus. Who hasn't done that at this point? It might as well just be legal if they're not at least going to stop all these school shootings. I didn't want to hurt anybody. I just wanted to show it off. I was reprimanded accordingly, and I paid the price for it already. But yes, if you're prying, I can handle a gun. You got me.
Interesting.
If we meet again after this, I'll deny knowing you.
More questions?
No. Okay.
I'll be here if you have any more questions.
Okay. Oh, that's right. Yeah. It was like a shooting trophy or something, right? Aha! There we go.
Trophy.
First place for some kind of sharpshooting competition.
There it is.
It's awarded to Jellica Bleems. Do we know who that is?
Maybe.
And would you mind if I asked you a few more questions?
Sure thing.
Hold on a second. Isn't the name on this trophy the same name we saw under your missing photo on the milk carton?
Wow, you are good. That's right. Obi Oberon's my stage name. Jellica Bleems was my real name. I won that trophy from a sharpshooting competition. Yes, I know my way around a gun. I only hid it earlier because I didn't want to share the dark secrets of my childhood in the labs or about my brother. Sorry for misleading you. I hope you understand.
Woohoo, that's another bombshell.
Is that all?
All right, that's it.
All right, are you absolutely certain you know who the killer was? Because if you press this, there's no going back.
I'm ready.
All right, then, I guess let's do this. Good luck.
All right, everyone, listen up. We know who the killer is.
The truth unraveled.
Oh, this ought to be good.
I bet you didn't solve shit.
Go on then, tell us. Who killed Larry Pinkstock?
It was, there you go.
It was O.B. Oberon, right there, right there!
Oh my, you don't seriously mean that?
Oh, but we do.
I'm liking this.
Interesting. Why her?
Yes, tell me. Why would I want Larry dead?
Because Pinkstock is responsible for her brother's death.
Because when you were a child orphan, Pinkstock sold you into corporate slavery at Rhea Pharmaceuticals and had you experimented on, didn't he?
Oh, that's pretty fucked up.
Oh, I didn't know that.
That's all true.
But that's not the end of it, is it? You also had a brother, and he underwent the same experiments, but he died in the process, and you always blamed Larry Pinkstock. You blamed Larry, and this was your chance for revenge, wasn't it? And you took it! Look at me!
I see where you're going with this, but I'm afraid you need evidence to tie me to the crime, dear.
Rosy perfume.
She's wearing the exact rosy perfume I smelled on the hands of whoever used me to kill Pinkstock.
Well, how
It's
about
true.
that?
I'm wearing rosy perfume. But I think you'll find the Admiral is wearing the same scent. We had a fling last night, you see? Some it wrapped off, so the killer could just as well have been him.
Damn you, Oberon. So that was your game.
Wow, you're really onto something here. Got anything to clinch it?
Yes.
And check this shit out.
Check this shit
trophy
out.
For first place at a sharpshooting competition. See it? You see it? The name on the trophy is Jellica Bleems, which is Oberon's true name, as evidenced here by the missing child photo on this old milk carton. Oh, I put it all together, baby.
Wow, I'm starting to see it.
This is actually pretty cool. You're like a real detective.
Very interesting.
But it still doesn't prove I did it. What else do you have?
I have a check. Wait. I think it, yeah.
Take a look at this big check Pink Stock wrote to her. It proves that they were on it together. That's what it proves that.
In on what? He was in on his own murder?
I was gonna say that was
ridiculous.
not a good point of
They don't
evidence.
even know what they're saying at this point.
Oh, wait. Hold on. I think I messed something up.
Don't give up. Do you have any other evidence?
Oh, nobody else could have fired the shot because the Admiral.
And here's the thing. Nobody else could have fired the shot. The Admiral has wooden hands that can't grip or fire a gun.
Broken
okay?
and brittle
Emmeline's
bones
got a weak
and
skeleton
allergic.
that would buckle under the impact
there
of
it is.
recoil. And Richard has a Gatlian allergy. He'd be covered in rashes from head to toe if he held me. That leaves only O.B. Oberon. O.B. Oberon, our killer.
You figured me out. Bravo.
What? Wait,
Yeah.
you really got it?
Yeah, we got it. We got it.
So you admit it.
What else can I do? I can't deny it at this point. I saw my chance and I took it. But don't act so high and mighty. You all want him dead. That's why we're here.
Congratulations! You correctly solved the murder!
What the hell? Is that Larry's voice?
Is this another pre-recorded message? He's dead.
That's right. I was killed by O.B. Oberon out of cold-blooded revenge. I sold her and her brother into forced servitude in the research labs over at Rhea Pharmaceuticals, where her brother died during a grisly experiment.
Wow, you actually got it all correct.
Yeah, fine. I did it. But who could blame me, right?
Oh, I really thought it was the gun.
Me too, but I'm delighted.
What a monster I am. It's a good thing I was killed, right? Or was I?
Fuck me.
Oh, fuck this.
I'm still alive. Or at least a version of me is. The pink stock you saw die really did die. And it really was me. More specifically, it was my clone. That's the truth. I wasn't sure which of you would kill me tonight, but I knew one of you would. Even that famous outlaw's here tonight after my head. I saw everything coming. That's why I cloned myself. I'm a genius!
Christ, Larry.
You invented cloning just for a potty trick? You're even sicker than I thought.
All this time, you thought I'd really died, but no!
That was a cool
I'm
little
very
murder
much
mystery, though. I
alive.
gotta admit, I had
As
fun with that
alive
the
as
first
can
time through.
be.
What the hell?
Oh, and he's dead. Yep, he got killed by the pirates.
That's Greg Button.
You're the bounty hunter traitor, right?
What? Us? No. I barely even know this person. Who is that? Who are you?
Look, you get it, right? You mess with my gang, you mess with me. Craig Button. And now you gotta reckon with that, Don't think we don't know how much the bounty on your head is worth. You done for, pal. Finito. Get 'em, boys!
And away we go.
Alive, traitor. What the hell did you get me into? What's going on here?
Oh, yeah, we're once outlaws. What, you didn't know that? Now you've probably got a bounty on your head, too.
Oh, God, oh, God, oh, God, oh, no, oh, God, oh, God, oh, God.
What? Oh, she's the old lady.
Panacea guess. It appears our ship is under attack by a bounty hunter gang calling themselves Button's Gluttons. Please get to your muster stations now. We deeply apologize for the inconvenience. We are offering 37 pesos in ship credit for anyone killed by the attackers. Thank you. That is all.
Whoa, I did it. I took another life. Hey, maybe it's not a fluke. The slide. Let's escape down the slide. I don't want to die.
Attention Panacea guests. The Pink Line Panacea is now in total lockdown mode. Please remain in your cabins. You might be safe there. We're not really sure. We're sorry for not being sure if you'll live or die.
Oh, there it is.
Thank you. That is all.
No, I said go in the thing.
We're afraid of slides. Seriously?
We're afraid of slides.
Am I gonna die? Hey! It's your friends!
Our friends!
I told you we'd find them.
Oh, hey, what's up?
Sorry, we got a little sidetracked. Kill Pinkstock? Hey, stop. I am not the one who killed him. I am not, okay? Don't make everything again. Just help us out. I don't want to die here. Good. We got the whole gang back together and our target's dead. Now you just need to get out of there alive.
What's going on? Why is everyone fighting? Do they want me to tell them about Flint Turtles?
Look at what we got here.
Did you know that if you had a Flint Turtle, you could use the fire to hurt the bad guys? I would enjoy that thing.
You ready to die, asshole?
Passengers, just a reminder, you can still sign up for our Pink Line credit card for exclusive rewards.
Oh, there you are.
Card holders have exclusive access to our lifeboats, which are located on the side of the Lido deck.
Good luck, have a good fight. If you see any Flint Turtles, you should use them and then they would breathe fire and you can have them hurt the other enemies and that would be a helpful part of the fight. I'm trying to teach you how to play the game. Thank you. Yes, use the Flint Turtles! Use the fire to burn everything because how hot it is it can melt things.
Oh, it's you!
Stay back or we'll burn you alive!
You doing it. I was wondering who was talking.
Oh, man, we're gonna drown. I just know it.
Burn, motherfucker!
Yes, I'm so happy you're using the Flint Turtles. Thank you for burning everything with the Flint Turtles. I don't know what I'm gonna do with myself because I'm so happy.
Tiffany. Who's Tiffany? Oh,
What's
you're.
up, fuckers? Tiffany's back. Oh shit! It's that big Orca lady. She's back.
Uh-oh.
Now you really fucked up. Craig is pissed. You're sinking with this shit. I can guarantee you that.
I don't know, lady. We're pretty strong.
We're getting your bounty. Trust me.
I'm not a big fan of being on the other side of it.
You'll never withstand the awesome might of the future, Menzies. God, seriously? Fuck you guys. I better let Craig handle you.
Good, bring him on. I want to stop that big burly man. Oh, 50 left.
No, are there any? Oh shit! The lifeboats, they're ruined.
Don't let that slow you down. Jump across them. Keep going. There's got to be another way off that ship.
Great work. Now head inside. I think I have an idea. You just gotta get to the control room.
Ah, god damn it! What the fuck?
Save this ship, or at least steer it to the coast before everything sinks to the bottom of the drink.
Skibbity bop doo! Look what the cat dragged in. Hey there, Daddy. Looks like we're in a fun.
Yay! Comic book page. Hooray! God damn it!
Oh ho ho! Hello there, buddy. Hey there, Daddy-o. Keep it up, keep it up, keep it fresh, keep an eye in the sky, baby. Here we go. It's the hoobity boop bop doo bop, cruising time. Ain't this just a glass of sour milk? Won't stop me though. I'm a true blue jazz man. Play until the ship goes down.
Love that guy. So okay, launch objects with slime drives into a hover with Travis glob shot.
Oh, you're one crazy cat, you know that? What are you still doing here? Oh, yeah, Daddy-O, up we go, right to the tippity top.
Good thinking. I see a way through.
Oh
up
my
there.
fucking god, I didn't press E.
Hippity boop bop bap. Hey there, you crazy cat. Why don't you walk your fine self over here? Bop that cushion. Zoobity bop bop doop bop. Hey.
What the fuck? There.
Good luck up there, Daddy.
Oh,
I'll see
dude.
you on the other side. Boopity boopity boo.
Attention Panacea guests. The intruders have done a lot of damage to the ship. Like a big amount of damage. Probably no coming back from this. If someone can get to the control room and try to fix some of this, that would be great. Captain died already, so she can't do it. Pretty bad situation, gotta say. I'm gonna go call my wife. Tell her I love her.
Hello.
Oh man, Gessie's getting really close to the ship. She's making me nervous.
It's Gessie.
Oh man, my elevator broke. It freaking broke. I mean, I don't know how this happened. Like, this thing never breaks. I mean, the heavers were doing a good job. I was promoting it. I was really proud.
Dude, what the fuck was that? I was trying to listen to the elevator guy's speech.
Broke. Now the ship's going down. Man, nothing ever works out. Here I am busting my ass trying to be the CEO of this elevator company, and this fucking thing just broke. It's like, what is this world? And now the ship is sinking? Who am I even? Like, I need to seriously start a new career. I'm out of this elevator business after this. After this elevator goes underwater, I'm gonna look for a new career.
I love this guy. He was talking about how his elevators are unbreakable.
This whole damn ship's on fire!
Attention Panacea guests. I think one of the engines just died? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what happened. Run for your lives, call your loved ones, go have sex or something.
Go have sex or something.
All right, where's that control room at?
Jessie, stay away! It's too dangerous, girl! Watch that, Jessie! Those outlaws are stressing you out! Go get them, boys, for guessing!
Are you kidding me? None of this is our fault.
Hey, use the flint turtle!
Hey, Turtle Kid, thanks for the idea.
Yes, oh my god, yes! Use the flint turtle! Oh my god, they're gonna use the flint turtle! Oh my god, they're gonna use the flint turtle! I'm so excited. Use it! Use it to burn things! Use the flint turtle! Come on, go! Use the flint turtle! They're gonna do it. Do it! Use the flint turtle! Use it to burn! Use the flint turtle to burn everybody! Use the flint turtle right now! Use the flint turtle, please! Use the flint turtle! Use the flint turtle, please! I'm begging you, please use the flint turtle! I will die if you don't use the flint turtle! Use it!
They're headed for the ship's controls! Stop them! Just leave us alone!
Yes, flint turtles are so amazing!
Oh, they're burning
Oh my
us!
god, this is the best day of my life! Burn everyone with the flint turtle!
We gotta stop you for the safety of Jessie and also the cash we looted, but mostly the first one. Hey, how about this? How about we get the land first and then we can talk?
Okay. Oh, I need a thingy. Oh, okay. Where's the? I need a guy. I need a fucking cube globber. Goo glob.
Ah, they using the turtles against us!
Turtles forever! Use it forever! Never put it down, please!
Where's the goddamn goo glob guy?
on! We've got to get off this boat!
All right, control room time.
Oh, okay. I just had to kill some guys first. Yeah.
Looks like we're gonna need to do something with that lug lob to get into that control room.
Okay, where the fuck is it? Oh, there you are. God damn, dude.
Yeah, whatever, kid. Shouldn't you be getting to safety?
To my death. Okay, bye!
Are you gonna leave or what's... Okay, I guess I'll just leave you to it. Whatever you're doing, you're fine. You'll be cool. Oh.
Great, you found
bubble cooler. Okay.
the lug lock. Okay, now let's deal with the sinking cruise ship.
Yeah.
You see the controls?
We'll guide you through it. Googling how to drive cruise ship.
We did it! Hoist the mainsail! Jets in the poop deck! Land ho, matey! You know how to do this, right? No!
No, I did it! No, I'm doing it! I'm fixing it! Yes, they fixed most of the crashing issues. I've only had one crash in 6 hours, 7 hours.
Time to cash in your bounty.
I have had one crash, but only one. Craig with a K.
A bounty hunter never kills other bounty hunters. You broke the code, and that's why you gotta die. And also because you hate guests.
I wasn't even a part of any of that. I barely know these people. I don't know them. I'm just here because my wife, she hates me. I have no fucking clue what's going on.
Hey, sick 'em, Pee-Pee boy.
His name is Pee-Pee Boy?
Oh, ha.
His name's
Get
Pee-Pee Boy.
over it. Grow up. I didn't know what Pee-Pee was at the time. They didn't call it that on my home planet. I ripped this place apart to protect my guessing.
You're gonna kill everyone aboard this ship.
Animals are worth more than people. It's true. I've seen the research. Pee-Pee boy! God damn you, animal abusers! God damn you all the hell! Good boy. Kill the bad. Okay, listen. We're bounty hunters first, but animal lovers second. Maybe first, actually. We'll bring it up at the next meeting. Anyway, if you're an enemy to Gessie, you're an enemy to us.
What are you talking about? We don't hate Gessie.
Oh! No! Not Pee-Pee boy! God damn it, I'll admit it. You're a tough one. But we're not finished yet. Pee-Pee boy, you know, you'd make a great treat for my little buddy.
You gotta hit that mouth with something strong.
Let me reel you in. The hell was that?
It's fucking knifey. I'm here too, you biker bastard.
Well, that sucks.
Oh, hey, shit, I forgot to ask. Who was that rich guy killed?
Larry Pinkstock, the evil billionaire, funding lots of evil shit.
Oh, okay. Probably found that I killed him, right?
Yep, that was a win for society.
Yeah, that was a win for society.
Well, this is awkward, but you're welcome. Who rescued who, you know? Ha! God, I love Gessie! No, girl, back up, okay? You're too close!
Uh-oh.
Gessie, no,
Oh,
no,
shit.
no,
Guess
no,
is
no,
doing
no,
it.
no, back
Nope.
up,
Oh, God.
Gessie!
Gessie!
Pee-pee boy, no! Oh my God, my poor little pee-pee boy! You sick fucks killed pee-pee boy! There's no going back from this!
Hey, there's no bad pets, only bad owners.
I'm gonna fucking kill you, assholes! Oh, Cassie! Oh my God, I think she's dying! You did this, you asshole!
Oh, shit, what are you talking about? You started blowing up the ship, and she got worried. She probably thought this ship was her friend.
Better have
Nothing
Knifey do
bad
it.
that happens to animals is my fault. Not Cassie, not Pee-pee boy, and sure as heck not my pet fish poo-poo crappy shit fucker who drank so much of his own pee-pee he exploded.
Man, you're really bad at naming your pets.
It's your fault. They're all your fault. So just die already.
I think his animation got fucking confused. Yeah, his animation got confused, so. Oh shit! Never mind. He woke up. He woke up. All right, Knifey, you're up.
You goddamn asshole. You're stronger than you look. I'll give you that. But I won't lose. Not a chance. Not a chance. The button gluttons never lose. Yes it! No! Ah!
Whoa, whoa,
whoa! The Rainbow Bridge. I see it. They're all here. Gassy. Pee-pee boy. Poo-poo crappy shitfucker. My best friends. Together at last. I love you guys.
Well, guess that's that. Gassy,
Game.
you gonna make it, girl?
Blouses.
Oh shit!
No, Gessie, no! Why does Gessie have to die? Why is that a thing?
They're waking up.
Oh, thank God. Welcome back, kid. That one got a little out of hand.
Yeah,
commercial
no
to
shit.
wake
We
up
just
to.
barely got you out of the water before you drowned.
Hey, at least Pinkstock's dead.
It's not like they're the ones who actually killed him. But it's true. Losing their primary bankroller is a huge blow to Rhea Pharma. Good work.
Whoa, wait. You guys are murderers? Did I just join up with terrorists?
Okay, we don't like that word.
Yeah, we're freedom fighters, kid. Rebels. And now you're one of us, like it or not.
You're free to try to ditch and go it alone. But with that big bounty on your head, you're safer sticking with us.
Okay, no. I think I can work with this. This is how I win Jan back. Full hero mode. She will not be able to resist me.
Whatever you say. Welcome to the team. Now go cross that bounty off the board.
Also, some of you might know that this is the 60th book that I'm releasing. There's a lot of recipes in this universe of ours. And can you stop fucking moving? We've done this like 30 times. I'm so sick of this. No one's even gonna buy this. 42, there's so many fucking recipes. God. I hate this. I just want to go home. I got a fucking dinner in like 10 minutes. Whatever.
For you and your recipes for you and your child.
Let's go again.
And now back to the end credits of SNL, the show that's just no comedy and only credits.
Thank you so much. Wade, what a lovely show. So fun having everyone on the stage saying goodbye.
Crap Shipman.
What a great
Dr.
show.
Shit.
What a great show. Thank you so much.
These names are great. Squatty Body, Poopy Paul, Crappy Carla. Some of those names are fucking awesome.
Yeah, we're going
Bowel
on
Move
season
Bob,
75
Fecal Fiona.
at the end of SNL. It's been a really fantastic run. so
Okay,
far.
let's cross that name off the board. Cross that bounty off. There we go.
What a great show. What a great show. Thank you so much. Thank you. But, I mean, what we love
There you
about
go.
this show...
Fuck you.
is the stage.
Good work, even if you're not really the one who killed him. Here, you get a little stipend from the cash reserves. Oh, and hey, why don't you take it easy for a bit, kid? Explore the city, talk to some people, check out some shops, then take a nap or something. You could use some rest before we send you out again.
Yeah, go ahead. We're still digging up intel anyway. We'll talk after you do your business and sleep.
Okay.
You did fine out there, but you seemed a little thrown off by the bounty hunters coming after you. You're not one of them anymore. You're a wanted criminal now. You're gonna get attacked by bounty hunters sometimes. Not so easy, is it?
She's right. You don't really get a lot of respect as a criminal, but in a way that makes it more honest. We're terrorist auteurs.
Without Pinkstock bankrolling Rhea Pharma, they're gonna really be hurting for startup money.
Yeah, he was basically their biggest investor.
It won't be enough to stop them outright, but it'll slow them down. Let's keep up the pressure. Hey, at least you got to ride on a cruise ship for a little bit.
Before it sank.
Yeah, focus on the fun part. Before it sank. Yeah, that's enough time wasted. I'm busy. Do you need something more from me? Maybe you can find someone else to talk to.
Okay.
Oh, that was... Things went a little sideways there, huh? I guess that's gonna keep happening with such a big bounty on your head. Sorry, kid, but we're doing the right thing. We checked to make sure there weren't any more Larry Pinkstock clones, by the way. And we're good. He really is gone. But we did find a lot of upsetting commission nude oil paintings. Hey, don't feel too bad about Gessie dying. That wasn't your fault, I think. You want to talk some more?
Okay.
You're leaving?
Yeah, right in the middle of a conversation.
It's a shame we didn't get to kill the billionaire by our own hand. It's my only regret from this outing. I sense you're feeling some sympathy for the giant sea creature who perished in our fight. Cease this foolishness. Death is not the tragedy it's often painted as. She's finally free from this horrid, torturous existence we call life. I'd be happy about it if I were you. It's a shame you didn't have my aid during the murder mystery. I'm quite good at that sort of thing. Particularly the murder part. It's been a pleasure, believe me, but I'd like a little me time now, if you don't mind.
Okay. Yeah, it's him. It's the same voice.
Okay, good. Do you ever worry that they're playing too much Nintendo?
Oh, not anymore. See, Matt has Bible adventures. They're actually learning Bible stories while they're playing Nintendo.
Quick, get that Bible quote before you run out of power.
Bible Adventures features 3 games in 1 cartridge: Noah's Ark, Save Baby Moses, and David and Goliath. A must for every family with Nintendo. Call 1-877-BIBLE. That's
$44.95 for that piece of shit.
Here's the bell for the start of what should be an exciting and challenging match. The concentration is evident in the fighters' faces as, but wait, there's a distraction. The concentration has moved to ringside. It's LJN's electronic concentration. Like the card game, it's a game of matching numbers. The digital readout reveals the numbers and keeps score as well. Find the matching numbers and score.
I love that they have the old 80s commercials. It's great. No, please no one request it for anything. It's fucking awful. It's fucking horrible. I played as much of that game as I ever want to, ever.
Well, 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 if it isn't my least favorite customer.
For Sheath, Sweezy, Travis, headshot multiplier, yeah. Health tank upgrade might be nice. Shield upgrade, let's get that.
You better buy something.
Let's get that. Random it up. All right, here you go, Azray.
Asshole!
There you go. There's your random one for you. You asshole!
Oh, that was a wild mission, eh? I've got the taste for billionaire blood now, Outlaw. I need more. Go find us more billionaires to kill. Now! If we can't find any more billionaires, I'd settle for a millionaire. I bet their blood's pretty tasty too. I need that rich, high-class blood. Alright, I thought about it, and I don't really think billionaires' blood is all that different from regular blood. At least on a sense level, but ideologically, it feels better when I'm cutting through them. I know they're an easy target, but they're a good easy target, so yeah. Alright, fuck off now. I'm done with talking.
All right, White Bear salting for the 21 months and also laying low. Bible Adventure came out in January 1991. The ad was $44.95 and the with inflation, that's 111.52 today.
Come back and blow some more of your pesos on my stuff sometime.
Exceptional work out there, soldier.
Thank you,
Especially considering all
Clear
those
Option.
unexpected
Thank you for the 3 months.
curveballs.
Welcome back.
I know Lizzie is
Thank you for
loath
using your
to
Prime
admit
sub.
it, but we're lucky to have you. I know it's not easy having your sister give you the cold shoulder, but she'll lighten up eventually. I've heard the way she talks about you, your family. I promise you, she's glad you're here. Oh, I just noticed. Are you looking a little tan?
Oh, thank you.
Someone had a good time in the sun.
I did.
Oh, do you need something else?
Okay.
Sorry. Oh, bye, I guess.
Forgot if you leave in the middle of their dialogue, they get a little snippy.
Felt pretty bad about Gessie. Wish we could have done something to save her. Well, you know what? Next time we meet a giant sea creature, we'll save it. If we run into that biker chick again, let's just look the other way and pretend we didn't see her. She's gonna be pissed we killed her boyfriend. I'm bummed I missed that murder mystery. I would have been so good at that. I can tell when someone's a murderer. It's a special ability I have. Like, watch this. You're a murderer! But don't worry, you're still a good person. Yeah, it's been great, but I think I need some time alone now.
You again? Great. My day was going too well.
Fucking hate this kid, dude. Okay, let's see. What's the other gun we like to use? Probably Sheath. Yeah, sure.
Okay, you bought something. Are we done here?
A couple of claw drops.
Hope you brought pesos, ding-a-ling.
I think they're the same, aren't they?
I'm Dr. Fraser Crane, machine, and I'm listening.
Are they not the same? Because I got the same thing last time. Did they give you different shit? Oh, there's a ton of drops. Well, I got the same thing twice in a row, though.
Fraser says congratulations. This is Dr. Fraser Crane, signing off.
Oh, money. Okay, so I can get some money. That's nice.
I'm Dr. Fraser Crane, machine, and I'm listening.
Thank you, 5. Okay.
Fraser says, good job.
Good job. You want a Niles Crane pillow? Nice, okay.
I'm Dr. Fraser Crane, machine, and I'm listening.
Oh, you already have a pillow this size. Oh, no.
I'm Dr. Fraser Crane, machine, and I'm listening.
Where's my body? I don't know. If you see it, let me know. Or let them know to come back to me.
Cheers to that. This is Dr. Fraser Crane.
More money.
Signing
Oh,
off.
barely any. All right, one more and then we'll keep going.
I'm Dr. Fraser Crane, machine, and I'm listening.
Oh, right. So it actually looks like I am depleting the balls from the thing. I wasn't sure if I was or not.
TGIF. Thank God I'm Fraser.
Thank you, caller. Stay tuned for Bulldog.
A Bob Bulldog Briscoe pillow has been sent to my bed.
Shop at Jorbs, you dingus.
Oh, there you go.
Wait a minute. You're the one who helped stop the G3, aren't you? Jesus Christ! I can't believe I didn't realize it earlier! This is insane! So what are we fighting for exactly? Human rights? Is that really the coolest thing we could be fighting for? I mean, we should really amp it up a little bit because I gotta impress Jan. That's my main goal. So when you say we're wanted criminals, exactly how wanted are we talking? I mean, this isn't gonna show up on background checks, is it? Because I'm kind of between jobs right now.
Sorry, I'm sort of running out of things to say. Please don't be mad at me about that. This is too much pressure. I can't think of anything to say. Well, I give up. I can't hold a conversation right now. I promise I will be better next time. I promise.
I'm trapped in a 10-second time loop. I've explained this to you,
Let me see the pillows I got. No, not you. There we go. Look. Fraser Niles.
And the courage.
That's great.
To save the world single-handedly. Glover.
Oh, Glover.
Glover's got the magic and the
You remember Glover? I remember Glover. I never had it, but I know people who did. I don't know. Borders. We go to the harbor. Oh, the beach, the docks, the town. Go to the theater? Sure, why not? Let's see what's playing at the movie theater. Ow.
I'm glad Lizzie's safe and sound. You're a good sibling, you know that? You turned your back on the entire bounty hunter network.
Hey, that lizard guy Repticle left a message for you. He says he's got something new for you over at his skate shop by the beach. Could be useful. I say go take a look whenever you're up for it.
Wait, they dropped me off at the theater. Where's the fucking theater? That's fast travel. That's a wanted poster.
Oh, hell yeah! Movie theater! Let's take a break.
Oh, right
We
here.
earned it.
There it is, the Crust Theater. Okay. Where's that wanted poster, though? Should be right over here.
Make it stop.
Damn, did you catch a bug?
It's just these ignorant humans with their tiny brains. They're so fucking dumb. I can't take it. I think I'm gonna be sick. Stand back. I might throw up on you. Oh, here it comes. This is it. Any second now. I can feel it percolating. Oh God, here we go. Oh, I'm gonna puke so hard. Oh, this is gonna be a geyser. It's just about here. I'm gonna throw up so much.
Okay. What in the
You there! You want to see some action?
Jesus fucking Christ. The fuck is that thing?
Easy, girl. Someone will buy it. Psst, come here. You interested in making some quick pesos?
We enjoy money quite a bit.
Oh, okay, that was me
That's what I like to
talking.
hear.
Not okay.
So I know a place where you can bet on some real primal blood sport type shit. No risk for you, of course. All you gotta do is put down some scrap on who you think is gonna win, and you can become a very rich alien. Sound good? Just say the word, and my little friend here, Paranema, will take you there.
Paranema.
Right now.
Oh my god. Go to the Fight Club? Yes.
You know it. That's the spirit.
Oh my god. Oh fuck me. Oh yeah. All right.
where are we?
Keep it civil in there, all right?
The smell.
Also feel free to
Oh,
come
yeah,
in.
I can feel it. This is gonna be good.
Get over here, fresh meat. I want to talk to you. Let's do this shit.
Hey, you look familiar. Aren't you that famous bounty hunter? Or should I say, outlaw?
Keep asking, and you will know us simply as Death.
Relax. I ain't a narc. I'm just having some fun. Down here, it doesn't matter what your name is as long as you have money. You ain't ever been here before, so let me give you the lowdown. You hit one of those buttons to make a bet on who you think is gonna win our matchups. They come out, they have their fun, and if you made the right wager, you could walk out of here a very rich outlaw. Oh, one more thing. You see all those doohickeys around the arena? Why don't you mess around with those? You might be able to turn the odds in your favor.
Please place a bet. Pretty
Alright,
please
I've seen
with
enough
blood on
bloodshed.
top.
I'm gonna go check out the piss fight.
I should really head home.
Fresh meat's back. Go on and place it. Fights are starting soon. Place your bets.
Piss fights.
Yeah, good bet, good bet.
Betting is now.
Okay, I bet on
closed. Your
eyeball
stools
guy.
lose.
Damn, I'm really
Let's
proud
get
of
ready to
gambling on this.
fight.
I guess I should give some.
My stupid family has no idea I'm even
Oh, okay.
here. I bet they even filed a missing person report.
That's more like it. Look at those fuckers now.
Where's my guy? Where's my guy?
You're done. We've got a winner. Who didn't see that coming?
Oh, just orange team. Oh, okay. It's team, not a single person.
This was fun. Stand-up at the comedy club was way more brutal.
We've got ourselves a fantastic money-making opportunity here, so place a bet.
I will as soon as I get back to the fucking guy.
Last call for bets. Last call for bets.
All right, let's go. Robot team, pink team.
It's not that likely, but we could make a lot of money on that bet.
That's it for the betting. Let the fighting begin. 3, 2, 1, fight!
How you like that, you filthy fucking animals? How do you like some of this? Fuck, I hate losing. Use some of the traps. That's right. We're not just gonna sit back and let them blow this for us. How you like that? Come on, we've got to use those traps. Shit, mate, it's not looking good for us. Fuck it. Let's rig this. That's proactive gambling. I refuse to let us lose because our fighters suck. Rig the game with those traps.
I will.
That's right. We're not just gonna sit back and let. That's proactive gambling.
Settle down.
We did it.
You're a winner, ladies and germs.
We did
And
one.
boy, did they earn it.
Knifey strikes again. We're rich. Rich.
It's only 100. Oh, you have to. Okay, you gamble more. Okay.
Come on, outlaw. Place a bet already.
All right, now to lose all the rest of it, like all of the stuff I gambled. I've gambled 201, and now it's time.
Place those bets. Fight.
Okay.
Like the underdog, do ya?
No more bets. No more bets. Everyone ready? Okay, here we go. Fight on! Direct.
Oh, god damn it, we're gonna lose! Quick, use some of it, mate. It's not looking good for us. Fuck it. Let's rig this shit. Use those traps. Come on, we've got to use those traps. This should help our team out.
It should.
Fuck, I hate losing. That's more like it. Look at those fuckers now.
Obvious choice one.
That's right. Oh, fuck, I hate losing. Make another. Now that's proactive gambling.
Damn it. Okay. It's hard to help because you have to I can't see them very well. I don't have the shit set up so I can see them.
Thanks for coming by tonight, Fresh Meat. Hope you come back for more later.
Okay.
It's over. Let's go.
Well, I won 200 and lost 300, so.
Promise me we'll come back soon. Really soon.
Enough of this place.
Okay, let me jump back inside the butthole of the alien. Get out of here. Oh, there's a fight club in the ocean too? Okay.
Please don't tell the police about this.
A movie theater. You know, I've never seen one of your human movies before.
Since we're here.
Welcome. Please head into the theater and enjoy your movie. What do you want? Why are you still talking to me? If you want to see a movie, just go see a movie. What do you want, like a refund or something? I'm sorry, but this theater's free. It's part of some public service shared culture thing where we show human movies to spread awareness of humans.
Oh God,
or
it's
whatever.
the real movies.
So no refunds, because you didn't pay anything. Got it? Okay? Please stop following me. Just go watch a movie.
Okay. So last time they had three full-length movies that you could watch on the TV at home. I'm guessing this is no different.
It's our date night.
We're here to watch a porno.
Just a word of advice. Don't sit near us in the
We're
theater.
very interactive viewers, if you know what I mean.
Oh, you are too bad. Most movies these days are just so violent.
Who wants to watch people killing each other when you're trying to have a romantic night out?
Sickos. Complete sickos, that's who. We actually don't know how to have sex.
Yeah, we're watching a porno so we can learn how.
I'll be taking notes.
Okay. Oh, coming
that
soon.
theater's not screening a movie till later. Sorry.
Okay, so I can do Spookies.
Spookies with special guests. We must see what this is about.
Or Manborg.
Manborg. What could it mean?
Oh, all right. Which one do you want to watch, guys? You want to watch Spookies or Manborg? Spookies with special guest, Manborg trailer. Oh, tough choice, tough choice, tough choice. All right, let's go with Spookies for now.
Seat yourself.
Okay.
Oh my God, what is this?
Oh, it's spooky.
How did we? I feel like we haven't seen a movie together in years.
It's been a while.
It's so nice to get back together. I hope this movie is as good as Demon Wind was. Shh. Oh, Rich, there's no one else in the theater. It's just us.
Trying to hear the movie though.
Rich, there's just music playing over titles.
Yes, I.
Okay.
The Spookies,
Congratulations.
The Spookies font looks like the Sopranos font.
Nothing's
Did
playing
you know
though.
that?
No, I did not know that.
The Sopranos take place in Jersey or New York.
I would imagine so.
Okay, because this movie, I'm just gonna let you know, I've seen this movie many, many times. It's my favorite movie of all time, actually.
Oh, did
I
it
didn't
bug
wanna
out?
lead with that, but I know a lot about this film, and it was shot in New York. That's why I ask.
Oh,
It's very, very New York.
I hate this movie. I'm just a mess.
Oh, does it matter if streamer mode's on? It shouldn't. I guess we'll... Okay.
You enjoy the ride now?
A movie theater. You know, I've never seen one of your
Oh, there we
human movies before.
Welcome. Please head into the theater and enjoy your movie.
Open your eyes, asshole.
Did it save the...
Seat yourself.
Okay, it did. Okay.
Oh my god, what is this?
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's spooky.
How did we... I feel like we haven't seen a movie together in years.
It's been a while.
It's so nice to get back together. I hope this movie is as good as Demon Wind was. Shh! Oh, Rich, there's no one else in the theater. It's just us.
I'm trying to hear the movie, though.
Rich, there's just music playing over titles.
You've accurately
Yes,
said
that
it
is
was
true,
on
Scott.
stage,
Thank you
but-
for
The spooky
revealing my dark
the
secrets to
spooky
everyone in
font
chat.
looks like the Sopranos font. Did you know that?
No, I did not know that.
The Sopranos take place in Jersey or New York.
Jersey.
I would imagine so.
Okay, because this movie, I'm just going to let you know, I've seen this movie many, many times. It's my favorite movie of all time, actually. I didn't want to lead with that, but I know a lot about this film. And it was shot in New York. That's why I ask.
Oh.
It's very, very New York.
I hate this movie. I'm just a masochist.
Well, me, I don't remember ever watching this movie.
Oh my god, whoever's in that grave ate too much Taco Bell.
Is that coffin made of rubber?
It's supernatural shenanigans, Mike.
It's spooky shenanigans, Rich.
All right.
Spooky shenanigans.
Now, there's lots of spookies in this film. There's lots of monsters. So I think as we go through it, we should rank or rate the spookies.
Okay.
On a scale of 1 to 10 spookies.
Okay, now, I retain no memories of movies I've seen after a certain age. And I don't remember anything about this other than, didn't someone fall off a roof and explode?
Not just anyone.
Okay, don't spoil it.
Okay, I don't want to spoil the movie for you.
Now, are there actual
Listen to these degenerates talking.
birthday party by himself
That's
in a
this
haunted
kid.
house? Okay.
It's Billy.
Oh, Billy. Oh, sure. Oh.
And there's our cat man.
The cutaway man
Cutaway man. Pirate cat.
is never in the scene with anybody else.
Now, there's the old man in the castle who we just saw, or in the mansion. But I don't know if we would consider him a spooky. He's sort of in charge of the spookies. So I think the cat man is our first spooky.
Is spooky is just an overall term used to describe, like, creatures, monsters? Spookies to me sounds like ghoulies, like little rubber puppets or critters or something.
I mean, we do get one of those, too.
Like,
Oh,
are you
God.
trying to ask if they're their own like genre of monsters?
I've never watched
Yeah.
Red Letter
Like,
Media.
there's a bunch of
or
different
I have
Pokemon,
probably
but
have,
they're all Pokemon.
but I don't
Yes,
watch
yes,
it regularly.
That's the case with spookies.
Okay.
These are all, Catman is a spooky.
I think the film was probably called something else originally.
It was.
Scary Night at the Mansion in the Woods, and then, oh no, that's title's terrible. Called Spookies.
That's exactly what happened.
Wow.
The original title was Twisted Souls.
Okay, so Red Letter Media commentary
This footage here
is in the High Life
with
too.
Our quote-unquote teens.
Mike J. Rich and their alien
and their
alter
elderly
egos.
father,
That's
who's
great.
The
Okay.
designated driver. This is part of the original shoot, the Twisted Souls shoot.
Oh, so there's multiple movies in one here.
Every time you see Catman, the pirate Catman, that's
It was
that's
recorded
the
for them
reshot
especially for
material
this
by
game. That's great.
different filmmakers.
Oh,
Why is there added in material of Catman?
to make it spookier.
There's a whole backstory. Do you want to hear the whole thing?
I mean, we may as well.
While little Billy opens up his bag of Coke.
Wait.
No shit.
Hold off on the backstory, Jay. I kind of want to watch him eat a snowball here. Oh, he never gets to it.
No, he's interrupted by the guy in the tree.
Is that Stan Lee?
What makes you say
Stan Lee perving on this? Oh no.
No, Stan Lee's in the cemetery.
I'm not nervous.
Stan Lee.
You just startled me.
Why is a hipster in a tree?
Give an old man
That's a very good question. I wonder if we'll get the answer. Spoilers, we don't. You never know when a little kid in a baseball cap with snowballs is going to come by.
I guess a better question is, why is little Billy eating snowballs in the woods at night?
Well, the backstory is he's run away from his family. He's mad that they forgot his birthday.
Do they tell you the backstory?
They explain this in the film, yeah.
Oh, they do.
He's very upset that his family forgot his birthday, so he's running away.
And he just happens to have a Zippo in his backpack, as kids do in the 90s or 80s.
But he's prepared. He brought a lighter.
Yeah, exactly.
And nothing else. A lighter and snowballs.
He has a backpack.
It was a different time. Everybody smoked.
God damn it.
That's true.
I'm making the same jokes.
Like
I can do this.
I remember holidays, like just the living room with all the family members smoking was just like a blue haze.
Oh, sure.
Oh, yeah.
The guy in the tree looks like Ryan Johnson, director of the hit film The Last Jedi.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
It does.
It does.
No reason.
It?
He's a little too cool, though.
Your 13th birthday.
This guy's much hipper than Ryan
It's not
Johnson.
embarrassing.
He's not wearing a grandma sweater.
I guess I'll be seeing you.
Maybe. Maybe.
Wow, guys, I'm glad we got back together after Demon Wind to see another film together.
I like this more than Demon Wind.
Yes.
Well,
it's both better and worse than Demon Wind.
Demon Wind has some interesting stuff in it too.
Demon Wind had a magician, and this movie did not have a magician.
No.
This had Larry David. He's kind of a
Larry
magician.
David and Winona Ryder.
He's the puppet master, sort of.
Yeah.
So that you might live.
He pulls the strings.
Pull the strings.
Some way to make you see how helpless
God, the pancake makeup is just phenomenal in this.
you might live.
And I never drink wine.
What a cool joke.
I've crossed
power is not
oceans
something
of
She
time.
kind of looks like what's her face, Winona Ryder.
I am your prisoner.
A little bit.
Damn it! Told you I can do
You
this.
sure again?
His undead bride. That's who this character is.
She absolutely looks like Winona Ryder.
Thank you. For fuck's sake, thank you. Every time I say someone looks like someone, everyone goes, kind of. A little bit, I got. And thank you.
Hey, I did that earlier. I said that guy in the tree looks like Ryan Johnson, and you did the exact same thing.
Because I don't know what Ryan Johnson looks like.
Yes, you
He's a
do.
pudgy, bald guy. That's all I can remember. Who erotically touched Han Solo's hand.
No, Mike, I'm a pudgy bald guy. You're getting us confused.
Okay.
Okay. Life is so short.
Guys, your
Life is so short.
These human movies, they stir emotions inside the likes
Oh
of
my
which
God.
I've never felt. I don't like it.
Just hop on a train in Milwaukee, huh? Okay. We're leaving? Or are you mad? Okay, fine.
The movie is starting. We should locate our seat.
Oh. Did it start over again?
Oh my god, what is this?
Oh, fuck
Oh, it's
me.
spooky.
How did we? I don't. I feel like
I
we
didn't
haven't
know it
seen
would
the
start
movie
over
together
from the
in
beginning
years.
again.
It's been a while.
It's so nice to get back together. I hope this movie is as good as Demon Wind was.
Shh. I can't do it again. I can't do the first part again.
Sit down. Now. It started.
Earth, the legacy of Hell Wars, where mankind fought the armies of Hell. With every passing hour, another nation crumbles to the technological might of the unholy menace and their monstrous leader, Count Draculon. As the oceans fill with the blood of billions, a desperate few bravely hold their ground, defiantly refusing to abandon all hope. Oh, these effects, though. Oh, no. Okay, I can't get sucked in. I can't get sucked into another movie. I can't do it. I gotta play a game.
I'll be honest,
I do want to
I
finish
quite
this
enjoyed
game
that.
at some point. Oh, you've changed your mind on what your 100-month game should be? Oh, you want me to watch that entire movie with Red Letter Media playing
We're
it at
rallying
the same
against an
time?
evil pharmaceutical company. Is that right? Okay. I must say they're a worthy target. I looked them up. This Maria Pharmaceuticals, very evil,
so much
very
for
killable.
me.
I feel I'm going to enjoy the
Fuck. Well, I think we're going to take that as a sign. We're going to take that as a sign to call it a day for today. We're gonna continue this tomorrow. Don't worry. We'll continue this tomorrow. But we're gonna take that as a sign that maybe we should hang it up for the day. Pudgy Bunny, thank you for the 92 months. Don't worry. Tomorrow we will be continuing this. We got 7 hours into it. I mean, it said it was only like 11-ish hours, so maybe I don't fucking know. I'm not gonna say maybe we finish it tomorrow because I spend so much time dicking around that I don't know. But we are gonna play this tomorrow. But for the last 2 hours of the broadcast tomorrow, we got a very special co-stream versus stream. Gassy Mexican and I are going to play some disc golf tomorrow at, 5 p.m. Central. So that's, 6 p.m. Eastern. So for the last 2 hours of my stream, at least, depending on if we're enjoying ourselves, we might play a little more. But for the last 2 hours of stream tomorrow, Gassy and I are going to play some disc golf masters, a little versus action. Where is that? There it is. Disc golf masters. Yeah. We're going to play that shit. Me and him going to figure out how to get this, and we're going to get it going tomorrow. By the way, your head may or may not have dislodged from your body in case you hadn't noticed. Just friendly bro tip, dude. Thank you, Practice. Thank you very much. All right. Yeah, this is my official High on Life shirt. Thank you very much for being here. I hope you guys had a good time. More High on Life 2 tomorrow and Disc Masters to close out the day. Disc Golf Masters. And don't forget, I will be streaming tomorrow and Wednesday for a half day. And then I'm out for vacation. I'm going to visit Katie's parents in Washington State. So that's what's coming up for me. I'll see you tomorrow.
And until next time, for all of my Berserkers. And for all of Ziconia. Yeah, it had to be intentional, right? Because it's official. It's the official, swag bag shirt. Yeah, I know. For all of my Berserkers, and for all of Ziconia, this is me, Zeke, saying... See ya!